okay.
I know.
You could take a nap this afternoon.
Oh, I will. You can
count on that?
It. Oh, yeah. A late nap because I have something else I got to do, unfortunately. A funeral at 12 o'clock. So, yes,
Oh, no.
I can sleep through that.
It's just don't sleep too long.
Yeah,
They might mistake.
Exactly.
Say, which one's the funeral for?
I'll be sitting there, never mind, in the box with the person, Don't want to do that. What's in the box? Oh, my God, it's Stoney.
Oh, boy.
Around.
Yeah, hey, we got to be careful about that now.
Yeah. Well, the Wings aren't dead. Well, figuratively.
No, they're not.
They did win last night, defeating the Flyers 6-3. Larkin with the hat trick. Sider with 5 points. DeBrincat got his 40th. Philly actually needed the game as much as the Wings did. And,
Yeah. Well, they actually probably needed it more.
Well, they were actually cemented in – well, not cemented. They're in the third place of their division, but they certainly don't have an easy task either with these. Everybody has two or three games left.
Right, yeah. Wings got 3, 6 points available. They're at 91, and I don't – if they were to get all 6 points, does 97 get you in?
No, unless, well, it does if Ottawa, poops the bed.
Ottawa could only get 2 points.
Correct, because the Wings have Ottawa has the tiebreaker.
Right.
Yeah.
Wings,
No, I mean, it's still bleak. Ottawa plays the Islanders tomorrow at 1.
Yeah.
And then the Wings play at 5.
Yeah. So there's a chance after tomorrow the Wings will be 1 game out, and Ottawa then has to go to at New Jersey, and then they play at.
No, they play home against Toronto.
And then they play Toronto.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the Wings have to go at Tampa and at Florida.
Right.
For their last 2. But don't look good.
No, not an easy road, so to speak.
Yeah.
But that's hey, the Wings. They made their bed. Now they're going to have to lie in it, and it's frustrating because they had so many opportunities, and there were so many invitations that were sent to them to say, "Hey, stay a part of this," and they just refused.
I know, but it's what we've seen the last few years. It's just like too little, too late. You had the 1 year where Raymond scored that goal to keep them alive against was it Montreal, and it's depressing.
Really, the only thing I could see happening here is if you got this weird thing going on in the other division where Philly has that last spot, the third spot, but the Islanders could hop them, and you need the Islanders to beat Ottawa tomorrow. You kind of need Philly to lose out in a weird way, and the Islanders to play well, but
right.
I don't know. I'm reaching here, but if the Islanders beat the Senators outright tomorrow and it opens the door for the Wings to get 2 points tomorrow and they close to within 1 and both teams have 2 to play, I don't know. Maybe Ottawa spinked their Titans a little bit.
Yeah, strange things have happened. There's no doubt about it. But what it does, guys, is it makes you go back to some of those games that the Wings go back to the Vegas game.
Oh yeah,
where they blew a 2-game lead, a 2-goal lead. Go to the Florida game in Florida.
What the Blue Jackets?
Well, I'm going chronologically. The Florida game where they were winning, they gave up the tying goal, and then didn't even lose in regulation. They lost in. They did lose in regulation. They didn't even go to overtime, so they didn't even get a point.
Right.
Well, that was the one where we were pretty adamant the next morning to not get 1 point.
Yeah.
And 1 point matters right now.
Absolutely. And then, you had Minnesota on Sunday where, Krill the Thrill gets a late goal to beat them after the comeback. And then the Columbus game that you mentioned. It's depressing.
Hey, look, how about the game against Ottawa where you could have flipped 2 points? I mean, that's a 4-point difference right there.
That's true, too. Yeah. And they had those games. The one game against the one game they played Philly 3 times.
Yes,
beat them twice, but they got spanked at home. They could have won all 3.
Yes, should have.
Yeah,
especially at this time of the year when you're looking at it, and they're we talk about the must-win games, and they kept having must-win games because other teams weren't walking away with it, and the got to have it must-win. They just couldn't. They couldn't come through.
No. And you saw, look, they won, so I'm going to sound like an idiot here, but you saw throughout just these things that you kind of knew were going to happen. It's like David Perron, who they got at the deadline.
Yeah.
The one thing I said, and a few other people said, oh, good. He's got that edge. They need a guy like that as long as he doesn't take stupid penalties, and he's taken stupid penalties. He got burned on one the other night.
Yeah.
Falk getting hurt for those, he missed 2 games. That didn't help, but every team
Kane's
has
had his
injuries.
issues.
Yeah. I mean, Kane, that penalty was horrible. And Lark, look, I know the discussion about, the one constant is Dylan Larkin, but I really don't have a problem with him, except the fact is he's not a star. He's a very good player. And I don't know if it's leadership. He shows leadership to me by even, when he got hurt and he missed those 7 games, he came back sooner than he should have.
Yeah.
And you could tell up until maybe the last 2 games that he was really, really hampered. And then finally the injury got better and he started, moving. You could just see the way the guys move. So if you want to blame the captain for what's going on, fine. Look, we know they have to make major changes, whether it's going to be,
Well, that's what we believe.
Yeah, I know. But
will they? That'll be another question. But we won't.
Yeah.
We'll start to hear some of that stuff, into next week.
Yeah. I mean, look, there are radical things that could happen,
There are, and it's just a question of will they do anything radical this offseason? And it just hasn't been in their DNA in the last 4 years.
I mean, my radical solution, well, not the only solution, is I think, and I'm being biased because it's somebody who I wanted here maybe 5-6 years ago. And he just beat Michigan last night. And that's the head coach of the University of Denver. Dave Carl. He's 36 years old. And he's been unbelievable in college hockey now. Who knows if it translates? But man, oh man, you take a chance on a guy who's that young and that successful. I don't know. That would be radical. There's no doubt about it. But, desperate times.
Desperate measures.
Yes.
And we've seen it happen in football where college coaches go to the NFL and it doesn't typically work. Mm-hmm. We're seeing it in opposite for North Carolina in basketball. Mike Malone, going to there. So I mean, we see teams make desperate moves.
Well, speaking of North Carolina, Belichick.
Yeah, Bill Belichick. Yeah. So I don't know what that desperate move is. I don't necessarily want it to be a desperation move.
No, The question is, do you sit there and say, wait a second, there's this young guy, maybe he wants to go to the NHL, maybe he doesn't. I have no idea. And do you bail on McClellan now because you might not get a chance at this guy again, ever?
Right. And I mean, I guess it's also the question of there's plenty of blame to go around.
Oh, yes, it's not just him, believe me.
It's if you're going to blame someone, I think the last on the list for me would actually be Todd McClellan. I think it starts at the general manager role, and it's the front office, the scouting, it's all of those things. It's player acquisition. It's then the players, because they did go out the trade deadline, did everything that the players wanted them to do. They added a quality player,
right,
and they are having the same they're the same trajectory as they've had for the past years.
Right. Look, the Red Wings are my golf game. Loft. Lack of freaking talent. That's what it is. They're just not good enough. I mean, you can call it a cop-out by saying that, and they don't seem to want it as much as other teams with their style of play that has been there since the get-go.
Well, that's not a talent problem, though. That's
some
a desire.
Some of it is. Some of it's talent. Some of it's desire.
But it's also soft. I mean,
yeah.
Collectively, they're just a soft team.
Right. Yeah. I remember when Blashill was coaching this team, and we have him on, and I would ask, and he admitted, he was the coach, that this team is too easy to play against. And it is. I mean, it's just depressing that building has been around, and we haven't had a hockey playoff game there yet.
No.
Well, they can be eliminated tomorrow.
Oh, and if they lose, right?
So if Ottawa wins and gets 2 points, that puts them at 96. The Wings would have to get 2 points to stay alive.
Right.
And then the magic number against the Wings is down to 1, even in that scenario.
Right.
Right.
They can just
They'd have to win out,
lose.
and Ottawa would have to lose out.
Yes, exactly. And speaking of David Carl, like an idiot, like I said, I stayed up and watched a lot of till the end of the Michigan hockey game. They lose in double overtime. They are 1-9 in the Frozen Four since 1998 in the first round.
Right.
I mean, they just can't for some, and they changed the makeup of their hockey team a little bit to be a little less offensive, more defensive, and that didn't work either. So they outshot Denver 52-26.
Right. Just couldn't.
Yeah, there was also a real ugly one of the guys on the Denver Michigan player accidentally skated over his glove, or he was bleeding.
Yeah.
It was not good. But hey, they won, and Wisconsin versus Denver for the NCAA hockey championship tomorrow. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Still on the program. It's the Friday staple. It's the cookie jar, the Heather Park edition, because Jim Costa was actually in Las Vegas watching Michigan lose. Also, by request, it's mock draft 1.0.
Yeah. Can't wait. I want to know what the Lions are doing at 17 in Stoney's mind.
Yeah, it's going to be wishful thinking. 248-539-9797. It's the Costa and Jansen show with Heather and me, Stoney, in for Costa, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven the Ram, and the Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. Really not much of a competition here. I'll explain why. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup in the same class at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? It's not going to be the power that you want. If you're going to use your truck as a truck, you can't win with a 4-cylinder. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has the 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that easy. And when you get there, tell them I sent you.
Denver in double overtime defeats Michigan by the score of 4-3, advancing to the finals of the NCAA championship in Las Vegas. They'll take on Wisconsin tomorrow. We were talking about the Wings. By the way, do want to mention that the Detroit Tigers lost yesterday afternoon, to be precise, 3-1. We'll get into them coming up around 6:50.
Swept by the mighty Minnesota Twins.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. 248-539-9797. 2 weeks from yesterday is the National Football League draft.
I know. I can't wait. It is.
The city of Pittsburgh, from what I understand, is real revved up for it.
Oh, they are. I mean, they've given kids Thursday and Friday off.
Oh, did they really?
Oh, yeah. There's no school in Pittsburgh for those 2 days. Have you been to downtown Pittsburgh?
Yeah, once.
I think it is going to be a tremendous setting for the NFL draft. A lot of good places to eat, a lot of great places to walk around. You got the Three Rivers there. I think it's going to be really, really cool.
Hey, look, say what you want about the NFL and the Shield and all that crap, but they do a good job with big events, as we saw here.
Yeah, no one's going to argue the fact that they can make a must-see event out of damn near anything.
Yes. Speaking of the draft, of Mock Draft 1.0, coming up at 6:35, one of the Lions' needs, and they have plenty, is linebacker a need in your mind, John?
It's definitely a need. I mean, right now you've got Rodrigo starting, and I think he's a quality depth piece. I don't think he's a starting caliber linebacker in the NFL. He's a special teams guy that can come in and spell you every once in a while. But right now, Jack Campbell is your starting middle linebacker, and who's his backup? No one.
Right.
Rodrigo, you're starting Sam. Who's his backup? No one. And, I mean, Derek Barnes can get a spell every once in a while with Damon Clark, but, again, you need quality depth at that position. But they lost in free agency, Alex Anzalone.
Yes, Alex Anzalone was on the Schultz Report yesterday, and he was asked if he was surprised by the way things went down and why he thought it went down. Look, I don't think anybody is sitting there saying, oh, my God, we got to bring Anzalone back. Fine player. But he's not somebody that you break the bank with.
No, you're not going to overspend for Alex Anzalone at this point in his career.
No. I mean, I think they actually did the right thing. Now, we'll see how they fill it. Will they fill it early in the draft? I don't think so.
No, not the first two rounds. But they do have 2 4s, 2 5s, 2 6s. And they have the ability to move back up into the third. They could even move back up into the second. There's a lot of things, and no one moves around on draft day more than Brad Holmes. So it is going to be interesting to see how they fill the needs at offensive line, defensive line, linebacker, safety. What are they going to do with safety? Because of Kirby Joseph,
right?
What are the medicals saying for him? Brian Branch, nobody believes he's going to be back to start the season. So there are a lot of needs, and I don't have any issue with them moving on from Alex Anzalone. He's not a guy that I wanted to overpay to back up Jack Campbell. Like that just it's not what the Lions were going to do.
We'll obviously get into it later, but if you could pick one position that you want them to go for in the first round, what would it be?
Offensive tackle.
Okay. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. It's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, this news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. So Parker Meadows was hospitalized overnight for medical evaluation after that head-to-head collision with Riley Green during the 8th inning of that game against the Minnesota Twins. So Meadows bumped heads with Green, and Green, both their caps flew off. They both went to the ground, but Green basically braced himself with his knee, popped right back up. But Meadows just kind of went down like a rag doll, and he stayed down. You could see him. He had blood coming out of his mouth. They think he might have bit his tongue or his cheek. But still very scary without a doubt. AJ Hinch and the athletic trainer and medical personnel had to run out to attend to him. He ultimately, sat up, stood up, made his way to a golf cart where he was carted off the field. After the game, Hinch said that was an ugly, scary one, and there's a lot of concern for him. When we got out of there, it looked like he had bit his lip or the inside of his mouth, so there was some blood, and he was pretty out of it. So
I watched that live as it happened with my daughter, and she's there. Call it off, because you could see it coming a mile away.
Oh, yeah.
And it's something I don't understand, how Major League Baseball players refuse to say, I got it.
Yeah, and it's. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, neither of those guys are going to see hand gestures.
No.
But was he?
And it certainly wasn't. Certainly, crowd noise certainly had nothing to do with it.
Oh, yeah, they had tens of people there.
Yeah.
Tens, yes. You can count them.
Unbelievable.
Kiss rocker Gene Simmons was in Royal Oak on Thursday for the grand opening celebration of his newest restaurant, Rock and Brews. So this music-themed bar and restaurant has been open for a couple weeks, but this was the big ribbon-cutting ceremony, right? And he was there. He was doing some meet and greets. People were having a great time. I saw some video of people there.
Did you see Mike Stone?
Were you there?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
No.
A friend.
Did you have face paint?
No. there were a few that were.
Oh, I saw a couple.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there was somebody there, like a makeup person, if you wanted to get it. It's, whatever.
Oh, how was it?
I recommend the French dip.
Oh, great.
The food was very good. The Bloody Marys were good.
Oh,
yeah.
That's excellent. Well,
A
great.
friend of mine who, when he was in high school and junior, I loved Kiss. So I took him. So we got a picture.
Yeah.
We got a picture.
Was there some live music or anything?
No.
No.
What was he like?
Just get some food,
It
some
was
drink.
very, very quick.
Did you get a photo?
Yeah. I didn't get there to do the interviews, like all the TVs and a lot of the radios.
Yep.
But everybody said he was really nice. I mean, he did a real quick meet and greet, fist pump. I'll show you a picture.
Okay.
Oh, cool. Well, good to hear. Detroit rocker Jack White will be playing his first ever show at Pine Knob this summer.
Okay.
It's very exciting. So, fresh off releasing 2 songs last week, and then he was on Saturday Night Live as well. He announced the show at Pine Knob. It will be on Saturday, July 25th. Tickets for the show go on sale Friday, April 17th at 10 a.m.
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gosh. So Detroit is reportedly a front runner for getting a professional women's hockey league team. This is exciting news. The city just hosted its 4th PWHL takeover tour game in 3 seasons. It set a new Little Caesars Arena record for the league with 15,938 fans attending the game. This was between the Montreal Victory and the New York Sirens. And then last week on her podcast, Denise Illich said that she believes we will be getting a team in Detroit soon, which she's very excited about. And then according to The Athletic, they said it would be shocking if Detroit weren't one of the league's newest teams by next season.
Look, they showed that they could draw. It's amazing to me that neither Michigan nor Michigan State have Division I women's hockey, and it's kind of disgraceful if you ask me.
Yeah, there's been discussions at both
I
places, and there's a lot of movement to add them. But in the environment that is the business of college athletics right now, it's a big budget item. And do you want to add to the budget ever more than you already are?
Well, the Big Ten made almost $60 million at the men's basketball tournament.
Yeah, this year.
Yeah, this year.
Yeah.
Finally, you're going to think about this story the next time you sneeze. There's a woman from Greece, you guys, who sneezed out a worm.
A worm?
A worm. And then later, she had to go to the doctors and they surgically removed 10 more from her sinuses.
Oh, how did she get the worms in
well,
there?
it all started when she was working outdoors with some sheep, and she noticed these flies swarming like her face, right?
Yeah.
So right up the nose. Apparently, she had a very significant deviated septum. So there was like this little like
crevice.
Yeah, where they just kind of set up shop.
Nestled in there and grew.
Yeah.
So was it a worm? Like did the flies become worms?
Yeah, they're like there's a specific type of fly. They're like they come from sheep. Or something, but yeah, absolutely. The photos are gross. So the ones that were removed were little teeny tiny baby ones, but the photos are nasty.
Oh, I know. It makes you
see
want
their
to
little
gag.
eyes.
Oh, I know.
They were living up there. Nasty.
She probably feels a lot better now, though.
Oh, sure she does. But all she had, she was kind of like she had a cough and like some sinus pain for a while, and then she felt normal.
She shot out a booger with a worm.
Oh, boy. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Coming up next, Mock Draft 1.0, 97.1.
All right, you guys, just a quick heads up. Michigan Hair Restoration is one of those places where if you wait too long, you'll end up on a wait list. Dr. Mark Berkowitz has been doing hair restoration for over 30 years, and he does intentionally limit how many patients he takes at one time. So when his consultation calendar fills, it closes, and yes, there is a wait list. So I know a lot of guys look into flying overseas for their hair restoration because it seems cheaper. Turkey is a place that comes up a lot, but what they don't necessarily think about is that follow-up care. You know, what happens if something doesn't go perfectly once you're home? This is medical. Follow-up matters and accountability matters. Michigan Hair Restoration is local, medically supervised, and the same team is with you before, during, and after. Now, Dr. B has trusted the process enough to have it done himself. He's also performed it on his own son, which tells you everything. So if hair loss has been on your mind, this is one of those moments where waiting usually means missing your window. Go to MichiganHairRestoration.com today and request a consultation before you're out of time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the mock draft. Now, John, do you need to follow along? Are you?
Do you have an extra copy for me?
Yes.
You know what? Give it to me after.
Okay.
And I'm going to make some notes as we go along, but I want to be surprised.
Okay. There are a couple of trades in here, and I'll tell you one thing. The Lions pick I love. I'm not sure he's going to be there, or he doesn't
That's
have the
okay.
great
It could be a wish
positional
list. This is
available.
like Christmas.
Okay. With the first pick, the Las Vegas Raiders select Fernando Mendoza, quarterback of Indiana.
How'd you settle on that one?
I don't know. The New York Jets, Ohio State edge rusher Arvell Reese.
Okay.
The Cardinals, there's rumors they may trade Josh Sweat. Lions could use him. So they'll go for the other, and they'll go for an edge to replace him if they trade him. David Bailey from Texas Tech.
The big question is going to be what the Jets do. Are they going to go Arvell Reese or David Bailey?
Okay. At 4, we have a trade.
Oh.
The Commanders and the Titans will switch places, forgetting about the third-round pick or whatever they have to move up to. On the Commanders, because Terry McLaurin's not getting any younger, they go with Carnell Tate.
Ooh, couple Buckeyes early.
The New York Football Giants. Oh, everybody says they should go for the running back. No, Spencer Fano, tackle, Utah.
That's a smart pick.
The Cleveland Browns, not known for their smart picks, but their quarterback is going to get destroyed. So Francis Mauanoa, tackle, Miami.
Okay.
The Titans from the Commanders with the 7th pick, they get Jeremiah Love. He fits perfectly with Cam Ward. They used to have, Derrick Henry, so it works. The Saints take Mansour Delane, the cornerback from LSU. At 9, the Chiefs go a little off the board here, but they're losing some guys in their secondary. Caleb Downs from Ohio State. At 10, the Bengals select Miami edge rusher Reuben Bain.
Okay.
As their defense blows. At 11, the Miami Dolphins, they traded Waddle. They need a receiver, wide receiver Jordan Tyson from Arizona State.
I don't know what's going on in Miami, but okay.
At number 12, unfortunately, he goes to a team that I don't like. The Dallas Cowboys select Sonny Styles.
Okay.
Linebacker, Ohio State. 13, the Rams. Devontae Adams is not getting any younger. And Puka Nacua is maybe messed up a little bit. So they go with wide receiver KC Concepcion from Texas A&M. Maybe a little high, but Les Snead's been pretty good. The Ravens. Everybody thinks they're going to go tight end here. Jesse Minter is going to go offensive line. Monroe Freeling from Georgia.
Oh.
Lion fans are upset.
Yes, we are. I am, particularly when you said, they got a dream pick. I thought Monroe Freeling was going to be the guy that you put for the Lions at 17.
The Tampa Bay Bucks, they need pass rushing help. They go with Keldrick Falk, the edge rusher from Auburn. We have a trade. The Steelers and the Jets make a trade. The Steelers at 16. TJ Watt gets hurt all the time. They go for Akeem Messidor, the edge rusher from Miami.
Okay.
And that means the Lions are up. May not be the position that you want, John, but if there's one guy that says Detroit Lion more than anybody else in this draft, and it is sort of a position of need, Vega Ione, the guard from Penn State. He's just a mauler. I know people don't like taking guards that high.
No.
And maybe Brad will try to trade down to get him, but a lot of people believe he might even go higher than 17.
Yeah, I will. I'll reserve some of my comments, but I don't hate it.
Okay. At 18, Harrison Smith is going to retire for the Vikings, so they take Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the safety from Toledo. At 19, the Panthers, some people say this might be a reach. I've been seeing a little different things, good and bad, on this guy. Max Ionacher, the tackle from Arizona State. I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly.
Yeah, it's a little bit high, but that's all right.
At 20, with their second first-round pick, the Cowboys take defensive back from Tennessee, Jermond McCoy. At 21, to complete the trade with the Steelers, the New York Jets select Mekhi Lemon, wide receiver, USC. At 22, Jim Harbaugh loves those offensive linemen. He'll take offensive tackle Blake Miller from Clemson.
Okay.
At 23, the Philadelphia Eagles, they need a replacement for Lane Johnson within the next year or two. Caleb Lomu, the tackle from Utah.
Uh-huh.
At 24, this guy slipped a little bit, and he may not be a perfect fit, but he's the best player available. The Browns select Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon. At 25, the Chicago Bears selecting safety to replace Jamal Brisker, Dylan Thieneman from Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
At 26, the Buffalo Bills need help interior. Peter Woods, tackle from Clemson, defensive tackle. At 27, the San Francisco 49ers select Caden Proctor, offensive tackle from Alabama.
Okay. Seems about appropriate that he would go later in the first.
28, the Houston Texans go defensive tackle. They love their defense. It's great already. Caleb Banks from the University of Florida. At 29, I mentioned the Chiefs. With secondary needs, they go at it again. Avion Terrell, the defensive back from Clemson. At 30, the Miami Dolphins, they actually do something smart as far as positional value. They go defensive tackle from Ohio State, Caden McDonald.
Okay.
At 31, not exactly something you might expect Mike Vrabel to select, but they need some offense going. They'll take wide receiver Denzel Boston from the University of Washington. And speaking of Washington, Seattle Seahawks, the Super Bowl champs, they end the first round by taking edge rusher T.J. Parker from Clemson.
Okay.
And that is the Stoney Mock 1.0.
All righty. So let me give you my analysis here. I am very distraught that Monroe Freeling is off the board at 14. Mm-hmm. If he lasts, honestly, past 12, I'm really hoping that the guy that moves around more than anybody in the draft, Brad Holmes, moves up to get him. Because I believe at 17, to move up anything past 12, you're going to have to give up too much with as many needs as they have.
I know. And they don't have any third-round picks.
Right. But if he makes it past 12, especially if he makes it past 13 and gets to 14, is there any way possible that you could move up from 17 to 14 to get Monroe Freeling? It's not going to cost you an arm and a leg.
I'm not going to give up a second-round pick to do that.
No, you don't. I don't think you'll have to give up a second round.
Maybe
you could give up a fourth. You could give up a fourth and a fifth. I would be fine with that, even though there are a lot of needs. And I'd have to look at the draft chart now and everything.
Right. Well, let me ask you a question. Is Freeling that much better than the kid from Arizona State where, okay, we don't get Freeling. If they don't do what I suggest, taking Ione, there's that much of a difference. You've looked at the tape, so you would know. Same thing with Blake Miller. Not as good, huh?
Well, so Blake Miller I would take him over the Iowa State offensive lineman. I think he's very good. But if he's there, if Monroe Freeling's off the board.
You mean the Arizona State offense?
Yeah, Arizona State. Iowa State, sorry. But if he's off the board, Monroe Freeling, then I would look back and say, is it possible for me to trade back to 21-22, accumulate some more picks, and then take Blake Miller? Okay. That's what I would do. But I don't hate the Vega pick from Penn State.
Look, he's just a mauler, right?
He is, and not the position that I want.
I know.
But with him and Ratledge securing both guard spots on very young contracts.
Well, you still have Mahogany, and they got the guy, Juice Scruggs or whatever from Houston.
I don't care about those guys at that point. If they take Vega, now you've got 4 of your positions up front. Can you get away with Larry Borum as your tackle for 1 year? It's going to change how you operate the offense, but when you have a total badass, and I do think Vega is a badass. That's
why he's a Dan Campbell guy.
He's mean.
I know.
And I like mean.
I know you do.
So that's why I don't hate the pick. It's not the most important need up front, but I would be okay with this.
All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Feminine Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors are going to help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors, and forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. This isn't just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David, Get Paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
248-539-9797. Coming up shortly, we'll get into that lovely baseball team that calls themselves the Detroit Tigers. But John, as somebody who studies film, a lot of college athletes as they get ready for the NFL draft, your thoughts on mock draft 1.0? What did you like, and what would you have done differently?
I like a lot of the positions that you have going to teams, and I don't know that there's anybody. There's no one where I'm going, oh, that's not a first rounder, or how did you possibly miss this guy? I did mention it quick when you were going through it. The Jets and Cardinals at the very top of the draft. I think the Jets actually go David Bailey, the edge from Texas Tech. He is a more polished pass rusher than Arvell Reese. Arvell Reese he's probably a year or two away from what he's eventually going to be. And the upside long-term might be with Arvell Reese, but I don't think the Jets have time to wait for the upside. And Aaron Glenn doesn't have time to wait for the upside. He needs instant impact on that defensive front and putting pressure on quarterbacks. So I think they end up going with David Bailey. Sonny Styles going to the Cowboys. I would absolutely hate that because he's going from my most hated college team to my most hated pro team.
We are lockstep in that.
And I think with what he did at the Combine, and when teams do watch more film, someone is going to become enamored with him. I don't think there's any way he makes it out of the top 10, whether it's somebody that's already picking in the top 10 or somebody trades up to get him. I think he is going to go a little higher than 12.
Maybe 8 to the Saints or 10 to the Bengals, maybe?
It's possible. And the Chiefs, I don't know that they have the ability to pass up on an offensive lineman picking at number 9 because of what they're going to start the season with, and Patrick Mahomes coming off the ACL. He's still going to have mobility. It's not like it's going to completely limit him, but they do, I think, are going to need to protect him more, establish the run better, and to do that, they're going to have to start putting some assets into the offensive line.
I completely understand, and I don't know. I see Steve Spagnuolo looking at Caleb Downs and saying, "Oh my God, what I can do with this guy."
Oh, sure, but Spags isn't the one making the pick.
And I don't think I'm in the minority that much, but it's because of his position. I think Caleb Downs is the best player in the draft. I wouldn't disagree. I just think he's great. He's smart. He hits. You never see him make a mistake.
I think he is the most polished, most NFL ready, most direct impact that you're going to get. Now, but he plays the safety position.
Right.
So he's, and we all know that the Raiders are going to go Mendoza at 1. And I think there is a world. I think 2 or 3 is way, way too high for a safety. But with what the Jets need need so much.
I know.
And the fact that they had a total of 0 interceptions last year might push them to try and make a move in the secondary. If they do, it would be Caleb Downs.
The other question I have is, and look, many people, I mentioned Caleb Downs. A lot of people think the best offensive player in the draft is Jeremiah Love. The question becomes finances. Do you draft a running back that high? And I had him going 7, but most people have him either going 4 or 5, either to the Titans, because I have a trade in there,
right,
or the Giants, because, John Harbaugh loves running backs.
Sure. It's the only way I would draft a running back that high is if you are going into it with the concept of, okay, we want a dynamic player at that position, one that we could throw the ball to, one that we can use in the run game. He could do all those things, but it's the long-term plan for that position.
Right.
If you're planning on, if he hits, which you better believe that he's going to hit, then, hey, we're going to pick up that 5th-year option, but then we're going to use franchise tags, maybe 1, maybe even 2 years, so we have a running back for at least 6 years that could be very impactful. Because is John Harbaugh going to be there more than 6 years? I don't know. Maybe he is.
Who knows?
Maybe he's not. He's in a got to turn it around now.
Right.
But that's the only way I would take a guy that high. That's the reason I have an issue with what we're hearing from Brad Holmes with Jahmyr Gibbs.
I know.
I would not extend him. I would. Obviously, they're going to pick up his 5th year. I would
And you franchise
run this
him.
trade and franchise him, and then I'd move on.
Yeah.
As good as he is, I would move on.
I totally agree
But
with you.
if you don't have that mindset going into it, then you take a different position.
Yeah, 248-539-9797. Gov, I'm curious who I have the Lions picking, the guard from Penn State. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, it does. It almost seems like they're trapped into need.
Yes.
You know, I think the thing about this is does he just go best player available like he has?
Right, which would be him, which would be the guard. That's why, if he's available.
Yeah. No, I mean, I like it.
Yeah.
You know, the thing about this draft is we mentioned it yesterday a little bit, but there's just seems to not be a ton of interest in it. And I think it's because the Lions need what we call, I'm going to quote, boring positions.
Right.
You need
They're not
them.
sexy.
Yeah.
Right. And they're not picking early, thankfully.
I think the thing, though, will he trade up to get a better offensive lineman?
That's going to
He
be
might.
the big question, because if they trade, and that's why I say if Monroe Freeling drops to 12 or 13, that's the area where I would say we can move up at that point. You're not going to, I don't want the Lions to move up to 7 or 8 because of what they would have to give up to do that. For them to move up to 12, the price tag is much more manageable. And it's with the backdrop of they have so many more needs. If this was any other draft, if this was last year's draft, I'd be fine with them spending a third or even a second to move up to get Monroe Freeling. This year, you need so many bodies that I don't think you can do that.
I do think this could be an active draft of trading potentially.
Oh, yeah.
I'm curious if somebody really try to jump up and get Love. Based on the pivot in the game back to running the football a little bit.
Mm-hmm. That's possible. The one that I was not sure about was having Kenyon Sadiq drop to 24. Most people have him like penciled in going to Baltimore because they lost Likely to the Derek Lively to the
and only one quarterback in the first round.
Right. I'm not. Which I think makes smart because the Jets can probably get him early in the second round.
Yeah.
All right, 248-539-9797. Tiger Baseball. That's coming up next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Leo's Coney Island. Mo Sider had the first 5-point night for a Red Wings defenseman in over 40 years last night in Detroit's 6-3 win over the Flyers. He was focused on the win after the game, though. Detroit's playoff chances are still at just 7% with 3 games left this season as they still trail Ottawa by 3 points. Wings' next game is at home tomorrow against the Devils. Michigan hockey was unsuccessful in their Frozen Four semifinal matchup with Denver last night as they fell 4-3 in double overtime. And the WNBA and NBA Board of Governors formally approved WNBA expansion starting in Cleveland in 2028 last night. Detroit will get its first WNBA team since the Shock left in 2009 in 2029. The team name currently remains to be determined. And round 1 at Augusta National is complete, and this Masters leaderboard update is sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. Rory McIlroy and Sam Burns lead the field at 5 under after round 1. Some big names teeing off early this morning. Wyndham Clark at 8:02, Adam Scott at 8:38, and Corey Connors at 9:19. McIlroy tees off this afternoon at 1:44. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Brendan. 248-539-9797. Yes, it's me, Stoney, in for Mr. Costa, who was in Vegas watching Michigan lose another Frozen Four game. Mm-hmm. Since winning the 98 national title, Michigan's 0-4 in games in the Frozen Four that have gone to overtime. It's unbelievable.
It is.
They gave up the tying goal with 2.5 minutes left.
With all the talent that team has and has had.
Yeah, and they doubled them in shots on goal, 52-26, and the kid made a great shot. And Michigan had some opportunities to score. They just couldn't lift the puck a couple times. Anyway.
It's the one hockey game that I watch every year in college. An emphasis on one hockey game, not two.
Did you stay up?
No,
you haven't had the opportunity to watch two.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unfortunately. All right. Speaking of bad watches, the Detroit Tigers are now 4-9. They've lost 5 straight games.
2-8 on the road.
And the Minnesota Twins swept them. That's right, the Minnesota Twins.
In a 4-game series.
Mm-hmm. And the Tigers, it's basically every department on this team has some sort of deficiency right now. The starting pitching hasn't been bad. I mean, Skubal and Valdez, 2 of their 3 starts each have been good.
Right.
Mize is 1-1 in starts. Basically, Flaherty, he pitched pretty good yesterday. So the bullpen has just been ridiculously inconsistent. And it still goes back to the hitting. It's unbelievable.
Only 5 of them yesterday.
Yeah. They are.
And 2 of those were by Javi Baez, who quietly is hitting all right.
Okay, so they have 4 guys on their team, I believe, who have an OPS of over 700. The 2 older guys, Baez and Torres, and the 2 younger guys, Keith and McGonigal.
Yep.
Okay. In between, Dingler's got a couple of home runs. But once again, I mean, and Carpenter has a couple home runs, but Carpenter's hitting 184. I'm almost at my wit's end with Spencer Torkelson. He always seems to get it together. He'll end up with 25 or 30 home runs. But he's just been awful. He's hitting 184. His OPS is 591. No home runs. Riley Green. He's hitting 200. His OPS, 578. How many home runs does Riley Green have? 0. Now.
Yeah, but he had a long double yesterday.
Yes. Now, the question is, they're 4-9. Do we do the cliche? All right, let's wait till Sparky Anderson used to say 40. When do you start to worry? I'm not quite there yet. We've seen it go in reverse before. We've seen, if you've been following baseball for as long as I have and as long as many of you have, even if you're not as old as me, you see these, a lot of teams come out of the gate really hot and then they go in the dumper. Conversely, the same thing. I mean, the Tigers in Seattle have the worst records in the American League or on all of baseball, I believe.
Yeah.
4-9. The Red Sox are like 4-8. There's a lot of bad baseball. And as much as I want to bitch about their hitting, and it doesn't make you feel better, but you look at the whole Major League Baseball, the Tigers, like their OPS and all this stuff, well, you think it's going to be awful. It is awful, but compared to what? The rest of the league, they're like mid-level.
Right. They're 15 out of the 30 teams. So they're by definition, mid-level.
Exactly. I mean, look, we liked what Scott Harris did in the offseason mostly. I mean, getting in, Valdez and some of the bullpen arms, but they really didn't do much at the bat because it was our guys are going to get better, same guys, but we're going to get better from within. And look, in fairness, McGonigal and Colt Keith have.
Right. And Dingler has been as good as he was last year.
And actually, before he, bashed heads yesterday, Parker Meadows actually was doing okay.
It's frustrating because there was so much juice coming into the season with the amount of money, with top 10 payroll and $100 million pitching staff. And do we think that Framber Valdez and Tarek Skubal are going to be what they were their last individual starts? No. They're more like the first two starts than they were the last.
Correct.
We probably are holding those guys to an unlivable standard. But when those guys have those moments, Framber Valdez has a 6-run first.
It happens.
It does happen. But when Skubal pitches a 1-run game, you don't score any runs.
Right. And then in the Valdez game, they actually came back and scored 6 runs.
Right.
They would have done that in the Skubal game.
They ended up losing, 8-6?
8-6. Yeah. And the other thing that's really frustrating me, and maybe it's just me, I haven't seen every single pitch of Tiger baseball this year, but there have been so many situations where they have 3-0 counts and they get the green light and they hit and they miss and they make out. Even McGonigal suffered from that. It wasn't yesterday, it was the day before because he didn't play yesterday until Meadows
went down. Yeah,
3-0. The guy's a little wild. Why are you swinging? And it's just they look,
So for anyone not named McGonigal or Keith, I have no problem with them swinging at 3-0 because you're probably going to get maybe the best pitch that you're going to see. And they need good pitches to hit. But for McGonigal and Keith, I would say, hey, it's a no-go.
Yeah.
Because they have good eyes. They're swinging at good pitches. They're having professional at-bats.
248-539-9797. I don't care that it's early this season. I've seen enough going back to the All-Star break of last season. This team is done. Their goose is cooked. They're not going to pull out of this. They're going to miss the playoffs, and they're going to sell at the deadline because this is a bad, bad baseball team.
Well, they're playing like a bad baseball team, but I don't think they're...
I think it's a little early for that. And look, they have the Marlins in this weekend, who are not a bad team either. I don't know why or how anyone is surprised by this. This is an extremely bad roster offensively, and they did absolutely nothing to improve it, and they are performing to their level. The only above-average player on this offense is a rookie, and that's a major problem. Well, Cole Keith's been pretty good, too.
Cole Keith's been the best hitter.
And Dingler's been good, too. But it's the guys that you're counting on. Green, Carpenter. Carpenter does have 2 bombs. And Torque, who are just doing nothing. Especially Torkelson. Mathematically, these games are just as important as they are at the end of the season. That's from Joe and Taylor.
Well, yes, you're correct.
But
yes.
I'm going back to history.
I think you can put this squarely on pitching. The bullpen hasn't been...
Bullpen's been really weird.
Yeah. They're 22nd in pitching. So that needs to get in at least into the middle, 15 or better. But this is on Torque and Green.
Yeah.
There's sub 600 OPS. That's supposed to be 775 to 815, something like that.
And Torkelson had a horrible spring, too. We asked, last week I asked AJ about, stuff carrying over. Over the last 20 years, teams starting 4-9 or worse are 5 for 83 and making the playoffs. That's from Stephen Akar. Well, that's good math if it's true. But here's another one. Wojo texted me this. I don't know if did he even work yesterday? I have no idea. Anyway, since July 8th of last year, the Tigers are 32-50.
18 under 500?
Yeah. That's basically almost half a season.
Well, and I think that's where a lot of fans are right now because the fact that, and I don't believe that positive or negative momentum carries over from year to year. But for fans, you can't ignore the fact that you had a 15-game lead, you let it slip away, and you ended the season on an unbelievably low note, and you've started the next year on playing the same music.
Yeah.
And it's frustrating. And I don't, maybe I'm on an island on this, but when I saw McGonigal wasn't playing yesterday, it was like, I'll watch because it's what we have to do.
Right.
But I was not nearly as excited. I got to believe a lot of Tigers fans, like part of the excitement of this season is the payoff of Kevin McGonigal.
Correct. Well, let me bring up another name. We saw the injury to Parker Meadows.
Yeah.
If it's sustainable for, if he's out for any length of time, which I'm not sure he will be, even if he has a concussion, you're talking, what?
7 to 10 days.
Okay. And their chances are they're going to bring up Wenzel Perez.
Correct.
Okay.
That's the logical solution.
I am an illogical human being most of the time.
Don't say it.
What
You're
the hell?
going to start this off this morning?
Yeah, why not? Because he's doing, I'm not just saying it's not just, oh boy, let's bring him up. But he's hitting 405 in Toledo with an OPS of 1.076
In AAA.
in AAA.
What did he do when he was with the big club in spring training?
He didn't do much.
Yeah, he's right around 200.
I know. And I look, Perez has a track record. He's been in the big leagues before.
He's tearing it up at that level too.
He's having a good season. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. But getting to the point, especially, because you brought up the McGonigal thing and the excitement factor. You think this place would be a little juiced if Max Clark got the call to drive up 75 North today?
Well, they'll have to check the weather. It can only do that on cloudy days. Don't want to lose that ball in the sun.
Okay. Yes,
Sorry.
that's all right. I can tell you're not a fan of his already.
Oh no, I think he's going to be a terrific player. I'm excited. I think the juice that he brings to the stadium, the flair that he plays with, I'm all for it. But you got to be able to do it at the big league level, and I
Right.
just don't think he's ready yet.
Just one other note quick, too, is Jahmai Jones is on this team for a reason, right?
Yeah.
And he's 0 for 10 for that reason.
So you didn't make
To
two
hit
moves?
against lefties. Yeah.
Situational hitting he's brought in for,
Right.
and he's completely failing. Like, they're basically what they're trying to do is duplicate Andy Ibanez from a couple years ago.
Yeah. They're trying to duplicate last year to a certain extent before the hitting went south, and hopefully McGonigal and Keith are going to.
The interesting thing to do here, I think, would be bring up Perez for Jones, and you got a switch hitter then instead, and then also bring up Clark if Meadows goes on the IL.
That's not the worst idea I've ever
Double
heard.
dip.
I like that. All right, 248-539-9797. Still ahead, 7:35. It's Heather Park's version of The Cookie Jar, 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's finally time for baseball and getting back outside, and I've got your drink for the season. Surfside iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea with summer in mind, and a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar with no bubbles. Their iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good, and with no carbonation, they're super easy to drink. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes. Surfside iced tea and vodka. It's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
248-539-9797. Dan Dickerson with the call. We have some ticket texts here. Imagine how bad the Tigers' offense would be without McGonigal. That's from Mark at home.
Sure. Yeah. Imagine how bad they'd be without Cole Keith.
Call up Clark. That's from Devin. I don't think it's going to happen. But it would, what the hell? Can't do any worse. I mean, the 32-50 since July 8th?
No, it's not about doing any worse. Sure, you can't do any worse than what's going on with, McKinstry, Veerling, Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson. Like, you go down the list.
Right, and actually Meadows actually has played well. So
right. It's not about that. It's more about, are you doing harm to Max Clark by bringing him up,
right,
and putting him in a situation that he's not ready for?
Chris from Fenn says the Tigers are making it hard, but still believe it's way too early. Hate to say 40-game rule, but really to a small set of sampling this early is nuts. Okay. Tigers are 16-34 in their last 50 games. The team is broken. I mentioned the 32-50 since July 8th. Yep. But hey, I know they're the same names, but a totally different team.
Right, and we do this on both sides, and we always think that each guy is going to be better from year one to year two. Mm-hmm. And Cole Keith is. Kevin McGonigal is a nice addition. Hell, Javir's back. But you also have to take a look and say, well, who's not going to perform like they did last year? Or who's going to perform like they did at the end of last year? And right now it's Riley Green, Torkelson, Veerling, McKinstry. It's all of them.
Veerling didn't even give him much last year anyway. So, right. And you had to bring him back. Jahmai Jones, he's 0 for 10?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're not getting that kind of stuff. And look, I know he's really good for certain pitchers at times. Jake Rogers can't hit. If we're looking at offense, right?
He's hitting better than Jahmai.
The thing with Rogers,
he's got one hit. He's got one hit. Jake Rogers has one hit.
Okay, the combined Studio and Gov and Greg have the same amount of hits as Jahmai Jones.
The thing with Jake Rogers is he's the backup.
Yeah.
We know what he is, and most backup catchers do what he does.
Right, and had a nice throw out yesterday.
Catchers usually can't even hit in baseball, to be honest.
Well, remember the guy they had last year? He's back in Toledo. Nito. He was pretty good when he was the backup when Rogers got
spot
hurt.
Duty, yeah.
Yeah. Look, that's the least of their worries, the backup catcher.
Here is the only way I would think that there is a percentage of a chance that they would bring up Max Clark, is if they have already made the determination that they wanted to bring up Wencio Perez and you're going to send down Jahmai Jones. If you then are saying, okay, well, if Parker Meadows can't go for 10 days,
right?
Do you bring him up for knowing it's a limited amount of time? Hey, you're going to get exposed to major league pitching, major league ballparks, major league situations for the next 10 days, and then you're going down. Whatever you do, you do. But you're going down no matter what. So if there's a small window that they say we just want to see, like we need a body and bring him up, he's hitting well, let's just see what happens. Then I could see that as the only remote possibility of bringing up Max Clark.
Right. Look, and I don't think they will do it. And if he wasn't lighting it up thus far in AAA, it probably wouldn't even be in my discussion here. Let's go to Adam. What's going on, Adam?
Umpire Adam, man. Hey, Big John, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right. How's the season going for you though so far?
Took one off the forearm yesterday, about 92. It's not going too good, but it's all right.
Hang in there, man.
No, beautiful, man. The big season starts, this weekend. I go from, it's not about me, but I'm going from now until October, every weekend. So, man, Tigers, little obviously coming out, they're struggling. Bring Max Clark up. Why not? Let's be honest. Like, go the Griffies, go the great guys. We say Max Clark's the guy. Throw him out there. What's the worst going to happen? We're not doing well. Let him go out there and struggle. Let him do his thing. At the end of the day, the greats, they're going to struggle early, but let him go ahead and do his thing. What's the worst going to happen? I
agree with you, but I think their thinking is, let's give it some more time to percolate. Maybe we'll get our act together. But if it becomes apparent,
well, maybe now's the perfect time because he's got all the confidence in the world. He's on a heater.
Yeah, you don't have to convince me. That's why I brought it up. We want Max. Right now, we want Heather.
We want. Yes, we do.
Yes.
Well, a Grand Rapids man has been arrested and charged with 5 felonies in connection with printing fake money. So back in October of last year, Michigan State Police in Traverse City received a complaint involving a counterfeit $10 bill.
I think we had the news story at that time.
Probably because we've had several of them. Yeah. And there was 2 other identical incidents reported in a nearby county as well. So over the next 5 months, authorities were able to identify the suspect. And at the end of March, this guy, 56-year-old Matthew Wilson, was found at a hotel near the Grand Rapids airport. Also, 2 individuals from Malaysia were with him as well. And they found a ton of stuff in this hotel room, right? More counterfeit money, fraudulent checks, multiple electronic devices, a printer, and he was arrested, charged with 5 counts of uttering and publishing counterfeit bills or notes. And they say this guy Wilson was allegedly involved in interstate criminal activity involving manufacturing more than $30,000 in counterfeit currency, and he committed similar crimes in 14 other states. More charges could be coming his way. Now, despite some strong opposition from residents, Oakland County has approved a 9-month flock drone program to assist law enforcement. So the program will give the sheriff's office access to 7 drones that can automatically deploy when 911 calls come in. So it can help officers respond faster to emergencies. Supporters of this say that it's about safety, right? Giving first responders better information in dangerous situations. But a lot of critics are raising several concerns. Most of it comes into privacy, right? So there was a big board meeting on Wednesday, and residents basically said these drones could lead to mass surveillance, privacy violations, and misuse of personal data. Some were calling it a public eye in the sky. Others also questioned the cost of it. This pilot program is free, but if they do decide to continue using it, it would cost $2.5 million over 2 years. So it's happening.
Yes.
The pilot program is going to happen, but a lot of people aren't loving it. I mean, people weren't loving the Amazon delivery drones.
Yeah, you don't want drones flying over your house.
This is even more, to me, intense than a...
Yeah, especially if they have the track record of surveillance already.
A River Rouge family is searching for their family dog after they say it was stolen by a DoorDash driver months ago. Ooh. So apparently this driver was seen snatching up Scrappy, an 11-year-old pit bull, and neighbors actually saw it all happening and tried to tell the driver, hey, this dog has a home. You can clearly see it has a collar on. It's well fed. But the driver didn't listen, put it in her car, drove off. Neighbors say it seemed like the driver thought Scrappy was a stray, even though it had a collar on. The owner has looked everywhere. They've been checking animal control, shelters, making posts all over it on social media. And the owner, the mom, really wants it back because she says, my son and Scrappy were like best friends, and he's not dealing with this well.
Can't they figure out who the DoorDash driver was?
Well,
somebody ordered it?
You would think, but apparently DoorDash isn't as much help as she was hoping they would be. Because now Fox 2 is doing the story, and they've reached out to DoorDash as well. Because it should be super simple.
Right.
Yeah. Who delivered it? Yeah.
But apparently...
Well, maybe there's drone surveillance can find out.
Oh, yeah.
Different county, though.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see. GM is recalling 250,000 cars. More than 270,000 Chevy Malibus are being recalled due to faulty rear view cameras. Uh-oh. Thank goodness we've got mirrors, right? But
yes.
Yeah. So many people don't use the mirrors anymore.
They don't. but you have them there.
Yeah.
So the vehicles include 2023, 24, 25 model years. The rear view cameras in the affected vehicles either like display a distorted image or they're just blank. They don't work at all. So of course you can take it to a dealer. They'll replace the rear view camera. But like I said, if this is you, just use your mirrors and your head.
Jack has his driver's permit right now, and I frequently will cover up the screen and make him back up with the mirrors just because I told him, I'm like, hey, the technology's nice, and you should use it if you have it.
Right.
But you may not always have it.
Like this.
Exactly. It could go astray. All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Coming up next, it's a Friday staple with a twist. 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms have come and gone, but for 30 years of experience, it is a true testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you got to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or give them a call at 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Well, while Mr. Costa is out watching the Frozen Four, stayed up to watch Michigan lose.
Well, he didn't have to stay up
to
because
Denver. I know, 3
he's
hours.
on that time change.
Right. It was still about 10 o'clock Vegas time when it ended.
Right, so things are just getting started.
That's true, especially when you're out there with your in-laws.
Just his father-in-law, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I think his mother-in-law is there. She may not be at the games, but
I
I
didn't
think
she was going.
Yeah.
Oh,
but I know
okay.
I know his wife didn't even go.
What? His wife
Kelsey
went?
went.
No, he told me she didn't go. She couldn't go this year. He just went.
Wait.
Yeah.
No.
What?
No.
No. Yeah, Kelsey's there.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, let's get to the cookie jar. So I wrote these questions this week, so I'll see what you guys have
and
to
you're
say.
our MC today.
Yeah. All right, so question number 1. What is the least amount of money you'd accept to eat a spider?
So, as it's been well established on this show specifically, size matters.
It does.
And I am curious. I appreciate you agreeing with me. Like, how big a spider? Are we just talking like an everyday crawling around?
Like an everyday, maybe like a little smaller than, like a quarter
dime.
size.
Is it live or dead?
It's alive. Yeah,
okay.
It's crawling on your floor. How much?
Okay.
What's the least amount of money you'd take to eat that?
$20. I mean, I don't have an issue with spiders, and I just like, hey, I'll give me $100. I'll eat 5 of them.
Wow. Okay.
1,000.
For one spider?
If it's alive and I'm going to swallow it, it's going to be crawling around and living in me.
Well, you can chew it.
And kill it.
Yeah,
chew
and
it
then
and do it.
See, I was looking at it still being like
crawling around in your belly.
Yeah.
Stomach
I
acid will
don't think
take
you'll
care
be
of it.
Yeah. You won't be able to
Crawl out
feel
your
it.
butt too.
Oh God.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to make it all the way through.
That's
How
every
far
day.
can it go?
It's not gonna harm me, most likely, according to AI. I would. It's
Stop saying according to AI. Please.
it's a new bit I've created. 200 though, just because it's got to be. Why would I do it? Give me something that at least I can get some value for, like a super nice meal or
But
buy
$20
something
will
really
get you
nice.
a couple of burgers and a couple large fries at Five Guys. You can wash the
It
spider
needs to be
down.
more than that.
100.
100
I knew you would have low
standards.
Yeah. Well, like, I mean, I was sitting here thinking like it might have to be $1 million.
$1 million for
Oh
a spider?
my.
Okay,
Are you scared of spiders?
I can't even smash a spider if I
Oh,
see it in
you
the
won't.
in the house. I go and like put a cup over it or
You're
a
one of those
jar
people.
or
Oh.
something I find and
My wife is the same way. My daughters are the same way. And every once in a while, I will, like, they'll say, hey, there's a bug over here. Can you go get it? I'll go grab it and I'll pinch it with my fingers, right? And I'll make believe that I'm eating it.
My family, they want me to get the spider, but they don't want me to kill it. They want me to put it outside live. Like, what do you? If I'm getting tissue
we
and
live
getting
in
a spider,
different worlds.
I mean, don't believe me.
all right, you can only use one app on your phone for a year. What is it?
All right, there's some people that will know what I'm talking about. You guys will have no idea. I've got an app on my phone. It's called Precision Trolling. And it's for when I go fishing. It tells me when I put it, I can look up at every lure.
Sounds like something Rieger does.
Yeah, but that's only, it's not the college app for Friday nights. No.
No, I mean the trolling.
Yes. It's everything that I need to know in regards to lure, line, depth, trolling speed, and where it's going to be running. I absolutely love this app when I'm out fishing, so this is the one I would use.
Mine is no surprise. It would be Twitter because I don't watch a lot of news anymore because I'm disgusted by what I see. So I get, I can click on to different things.
And you don't get disgusted on Twitter?
It's more
Thank you,
disgusting
John.
than the
No,
news.
no,
Thank you. That's
I
a
know,
dunk right
but I
there.
have,
Come
but
on.
but I have the ability.
That's where I always go for my sensible news takes.
Well, no, good, legitimate newspapers from either side will have links. So if I want to read it, I have the choice. If I put on one of the, networks, I don't have a choice.
Okay. Gov?
Spotify. Give me music and get away from everything. No
Spotify.
social media.
Spotify. Need those podcasts on the road.
That is it. It's a music app, whether it's Spotify or my Amazon Music. I thought about my GPS, but my car has it. I thought about actually Amazon because I do a lot of shopping. But I thought, I'll do that on my computer. Give me music. Oh. All right. If everyday tasks were an Olympic sport, what would be your gold medal event?
Grilling. I mean, we grill, I would say 80 to 85% of the time for our dinner meals, which means I'm in charge. No one touches my grill. Gold medal standard. Stoney? I know it's not grilling for you.
Yes, mine is basically nothing. If there was an Olympic competition for taking the trash out all
There
the
you
time.
go. There you go.
Hey, we all need, if you're going to be a street sweeper, be the best one there is.
My father told me something very similar to that.
Great answer from John. If I were to have somebody grill a meal for me, I would probably pick John. I think you're probably an expert at it.
Thank you.
Mine would be driving. I'm an excellent driver.
How about two for you? Laundry and loading the dishwasher.
Thank you, my friend. I would like to go in that competition with you and then have some judges and see who actually wins.
You know what I'm really good at? Getting through a self-checkout super quickly and organized. That would be mine.
That's well done. Well said.
What's the first thing you'd buy if you won the lottery today?
I go get a new truck. Get a monster truck.
It's a big deal. I'd get a subscription to NetJets.
Oh yeah, so you could just fly
I don't
want
to have my own plane because I don't want to deal with the insurance and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
But
yes.
the access to go any time I want to go anywhere.
I thought you already had that. It's the chopper. You want to be able to fly with wings.
Yeah.
I've alluded to this before, but it would definitely be the RV to travel the country. The most pimped out RV you could possibly have, most reliable, and probably get a trailer with a couple four-wheelers behind it or something like that. But to travel around the country and go to major sporting events and see the country in general.
So I have done both, the RV and the fifth wheel. I would tell you go with the fifth wheel because when you park, now you have your truck to be able to drive around, to go to the game, to do all that stuff.
Well, I would say a Michigan National Championship T-shirt, but I'm going to buy that anyway.
Yeah.
First, win the lottery or not. So the first extravagant buy I would have would be cruise tickets.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice. I think I would buy like my dream vacation house, like a lake house.
Okay.
Because I want one anyway. So
yeah,
that's what I have to. Okay, if you could only go once, past or future, but you could never return, what are you choosing?
Oh, I'm going to the past. And because there's just a few things I would do over. And one, because I loved almost everything up until this point. So I would go back to 97, relive the national championship. I'd do that again. That kind of seems like a no-brainer for me. But then basically starting that summer after, there are some other choices that I would make that would change the course of my life.
Yeah, I'm going back to the past too. There's so many things I wish I could do differently.
Yeah. Well, your future might be a little limited.
That's oh, thanks. We know the calendar goes to December. What am I, like late September? Late September, early October. Yeah.
In September. Anyway.
So I picked a physical location.
Oh, cool. What'd you pick?
I ended up picking Aruba. I've never been there, but I could totally handle the laid back Caribbean, however you want to say it, life.
Oh, so you'd go back and move to the Caribbean?
No, I took this as a physical location that you would go to.
Oh. She said,
so I screwed up. So just move on.
Okay.
Okay, I think these two guys screwed up too. This we're talking. This is old Biff going back to see young Biff. You're not reliving your life. You are old Stoney going back in time and doing that. So here's what I say. We know more about the past than we know about the future. I am intrigued by learning about the future. Send me to the future.
So we don't get to change anything if we go back to the past?
Well,
you're visiting that time frame.
Right.
You guys need to watch more time travel movies.
Yes, but I can't possibly be as dumb a second time through,
yeah,
right?
Me neither. Well, that's possible.
This was hard for me. I feel like if you go to the past and things are different, you know everything in the past. It's predictable. It's familiar, but the future is intriguing too. I think I'd go to the future, but not super far.
Yeah, you don't want to miss the Lions Super Bowl.
Yeah, just a little.
Yes. All right.
All right.
Yeah.
And that is Heather's cookie jar. We'll get your reaction to that coming up next. 248-539-9797.
Hey, let's take a trip to the future and let's go about 2 months. And what type of lawn do you want to see in 2 months. If you want a beautiful green lawn, you want a full green lawn, you got to go with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way, and save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month and you're going to get the early bird discount. They've been serving Michigan since 1990. Nobody knows your lawn, these conditions, what you need, the concerns, the problems better than Natural Way. Plus, they're going to give you that 100% satisfaction guarantee. Start early for the best results. I've been telling you this all spring long. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. You don't want to be trying to solve problems in the summer. You solve them and fix them now. It's easier to prevent the problem than it is to fix it. You can get them on the phone at 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. Or you can get them on the web at naturalwaylawn.com.
The telephone number is 248-539-9797. We will have some Red Wing tickets to give away coming up in the next hour. Also in the next hour, mock draft 1.0. And by the way, thanks to a frequent caller, Neil, who said, or listener who texted me and said, they can't send Jamadi Jones down because he's out of options. So he would, they would waive on he would get picked up. So, and my response to him was, so?
By who?
So
they have Perez. I mean,
Yeah.
he can hit both ways. I mean,
yes, exactly. Well, yeah, Perez is the first guy. Look, if Meadows is hurt for any amount of time, Perez is going to come up. As much as I want to see Max Clark, we know the deal. That's what's going.
Jones is completely a situational hitter, and he's failing at that. He's 0 for 10.
I know. Well, it's small sample size. Let's wait to see until he's 0 for 30.
I'll never forget all the great things Jahmai Jones did in his career.
He had some big hits last year, but
Harris had some too.
Yeah, I know. And Perez is obviously more versatile because he's a switch hitter. And I believe he's faster as well, right? Anyway. All right. I'm sure I have tweeted out, by the way, I kind of cropped it, the picture of me and Gene Simmons.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, I need to go to
I think I did it.
Mike Stone on your favorite app.
Yes, exactly.
That still blows my mind. That's the one app that you would, if you could only use one for an entire year, that's the one that you picked?
I
It's what he
get
uses
to
the most.
I get to interact with people. I get to get some of my scores, updates. You get great video highlights and things like that. You get everything, and unfortunately, you get the ridiculous stuff too. That's the
right.
problem.
There's just so much of the ridiculous stuff.
I know.
I don't want an app that I'm going to have to interact with anybody,
Yeah, I
especially
get it.
text, call. How long could you go without your phone?
I've gone at least a day without it in the past.
I think the biggest challenge would be not actually having the ability to call. The actual, like what it's supposed to be used for is a
Right.
phone, because no one has a landline anymore. And Heather and I were talking at break, like how long could we go? I would love to give up my phone, but we don't have a landline at home. And even if I did, and if I was leaving here, like as soon as I leave here, I text my wife. I'm like, hey, I'm headed to Ann Arbor. I'm on my way home, or whatever it is.
Right.
If I had to, change the plan, I would call her from here and say, hey, on my way home, I'm going to stop X, Y, and Z, and then I'll be home.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Hey, we'll see you when you get home. But there's no phone to call. So that's the only thing where I would be like, I probably need it. Just
What about your camera? That would be tough for me too. Like that is my camera.
I don't need it.
Oh,
What do I
take
need
pictures.
a camera for?
You
Yeah.
got kids, tons of them.
I got a memory as of now.
Have you ever been tested for CTE, by the way?
They can't test for it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, no. I've taken I've gone through the NFL protocol of
Right.
post playing and all these different
Okay, I'm
things,
just-
and all it does is make you feel stupid. And they'll tell you, I'm sorry, hey, thanks, nothing we can do for you.
There's a test. I just believe it's not reversible.
Right? Yes. Yes.
Oh man. All right. I know everybody has seen this, heard about it. As some people, I think, are making way too big a deal about this, and that is the tryst, if you want to call it, between New England Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel and athletic writer and ESPN commentator. She used to be on NFL Network, Diana Rossini.
Yes.
They were seen in a hot tub at a hotel.
Well, I don't even think it's the hot tub. It's the
Well, that's-
fingers intertwined
the
and
dancing
her
and the
and him
embrace.
pulling
Yeah.
her close to him, and the embrace that followed. Those are the pictures I think that are raising the most
I think so too.
questions.
Okay, here's a question I have about this. Who the hell's taking those pictures, by the way?
Oh, come on. First of all, who cares that much about Mike Vrabel.
Well, that's my point.
Diana
It's not like they're like
follow them around.
Major.
They're not A-list celebrities.
Where you're going to have paparazzi where like TMZ's around. I mean, it was in like near Sedona, the hotel, I believe,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, but
Maybe it
right
was-
at the base of the Red Rocks.
Just someone there who knew who they were, realized, wait a minute, this
Yeah.
doesn't seem right. I'm going to take pictures and I can send them to TMZ and make some money.
All right. Let me
Who
ask you.
knows?
Because I've seen some people on my favorite app.
Right, yes, yes, where you go for all your good feelings.
Some other broadcasters suggest that her being seen in this light is awful for women in this business because there's always been a perception for some people, not me, that women want to be closer to the players, the coaches, they sleep around with them. That's how they get their information. And you see the quote unquote, can I use the word, bimbos on the sidelines that people like to use. Oh, she's only there because she looks pretty and things like that. And to me, not to be, focus on looks.
I was a sideline reporter for a little while.
Oh, you're a bimbo.
He's a bimbo. A male bimbo.
That's
Yes.
right. Yes.
Yes.
Diana Rossini is not one of the stereotypical sideline reporters, hot babes in the business. She's not. She's a decent looking woman, but
she's not hot to you?
Well, everybody
Where are we
has their
going
own
with
hot.
this?
Everybody. What I'm saying is, she has always had a reputation as being a really good reporter. She worked for I believe, the New York Times. She worked for the Athletic and other.
She currently works for the Athletic. Yeah.
And other newspaper publications.
Sure.
So she's cut her chops, so to speak. I think she's been a reporter in other things besides just.
Yeah, she was in Tennessee, and I think now she's also covering New England.
Oh, she said to Mike Vrabel, "You're the only 10 I see."
Well done. So yes, I mean there have.
I feel bad that she got caught. Plus, she has a husband.
You feel bad
And
that she
he
got
has
caught.
a wife.
Right,
yeah.
I know.
She's had a husband for 5 years. He's had a wife since '99.
I know.
All right.
All right, so let me ask you this. 248-539-9797. Have you ever been in a situation where you had, I don't know, an awkward interaction with a coworker?
I think we just had one.
Every day.
Yeah, every time Stoney throws it to news.
No, I've been pretty good lately.
What was the one that you guys always bring up? I think it happened before I was on the show.
The weird Heather.
Yeah,
That
well,
was-
no, it's Heather with the news. All right, it's now time for news with Heather.
Because I had one that I thought I got away with, but I really didn't. This was pre-Cindy.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC. The Red Wings scored 6 goals last night as they defeated the Flyers at home to keep their playoff hopes on life support. It was just Detroit's fourth six-goal game of the season and first since mid-November as Dylan Larkin had a hat trick while Mo Seider, Patrick Kane, and Alex DeBrincat all scored. DeBrincat's goal was his 40th of the season, making him the Wings' first 40-goal scorer since Marian Hossa in 2009. Todd McClellan just hopes the offensive outburst can continue in the final 3 games.
I would never, okay, like a it's Christmas and we're getting together a quick hug or something, that's fine, right?
Wings play the Devils at home tomorrow. Michigan hockey lost 4-3 in double OT to Denver last night in the national semis. WNBA basketball is officially coming back to Detroit in 2029 as league expansion was formally approved last night by both the NBA and WNBA Board of Governors. And round one at Augusta National is complete, and this Masters leaderboard update is sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. The first few groups have officially teed off for cut day at Augusta. Rory McIlroy tees off at 1:44 this afternoon, tied for the lead at 5 under with Sam Burns, who will take to the course just after 12:30 today. The betting favorite Scotty Scheffler tees it up at 10:19 this morning. He's 2 under. At the Carl Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Brendan. 248-539-9797. The Red Wings will finish out their home season, their home regular season. Their regular season? Tomorrow against the New Jersey Devils. We have a pair of tickets for you to see the Wings take on New Jersey. Tomorrow, 5 o'clock face-off. For tickets and event info, visit NHL.com/Red Wings. You be the third caller at 248-539-9797. When you hear Mark Ryan say, "Let's have fun with Heather." Speaking of
awkward coworker situations.
So I knew we would get that drop from yesterday. I just was waiting to hear it.
Yeah, well, you'll hear it. 248-539-9797. All right. My only weird one with a coworker was I was dating. I thought that nobody knew. Kind of. I'm not even sure. There's friends with benefits. What is this? CW with benefits? CWWB coworkers with benefits. Anyway, she was the executive producer of the news at Channel 4, and I thought that we were being very discreet.
Not so much.
Everybody knew.
Was she talking?
They did.
No, I don't think so. People just saw us, in between the 6 and 11. Sometimes we'd, she'd stay and we'd go to dinner across the street from Channel 4 for a burger and that type of thing. So, yeah.
Well, if it's just a burger, it's nothing to talk about.
Whatever. That's
Uh-huh.
So none
Copy
for
room?
you. You didn't have any, nothing inappropriate. Okay.
No. It's and
Heather,
and
I can imagine that there are, because guys are pigs. When you were working the auto show, that you had some guys who tried to be inappropriate.
Very weird interactions at the auto show. I wasn't even thinking about
Oh,
that.
with just the patrons?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
Just weird things. Like,
yes. There's a lot of weird people in this world, and
for one auto show, I was literally I wasn't a product specialist. I wasn't there to tell you about the car. I was literally just standing next to it. And I had a random dude with a camera come up to me and started to take pictures, which is pretty normal. But I was realizing, like, hey, you're not really taking pictures of the car and your camera's kind of pointed down. And then he asked, do you mind if I take pictures of your feet?
Whoa. Rex Ryan was at the auto show.
And I'm like, do I mind? You already done it. So what do I say, right?
yeah.
Like,
Do you want shoes on, shoes off?
like clearly you've already been taking pictures of my feet. So
Did he ask you to take your shoes off?
He did not.
Oh, okay.
And I would not have
No,
done
I would
that.
imagine you would.
So
Heather,
that's weird.
Now, do you want us to pull the dropper you just said
We haven't
about taking pictures of my feet? Because you said it in first person.
I'm sure somebody will pull it and it will be a drop. But so no, I've had very awkward interactions.
Yeah.
But nothing like this. And we kind of talked about it before.
Yeah.
Being one of the only females, especially here. Like, I'm the only girl. Remember when we went to Vegas, right?
Yes.
I don't think coworkers should ever have to go to a pool party together. Like, it was a little uncomfortable for me, even though it shouldn't have been, I guess. But I know, but it was weird. Like, okay, here I am in my bikini, right? Working with, when you see me in my sweats every day.
This is before I was here, too. Like, when I've gone on the Vegas trips, it's just been me, Stoney, and Tom and Greg, or me, Stoney, and Greg.
But we were talking about never in a million years, let's say this, everyone was there on this pool party. Like, I'm not going to go give you a hug
No.
while we're
No.
both in our bathing suits.
No.
Probably not.
No.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no way that they're not doing they're definitely engaging in some affair-ish
Yes.
relationship.
Well,
because
but what's weird though is like if if there was a friend of yours who you were in the pool with,
sure.
you might give a hug to, just hey, what's going on?
Sure, it's
But-
just different with the coworkers.
coworkers,
And
sure.
being the
Yeah,
only
I know.
female
I
too
know.
is like
You're talking about the time, Jamie,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
And we were down in that cabana thing or
Yes.
whatever. But Lori was there, right?
she might have been there, but she wasn't at the pool with us.
Okay.
There was other female clients. I was not the
Yeah.
only female there. There was female
What Heather's saying
clients,
would
but
be weird is the one time we were at the cabana, me, John Stoney, and Bob Turner, the sales guy, and then
Yes.
Heather's there.
Yes.
She's,
Right.
That's very weird for Heather.
it was. I felt a little uncomfortable.
Sure. I would understand that. And
But nothing ever like super awkward. It was just
Right.
me. I felt uncomfortable.
That was that was the pool I met and just talked to the daughter of former Red Wing and New York Ranger goalie Ed Jockerman. See, I remember that.
it's the beautiful nuggets that you provide
you
that
very-
I
thank
love
you very
so
much.
much.
Thank
No,
you
what you're
very
talking
much.
about though, let's say this is a reach that they're innocent. There was nothing really going on here like they claim. Like me and Heather were talking about, there was one time we were out in Vegas and there was a concert we were going to, and me and Heather sat at this table for a while outside waiting to get into the entrance.
Right.
Like if somebody saw us, they could assume
Right.
Sure, that we
We're together.
went off away from our group, and that it was just like it
Yeah.
was just him and I in Vegas having a drink, sitting
Yeah.
at a table together. But it,
Are you weirdo, man?
What?
Now, if it was
That
Costa and
is
Heather,
the exact reaction that people. Yeah.
Yeah, people will. See, I'm glad you said it, not me. All right.
you said
you said it. That's
No,
why.
I said yeah, but I didn't say I didn't.
You're making this
Well,
segment
you didn't say
awkward.
Heather. Yeah.
Right.
so weird.
I mean, that and Ed Jockerman. Remember we saw Vince Papale at the...
Yes.
Yes.
That was my first trip to Vegas. Hey, there's Vince Papale.
Some ticket text. I can't imagine what Schefter has to do for his scoops. All the photos look like they were taken by a PI. Wouldn't be surprised if done by a PI hired by one of their spouses.
You know what? I had never thought that, but when that text came in, that makes sense.
Yes.
Sure, it makes
really
sense.
does. I mean, stories have been going around about her over the last decade. I guess I'm just not surprised and don't really care.
Well, have you heard some of the audio clips?
Yeah, where she said her husband's average.
Yeah.
That's the only one I heard, yeah.
But there's that one, and then she was on with B. Mitch, Brian Mitchell.
Right.
It's about 8 months ago, and they introduced her as an NFL insider, blah blah blah, and she said, "I'd rather you introduce me as MILF."
What?
Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah. And so I thought it was recent. It was 8 months ago. It's not that far away.
Wow.
But yeah, that was her exact words.
What?
I will go show you.
I believe you.
Yeah.
I don't, but I mean, not that I don't, but
Oh,
like
well,
it's
yeah,
so
B.
unbelievable.
Mitch, you can imagine B. Mitch's
Right,
reaction.
yeah.
I mean, he's a very boisterous individual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're talking about Brian Mitchell, a former
Yeah.
Redskin and Eagle.
Yeah, return specialist.
Yes, exactly. I love when you bring up the old guys because I can say Redskin and feel good about it.
Yes.
The pictures are reported that someone hired a private investigator. That's not a phone pic. Those are far away, far from far away hidden. It's from Nelson and Novi.
All right.
But the instant reaction is, maybe, okay, we want to know what the weird interactions that you've had with coworkers.
Right.
But I would love to hear the reaction of what was the initial reaction you had when you saw those pictures? What was the initial? Because my wife's initial reaction was, I don't need. I'm not going to listen to any explanation. Like the appearance is that it's inappropriate, and you shouldn't have been in that situation.
My initial reaction was, she's done
Like her career is done.
for a while because nobody will take her
Credibility.
Nobody will take her seriously, and which is a shame because she is a legitimate reporter.
But his career is still going to be great.
Of course.
But it's a double standard, right? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, he learned from the best. Bill
I mean,
Belichick.
now that's right. That's a good point. And Robert Kraft.
I was telling you guys about this morning. I saw the I forget what the theme of it was, but obviously it was the relationships, and it was who had the most dynamic relationship of the Patriots, and it was Bill Belichick and Jennifer Hudson. Is that her name?
Sure.
I think so.
Lauren Hudson.
Jordan
No,
Hudson.
Jordan.
Jordan
Yeah,
Hudson.
yeah. Sorry, yeah. For
Singer.
all you Jennifer.
No, Jennifer
Hudson is a
little
singer.
different.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
And it was Tom and Giselle.
Right.
And then it was obviously Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini, the picture. And then it was a mugshot of Robert Kraft and a couple of the individuals from the salon.
Oh, wow.
Or the parlor, or whatever you want to say.
At least there was no prison pictures of Aaron Hernandez. All right, our telephone number is 248-539-9797. I feel bad for both of them to a certain extent.
Why?
But
They put themselves in that situation.
That's I was getting there. But you did it, so you should have thought of the ramifications.
Right. That's why the interaction when you're on business trips, you always have to keep in mind what's the appearance? What's the appearance look like to your coworkers that may or may not be there?
That's right.
What would be the appearance if
that's the problem
there was
with
a picture taken and your spouse saw it?
Right. Well, how many times have you heard about stories where people are away on business trips and you have a couple of cocktails and the next thing old Jed's a millionaire, basically.
Or now he's splitting that million in half.
Yeah. Oh, Lord. 248-539-9797. All right, still ahead. We have Mock Draft 1.0 that's coming up at 8:35. We'll also get more into the Tigers' woes. Speaking of the Tigers, love watching Tiger baseball. I'll watch it anywhere and everywhere. On TV from my couch, from the press box high above. I even love it from the center field bleachers over 400 feet away. It's because I got my vision dialed in 7 years ago from Dr. Yaldo, and the result has been sports viewing luxury. Dr. Yaldo gave me bifocal lens implants, and no pun intended, I haven't looked back since. When we get to middle age, our eyes lose its flexibility. We struggle to focus on nearby objects like your phone or the tiny print on my press notes. No matter your visual issues, just go see the man who has helped more Detroiters toss away contacts, glasses, or reading glasses than anyone else. He has a Welcome Back to Baseball Spring Special for just $16.99 per eye. That's the lowest price in the state. The evaluation is free at YaldoEyeCenter.com and tell him Stoney sent you.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all our great sporting events is at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view no matter where you are of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. A must-see and must-experience. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Yes, he gets a hat trick, and the Red Wings win. Unfortunately, chances are it's going to be too little, too late, unless the Ottawa Senators forget to play hockey for their last 3 games. They won last night as well. Wings win 6-3. Larkin the hat. DeBrincat with his 40th. Kane scored a goal, and Mo Sider with 5 points. Pretty impressive. Denver, the University of Denver University, whatever you want to call it. They beat Michigan 3-2, double overtime in the Frozen Four, despite being outshot 52-26. They will take on Wisconsin for the championship tomorrow in Las Vegas. The Pistons are in Charlotte tonight, and the Tigers lost their 5th in a row, getting swept in 4 games by those exciting Minnesota Twins. They lose the game 3-1. Tigers are 4-9. They're 32-50 since July 8th.
Not a great record.
No. We have some text communications, as they like to call it. Here we go.
Texts.
They weren't drinking at a table before a Coldplay concert, were they?
No. No. I've seen the memes, though. The memes are tremendous.
Hey, Stoney, what did you say to Gene Simmons yesterday? Yes, I tweeted it out. I met Gene Simmons for about 5 seconds yesterday.
Didn't say anything to him? Just, hey.
Thank you, basically.
Yeah. Oh, fist
Did he
bump.
stick his tongue out at you?
No, he didn't. Who cares what they are doing? Talking about Vrabel and Rossini. 50% of America has affairs. Well, I know about 50% get divorces, so that wouldn't stun me. Now, I'm not sure this can be read on the air, so I'll just send a text. But I don't want to attach my name to it. But I teach elementary physical education, and one of my students' moms put a pair of her panties inside of a gift bag.
Oh, wow.
How would you react to that if somebody did?
Wow.
Well, it would depend on the size of the panties.
And then in person, was she hot, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, that matters. But if they're, how many are they? 4 or 5X? Like I guess that's a bigger bag.
My uncomfortable office moment was actually listening to the morning show when Heather announced that she had a dream about kissing cookies. Literally wanted to throw up in my mouth after that one, laughing out loud.
Yeah. Sometimes those uncomfortable moments happen even in the absence of the other.
Stoney's Aaron Hernandez comment had me literally laugh out loud, never change. That's from Scott in Carlton. Maybe the Vrabels go on Costa Cruises. That's from Eric and Celine.
It is possible. Yeah, I mean.
I don't know. Why do you guys think this is a big deal? Your co-host normally swings around.
The Pineapple Man. The upside-down Pineapple Man. You are all being so traditional. You don't know if Rossini is an open marriage or any circumstances will allow for this kind of behavior. If they aren't hurting anyone, who cares? That's from Dante. The chances of that, I think, are probably 10% at best.
Well, they both have to have an open relationship.
Correct.
That's
Right.
the thing. So getting both of them,
Right.
they just both happen to be in an open relationship.
Yeah.
10% of 10% is 1%, Heather. Now your odds are just
Even lower.
So what? Instead of denying it, what if they both came out and said that? How would that have been received? Like, what's the bigger thing to do? Maybe that is the case. that they both have open marriages, and they said the better thing to do publicly is to come out and deny it than own it.
I think you own it if that's what you have.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty new trendsetter, though, in the sports and entertainment business for people to come out and say they have an open marriage.
Can you imagine skits on like Saturday Night Live and things like that? Oh, my Lord. 248-539-9797. I can relate what Vrabel's going through. That's from Tiger in Europe.
Thanks for listening. Right? All the way in Europe. Must be on the Odyssey app.
Anywhere.
Exactly. It's going to be tough for her to come back from this because of of our society.
Right. It goes to the heart of credibility.
Yes.
And so there is just other things that she has said that it highlights those. And at the moment she says them, she talks about her husband being average. She doesn't post pictures because he's average. Mm-hmm. Like, how does her husband take that?
I know.
That is awful.
That's like Heather coming out and saying she doesn't post pictures because Colin's short.
Right. I mean, like, yeah.
It'd be horrible.
Okay, yeah. We make that joke. We
He's
know
not
it's not
short.
true. Yeah. No, we know it's not true, but it's like, I mean, yes, why would you even come out and say things like that? It's just, those are awkward to begin with. Mm-hmm. This complicates that.
By the way, for those of you who care, I know that, just reading a little background here, Vrabel is married to his wife, Jennifer. They have 2 sons.
Yeah.
He's got a little past. In March 2011, Vrabel was arrested and charged with a Class D felony for theft at Belterra Casino Resort and Spa. According to reports from Kansas City television station KNBC and ProFootballTalk.com, the incident involved 8 bottles of beer at a deli. Vrabel was released after posting a $600 bond. I mean, if you're having 8 beers at a deli, there is something wrong with you.
It depends on the deli.
Well, I'm just looking at a typical.
Doesn't this all come back to him being a Buckeye?
I was waiting for that.
I mean,
no, but he and some of his teammates, including Luke Fickell, they set up Mike's 2nd and 7 Foundation to promote literacy in Ohio.
I take my shots at the state, and a lot of them are legitimate shots. I've got a lot of friends that played at Ohio State. Sean Springs, Big Daddy Wilkinson, great dudes. I know Mike too, and I wouldn't necessarily peg him for something like this.
No. All right. 248-539-9797. It's news time with Heather.
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So Huron Township parents are demanding action after a crash Thursday morning sent a school bus sliding into the ditch. According to investigators, large potholes are to blame for the crash. So the bus driver was attempting to avoid the potholes when the road surface collapsed. And according to the Public Safety Department, the bus driver was traveling at appropriate speeds and took appropriate action to avoid something that could have been much worse. So there was nothing going on. There was no texting behind the wheel, no violations. It just is all due to the road conditions. 3 of the students on the bus suffered minor injuries, but they were released at the scene to their parents. But now parents want something done, not with the school district or the bus driver, but with the road, saying that this particular road has had potholes and has been in bad condition for years, and something needs to be done so that everyone is safe, including children on a school bus. Hey, NASA's historic Artemis 2 mission will wrap up tonight with a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California. They're planning on splashing down around 8:07 p.m., so if you want to watch, tune in. The 4 astronauts will have traveled further from Earth than any humans in history, and when they approach the crew's Orion capsule will cut through the atmosphere, reaching speeds of up to 23,839 miles per hour at temperatures around 5,000 degrees.
Unbelievable.
Oof. And after they splash down, U.S. Navy recovery teams will be quick to retrieve them for medical checks and then return to Houston. So this will mark the end of humanity's first crewed lunar mission in more than 50 years. So pretty darn cool.
Yeah.
You
going to be watching tonight?
The Artemis?
Yeah.
No.
knew that. When asked about the return trip, the pilot,
Waste of frickin' money.
Victor Glover, says that he has been thinking about this return since April 3rd of 2023 when he first got assigned to this mission. So
Cool.
it's going to be cool to watch. The excitement over affordable tickets to the 2028 LA Olympics is quickly turning into frustration. So when tickets first launched, organizers kind of promoted prices starting as low as $28, making it, accessible to everyone. But now that the first wave of sales is underway, many fans are running into error messages, limited availability, and much, much higher prices than expected. So for the most in-demand events, which are swimming, gymnastics, basketball, ticket prices are climbing into the hundreds, even thousands of dollars for those, obviously well beyond these entry-level prices. And that's not all. There's also like hefty service fees, sometimes around 20% or more, adding even more to these ticket prices. And some fans say the whole process in general has been confusing and stressful, with tickets disappearing quickly and then not showing up at all during the lottery style system. It sounds like it's I know you guys have actually
it's an
been
S
working
show
on it.
because each person who applied, you get a certain slot of time where you can.
Ours opens up
purchase
at
tickets.
1:00 tomorrow.
So ours was yesterday. I mean, Cindy wanted to go
Highfalutin.
do the Grand Prix.
Gets it early.
She wanted to do the. It had nothing to do with that.
I disagree. I'm in the middle of the process, and you got to know someone to get.
Oh no, you
Get
don't.
that early.
Believe me, because we couldn't get anything. She wanted to do the jumping part of the equestrian, and the only thing that was available was dressage, and they don't like that. And I said, she goes, "What do you like?" I said, "I like swimming."
Yeah.
None available. And then there were some things that were available in track and field. There was one day, like in the prelims, like $1,500.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Super expensive.
And like the one I would go see handball. But that
Sure.
was like in Long Beach.
So it wasn't there. It wasn't something you could.
Yeah, it's a joke. You know what's going to happen though? A lot of times in the Olympics. Well, I don't know about it here, but I remember last time the Summer Olympics were in Paris, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, yeah, they were in France. Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds right.
Tickets became very available.
Affordable as the big games approached.
Yes,
Which
so
I
this
think
might happen here.
will most likely happen as well. Finally, Fleetwood Mac legend Mick Fleetwood is a married man yet again. The 78-year-old rocker recently shared honeymoon pictures with his fifth wife, Elizabeth.
Wow.
Yes,
They say fifth time's a charm.
sources say Elizabeth Jordan, who is 56 years old, has been dating for 6 years, and now they're
Got to put a ring on it.
happily married couple. Yeah.
right.
So he did marry his first wife twice. So that's part of the 5. They got married, divorced, remarried.
So
there's
four is okay.
I've never really understood that.
Why anybody would get married that many? Like Larry King got married like 6 or 7 times. Like, really? It didn't work the first 4 times. What are you doing?
Well, fifth time's a charm.
Just,
Or maybe
just
the second
live
time
just
with
live
the
with
same
the
one.
person.
they
What do you have
want
to-
to try to make
marry it?
this ultimate commitment to each other.
Not at that age. Ay,
Apparently
so.
The party.
I know.
It's a party every
I'm
time.
judging. I shouldn't judge. Thank you very much, Heather. Coming up next, you can judge my mock draft 1.0. Coming up next, 97.1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition, and quite honestly, it's not much of a competition. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, there's no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you choose any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Try and hit the gas and see if you're going to pass someone or tow something. It's not going to happen. The full-size Ram 1500 is also built right here in the great state of Michigan in Sterling Heights. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also offers the 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are there financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull in any Ram dealer today. Sit in one, start it, and you're going to hear and feel the difference.
248-539-9797. John, how would you grade that mock draft?
I liked it.
All right, good.
I thought, for the most part, you got positions right. I think that it's going to be interesting to see what some of these teams decide to do. There's a lot of needs around the NFL. And honestly, the only couple of changes that I think may happen, I do think that the Jets go with somebody off the edge. I think it's more likely going to be David Bailey out of Texas Tech. Arvell Reese is still a little raw. All the skills, the talent, all of that stuff is there, but he's not as polished as David Bailey is. I think David Bailey is a turnkey pro and comes in to the Jets ready to go, and I don't think Aaron Glenn has time to wait around to develop many people.
So I'm sure you've talked about this with Jim in the past, but I don't know your answer to this. But who are the best offensive linemen in the draft?
I think it's Monroe Freeling. To me, is the best.
You think he's better than the kid from both kids from Utah and Mama Noah?
I do. The question I have about Spencer Fano is his arm length and what I project him to be. I think he eventually moves into guard, and I'm not going to take a guard if that's where I project him to be. I'm not going to take him at 5.
Right.
And Caleb Lomu, I think he's going to be a solid right tackle. He'd be one of those guys that you plug in and just is good, not exceptional, not great, but he's just really good and dependable for 7 or 8 years. Oh, yes.
And the Lions pick in my draft is I think I just see him, Vega Ione, and just see him as this, I don't know, road grader, just big, nasty guy that just Dan Campbell could salivate over.
Oh yeah, you're seeing the same thing everybody else is seeing. I mean, he's a mean player, and that's how you're supposed to play the game up front.
So if he's there at 17, would you take him? Or
if Monroe Freeling's not there, then yes, I would.
Okay.
I think some of the other tackles have flaws, and so I would go with Vega at that point, because then you've locked up a center position for 3 years. You've got 5 with a first-round offensive guard. You've got Tate Ratledge, who just finished his rookie season and was very promising, and obviously Penei Sewell. What you do with him in terms of Sewell, do you put him over to the left and put Larry Borum at right? It's probably the path I would go. And Borum at tackle, not ideal, but I can live with it. It's going to limit you offensively, some of what you can do, how you're going to use your tight ends, motions, all of those different things. But I wouldn't hate Vega Ione at 17.
And you think he could learn how to play center or no?
Vega?
Yeah.
I'm not even concerned about that. We've got Cade Mays. Cade Mays is not good.
That's right.
Yeah. So I'm not.
But I mean, well, Cade Mays is what, a 2 or 3 year contract?
3-year contract.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I'm talking about like down the road. If he had to.
I would. So the question is going to be, who's going to be your backup center?
Right.
If something happens to Cade. And so I don't know enough about Ione to know if he's got that in his back pocket. I do know that they've been working Tate Ratledge there. So I continue to work him there, but he's your right guard next to whoever that tackle is. And Vega's your left, Cade Mays is your center. But you do have to develop somebody to be a backup if Cade were to go down.
So if the Lions play the Eagles, you have the Georgia offensive line versus the Georgia defensive line, right? Yeah, Philly with Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, and the Lions would have Ratledge and Freeling.
Yes, if Freeling is your pick. Yes. Yes. I thought we were still on Vega.
No, which would be kind of interesting. I did see one mock draft that I think people would be, pissed at.
Please don't tell me they take a receiver.
No, not the Lions. I'm talking about like the Philly. They have Rhett Lewis has them taking Simpson, the quarterback.
What is the deal with
Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, I mean he's not the reason that they weren't as successful last year. He has won a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
He's been
and he
good.
was great in the one that they lost.
Yeah, I don't understand what everybody is throwing Jalen Hurts under the bus for.
I just think there was a lot of stuff. I mean, with the A.J. Brown thing and the offense with the new coordinator. I mean, the guys had so many freaking coordinators.
A new one every single year.
Yeah. We have some texts. John, the predicted Lions pick. 1, Penn State guard. 2, best available OT, move into third round and get a defensive end. That's JD in Oakland. Okay. So he wants.
Well, you do have a second round pick. You could take a.
No, that's what he says. 2, best available tackle.
Okay.
Second round.
Okay.
The Lions are more likely to draft either the safeties or the tight end from Oregon than the guard from Penn State. I don't think they're going to draft, the tight end from Oregon, Sadiq, just for insurance for Laporta.
No,
that's
not
too
unless
high a pick.
they're planning on dealing Laporta.
Right. What do you guys think we could get in a trade for Jamison Williams? I feel like we could still get a first-round pick and something else, a third or a fourth. But, man, why not trade him, get an extra first-round pick, and do this? That's from Kevin in Farmington Hills.
The issue is not what you would get back. I think you'd probably like the return. I don't know anybody's going to be that concerned about trading J-Mo. The issue is the cap hit that they would take this year.
Correct. Also, yeah. And also, you're going to need another wide receiver then, right?
Yeah.
Good mock draft, Stoney. Thank you very much. Virtually every former scout / evaluator in the media with offensive line background has Freeling as the top O-line in the draft. He's not getting out of the top 7. Most are starting to put Proctor and Max ahead of Monona and Fanu as well. Edge rushers will slide. O-line heavy first round.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot of that. Maui Noah, I described the issue that I had with Caden Proctor yesterday.
Okay.
And I see a lot of those same things in Maui Noah. It's pad level, it's weight issues that have been a problem, an issue. I don't want to say necessarily a problem, but an issue for both of those guys at Miami and at Alabama.
Where do you think Ty Simpson goes, by the way? Do you think he lasts the first round and maybe the Jets take him early second round?
It all depends on how do NFL teams value that fifth-year option for a quarterback. And if it's going to take some time to develop, like I could see Arizona going that route. They pick high in the second round, and if he lasts that long, I don't think he makes it past Arizona. Do they want to jump up to 31 to 32 just to be able to get that fifth year?
Yeah, I
mean that's going to be the question. I don't think he lasts past the 40 pick 40. He'll go in the top 40.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Coming up next, the Tigers. Oy, boy, they've been bad. 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. Red Wings kept their playoff hopes alive with a win over the Flyers at LCA last night. A number of milestones were achieved in the game, despite the Wings not really making up any ground in the playoffs. Dylan Larkin had his third career hat trick. Mo Sider had Detroit's first 5-point night for a defenseman in over 40 years. And Alex DeBrincat became the Wings' first 40-goal scorer in 17 years. The Wings still have just a 7% chance to make the postseason as Ottawa beat Florida last night, keeping Detroit at a 3-point arms distance with 3 games to go for both teams. Wings have a max of 97 points right now. They'll need to pick up 2 at home tomorrow against the Devils. Michigan Hockey's NCAA championship drought continued last night as the Wolverines were upset in the Frozen Four semis against Denver. Tomorrow, Denver will face Wisconsin for the title. The WNBA and NBA Board of Governors made league expansion formally official last night. The expansion was announced back in June, but confirmed by the boards yesterday. WNBA basketball will now return to Detroit for the first first time in 20 years starting in 2029. The new team name is TBD right now. The Tigers lost their 5th straight game last night as they were swept out of Minneapolis in 4 games by the Twins. The team returns home today for a night game against the Miami Marlins. Detroit will debut their home orange alternate jerseys for the first time tonight against the Fish. First pitch from Cater Montero heard right here on 97.1 at 6:40. Pistons taking on the Hornets tonight at 7 o'clock on WWJ. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Brendan, and congratulations to Matt from Canton. He heard Mark Ryan say, "Let's have fun with Heather," so he gets a pair of tickets for the last regular season game of the season, as probably the last game. The Wings take on the Devils tomorrow. For ticket info, visit NHL.com/Red Wings. All right, we have a baseball problem in this town right now. And the question I have here is it too early to get into panic mode? Tigers were just swept by a below-average baseball team. They're not the worst of the division, the White Sox are, but the Twins are in a major rebuild, okay? You lose 4 in a row to that team, you got a problem. You can't hit very well. The bullpen has been shaky. Starting pitching, except for, occasional, like Valdez had one bad game. Skubal back-to-back in Minnesota. You don't expect that to happen. So that probably will not be a problem the rest of the way. But the bullpen scares me, and the hitting is just ridiculous right now, especially 2 people. And it's guys who were drafted in the first round. Spencer Torkelson is currently hitting 184 with an OPS of 591 with 0 home runs. Riley Green is hitting 200 with an OPS of 578 and 0 home runs. They have 4 players with an OPS 700 or higher. The 2 youngsters, Kevin McGonigal and Colt Keith, and the 2 oldsters, Javi Baez and Gleyber Torres. And
Dylan Dingler's up there too.
Yeah.
With the OPS. He's got an 861 OPS.
I missed him. Okay. So you got 3 guys, but he's a youngster too.
Yeah.
Okay. So this team has a record of 4-9. They're 32-50 since July 8th. And we all remember what happened offensively the last, quarter of the season after a really good offense early on. But we haven't seen a really good offense in regular season games. That's 82 plus the 13 that we have so far. That's 95 games. And I know it's cliche. Sparky Anderson always said, let's evaluate this team after 40 games. And baseball's a funny game where teams get off to sometimes great starts and can't finish, and vice versa. 248-539-9797. Where are you with this Tiger team? Because they are getting to the point where it's a bad watch too.
Well, do I think that Riley Green is going to be a sub 600 OPS and a 200 hitter? No, I think he's going to be better than that. How much better? I don't know. Strikeouts are still an issue.
He is getting some walks. I'll give him some credit for that.
Right. Do we also think that Kerry Carpenter has forgot how to hit? Now, he's got 2 home runs, but he's batting 184. He's got the 18 strikeouts. He leads the team in strikeouts. I think he'll be better than he started. But what does that ultimately mean? I don't know that you can count on anything from Spencer Torkelson. It's an every other year sort of issue with him. But on the flip side, do we think that Javi Baez is going to be a 320 hitter with a 780 OPS?
No, because we saw that happen last year where he got off to a pretty decent start and started to fade towards the end, and he really hasn't shown any power for the most part.
And so the question is what is this team going to be? If Javi comes down but Riley comes up, it's a wash.
Yeah.
And if you're not going to get anything from Torque, and you're sitting there going, well, where are we going to get better performance, better consistent numbers, it is a major issue. Not gonna be. And I'm never a huge fan of including any part of last year's record in this year. It was the same thing as we started last year. Like they started hot, and we said, "Oh, okay, for the last 100 games, right? They're the best team in Major League Baseball." Did we really think that they were the best team in Major League Baseball?
No, we never saw that, but we never thought that. We always said, at least I did, the record shows that they're pretty good. However, the eye test shows that they're not, especially offensively.
And I think the bigger disappointment right now is that whether it's the starting pitching staff or it's the bullpen, you're not getting what you thought you paid for.
No, not right now. I mean, look, Skubal and Valdez, they've each had one bad start. They've had two pretty good ones.
And it just happens that it was at the start of, or kind of in the middle of this losing streak.
Right, and in the first two games of this series.
Right.
Now, I don't know if AJ's going to split them up rather than go back-to-back. He might do that. I don't know if that would make a difference. Flaherty pitched a good game last night. Mize had one good game, one
Right.
And Montero does what Montero does. He battles for 4.5, 5 innings, then you get him out of there.
I mean, Montero was pretty good last time.
Yeah, he was.
But he's not getting any run support.
Exactly. 248-539-9797. Mark in Northville states since July 8th last year, Tigers are 32-50 in regular season games. I said that already. But what I didn't know was it's the worst record in the American League. This team will not win the division. Not trading Skubal this winter will be the biggest mistake in Tigers history. I don't know if it'll be the biggest mistake.
It could play out and it'd be a conversation.
Yeah, it might be. But then again, you kind of thought because of where they were last year that you'd go for it for one more year. A lot of people have already written off next year for the lockout. So you go for it and you roll the dice.
Right.
Because if they if they were to get prospects and maybe, good minor league players, I don't think you were getting a great major league hitter or something like that. You wouldn't probably make it anyway.
The issue now is that they're just digging themselves a hole that it's going to take a lot of time. Because, I don't think that this is going to be a team that rattles off 10 in a row.
No, but look, they're 4-9. They can do a 5-game winning streak and boom, they're at 500.
Yeah, but you're chasing 500.
I understand, but it's so early, that's okay. And like I said, chances are what we're seeing right now offensively is pretty much what we're going to get from everybody, both good and bad. I mean, is McGonigal going to be as good the whole season? I don't know.
I mean,
is Riley Green going to be as bad this whole season? No.
I don't know in terms of if there's a rookie wall that Kevin McGonigal runs into. These guys play baseball all year long. And so I don't necessarily know that. He's got professional at-bats. I don't think that just all of a sudden he forgets at some point how to be a professional hitter. But you're relying on him to be that guy all season long.
I mean, almost every baseball player has a slump.
Right,
at some point.
Absolutely.
So, I think one of the amazing, weird things right now with this team is that they are very erratic. Or it's like you said, Keith, and you got McGonigal, and if even just one of those guys, Carp, Green, or Torque, were being themselves, it's probably another win or two.
Yeah.
The pitching. It just so happens Skubal and Valdez are going to have some bad outings.
Right.
They're not
happens.
perfect, but they did them back to back.
Right.
Correct.
And so then you have Flaherty go out there, and he gets a classic quality start, right? Yeah. That's what the stat was made for. Starts like yesterday. Was it the thing of beauty? No. But he got it to the bullpen with a chance to win. And then Vest implodes.
Yeah.
It's so when one thing's right, the other thing's wrong.
Right.
But you look at Green and Torque, they're both sub 600 OPS, which is horrendous, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a slump now. So if you have your two power guys, two of your three going through a major slump, you're not going to win. I mean, and you couple that with then Carp's the third power guy, and he's 631 OPS, not much better, but then he's striking out a ton.
Yeah.
So, like, if Torque or Green or somebody does something good, that's when Carp strike out. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, it's just like the Vest and Flaherty thing yesterday. They can't get it to come together at the right time to string wins together.
248-539-9797. Text, I'm done with this baseball team until changes are made. Let's go to John. What's up, John?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, so about that mock draft, what are your thoughts on taking Sonny Styles at 12 and trading up to get him? Like, I think him and Jack Campbell will be a nasty linebacker duo, and I know we need offensive line, but I'd be down to trade our first-round pick from next year to go and get either Monroe Freeling or the guy from Penn State.
I mean, they definitely have need at linebacker, and he's a guy that you can use coming off the edge as well. So it's kind of two birds, one stone. I wouldn't hate it.
It depends what you have to give up to move up 5 spots. Look, they have needs everywhere. The safety position, where there's a couple of, I mean, if they can move up 17 to whatever to get Caleb Downs, and, you know, I don't know what you'd have to give up to do that. A second-round pick, I don't know.
Yeah, probably. And it's just at this point, because of the needs of this team, and there's so many of them, you are limited as how far you can go because you're counting on filling out the roster in the 4th, 5th, and 6th rounds.
Yeah, and the fact that you gave away your 3rd-round picks last year for Tesla.
Right.
So you have
there's no 3rd-round pick. Right.
Right.
So are you able to trade up into the 3rd with a 4th and a 5th? Or like, how are you able to get more good picks?
Mm-hmm.
And the higher you go in the 1st, if you're going to trade up from 17, the more you're going to have to give up.
Some more texts. Last year, Riley Green started 4 of 24, and Torkelson started 3 of 20. I'm not worried about either of them. Relax, people. Okay. That's what I said, Dino. That's the question. Is it too small a sample size? If they were going for it this year, they would have got a bat not named McGonigal. Pathetic. Roy and Clark said, well, that was the answer. That was the answer. You know, we're going to improve our offense from who's ever here.
Well, and Cole Keith is better than he was last year. He started out that way. McGonigal wasn't even here, and he's been a really good bat.
Yep. Scott Harrison in the offseason. This team might look the same, but this is not the same team. Development comes from within. No, Scott, same team equals same results. Look, that's the way it's looking right now.
Right.
There's no doubt about it. But, you know, maybe down the road. And I would love to see it happen this week with Meadows, you know, being out for, who knows, probably a week or whatever. I'd love to see Max Clark come up for a week or whatever because he's just killing it in AAA. Now, we know that's not going to happen. It'll be Perez. And, you know, maybe you bring Perez up and then you bring Max Clark and get rid of Jahmai Jones, who is, 0 for 10 this season? But they love him. Mm-hmm. He's got they can't send him down because he has no options left. So, Josh from Redford says, too many unknowns, not enough consistency. That's pretty damn accurate. Even the bullpen as well. 97-1.
Hey, if you got a penny in your pocket, you can get to Planet Fitness. They got the penny sale going on right now. It's a penny down, $15 a month. And what does that get you? Well, hey, it gets you access to a great gym that is always clean. It's always welcoming, friendly service. And it doesn't matter what level of membership. You always have free access to free fitness training. If you get there, you like it, they can give you a free tour of the Black Card Spa, which you get even more access to every single location. There's over 60 of them here in Metro Detroit. It also gives you unlimited guest privileges, so you can go with somebody no matter how many times you want to take them. They're always there to go with you. You don't want to go alone. And it gives you access to the Black Card Spa, which has a ton of amenities where you can recover, like hydro massage. There's so much that it offers. And again, it's a penny down, $15 a month. Find your nearest club and join today. You can do it in club, online, or the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
All right, you guys, I've never been a coffee person, and I used to grab whatever energy drinks available, but then I learned about 7-Eleven's Fusion Energy. It's this good-for-you energy drink, highly researched, and it has things that no other energy drink has to support brain health and focus, and I was able to see a difference immediately. It's this better, slow-release caffeine that lasts for hours, and the best part, there's no crash. It comes in 5 great flavors. I recommend the new strawberry lemonade. It's so good. So go do yourself a favor, get to 7-Eleven or Speedway, and find Fusion Energy today.
He started off 3-0 on them, and got it to 3-2, and then the base hit. Tigers lose to the Minnesota Twins. They get swept 4 games. Back in action tonight at Comerica Park, right here on 97.1 against the Miami Marlins. Peter Montero will be on the hill for the Tigers. All right, we have some more texts. Have the Tigers had their players-only meeting yet? By the way, everybody always, when teams don't hit very well, they're so eager to blame hitting coaches and things like that.
I know. I always say that. They need a new hitting coach.
Well, he
is new.
They have new hitting coaches.
Yeah.
Okay. The Detroit Tigers, a big difference between this year and the last 2 years. This year, there's expectations. The last 2 years, there weren't. They're going to struggle all year. They won't make a 500 team. Making assumptions about how the season is going to play out this early in the season is absolutely ridiculous, and I expect more from this fan base. To say that they're not going to be contenders based on the past 2 weeks is Bush League. Now, they have only had 3 home games up until this point.
Right. They're 2-8 on the road. Yeah. It's extremely frustrating for us as fans because we have the hangover from last year. And it started out as a mirror image of what it was last year. And we thought that the pitching was going to be a strength of this team. You're only, 13 games into this season. I do think that the pitching is going to be a strength of this team. The starting pitching, yeah. But we also thought that the bullpen would be good.
Right.
And the bullpen's been very erratic. I think they find their way, and that boosts this team. I think bats will improve, and I don't think Cole Keith is going to be a 330 hitter, so he'll come down to reality. But if he's, 280, 290, that's a lot better than he was last year. McGonigal, I think, is going to be consistent throughout the year. So I'm not going to overreact. It's just frustrating as fans.
Right, because we had high expectations.
Yeah.
And it wasn't exactly that they're playing, even though they do have 9 of their first or 10 of their first 13 on the road, they're not exactly playing great teams. The Padres are in a kind of a rebuild. They still have some big names, and they won 2 out of 3 from them. Arizona,
well, the expectation going into the season was, hey, last 2 years, ALDS. And you're out. This year, with the additions that they made with Framber Valdez and in the bullpen, Kenley Jensen and all these guys, you're thinking it's ALCS or bust, and that's just not how they've started out. So it is unbelievably frustrating.
And it's smaller things that people completely overlook, like Jahmai Jones is 0 for 10 right now.
Yeah.
For an everyday player, that's like being 0 for 20, 0 for 25.
Right.
He's brought in for specific reasons and specific situations, and he hasn't come through one time.
Mm-hmm. Some Tigers are just a bunch of jerseys right now. That's from Todd. Tigers' problem is simple now. They don't hit well when they pitch well, and they don't pitch well when they hit well. It's all timing thing. No need to worry. 149 games to go.
Yeah, it's a long season.
It is a long season, and that's why I'm not in panic mode yet. But it is a trend, and whether you want to take anything away from the way this last season ended offensively or not, that's up to you. But it hasn't gotten much better with the exception of McGonigal here and
Keith.
Colt Keith.
Yeah.
Because Dingler started to do pretty good at the
Yeah,
end of last
Diggler's
year.
had a good start to the season.
Yeah, and that's kind of a, same thing as he had last year. Real quick, speaking of the Red Wings, they won last night. Congratulations to them.
Yes.
I'm out of it. Larkin had 3 goals, Sider 5 points. It's great. Beautiful. They have to basically win out, and Ottawa has to basically lose out.
Yeah.
And that's not going to happen.
It's not likely.
No.
We got this text and just right now about the Tigers that it's odd that they're 2-2 in series and their record's 4-9.
Yeah.
That they've won 2 series and they're 4-9.
Right. But they've been swept in the other series.
They're 0-7 against the Diamondbacks and Twins.
Yeah.
That's unacceptable.
Right. Diamondbacks have some interesting players like Corbin Carroll. Anyway, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, coming back from the moon isn't just about surviving the trip, it's about surviving what happens after. So as Artemis II astronauts return to Earth, they are about to face a major challenge, which is gravity. So after spending days in microgravity, their bodies have already started to change. And when they land, even really simple things like standing up and walking in a straight line can be difficult. So experts say that they could deal with dizziness, nausea, fatigue, balance issues, along with also muscle and bone loss that happens when the body isn't working against gravity. So even though the astronauts obviously trained for this and they exercise...
and we're working out up there.
Yes, and they exercise in space. It can take weeks, even months, they say, for the body to fully adjust again. I mean, they were up there for, I was going to say only 10 days. They were up there for 10 days. There's been people in space longer than that have obviously more
Bigger
to
issues,
overcome.
yeah.
But even so, they still will have some challenges. But obviously right now comes one of the most intense parts of the mission, that re-entering Earth's atmosphere at around 25,000 miles per hour, obviously also dealing with extreme force and heat. And then once they splash down, which is going to happen right around 8:07 p.m., so you can tune in and watch that, medical teams will immediately step in to monitor their recovery.
So cool.
Yeah, very cool. Despite the fact that some residents in Oakland County have expressed their concerns, a 9-month flock drone program to assist law enforcement was approved. So this program is going to give the sheriff's department access to 7 drones that can basically deploy automatically when 911 calls come in. So it can help officers respond to emergencies much quicker. Supporters say that this is all about safety, right? It gives first responders better information in really dangerous situations. But a lot of residents are raising some concerns. So there was a big board meeting held on Wednesday, and residents warned that the drones could lead to mass surveillance, privacy issues, misuse of personal data. Plus, they say this is going to be really expensive if they move forward with it. So the pilot program is free, but if they choose to continue using it, the program could run about $2.5 million over 2 years to obviously continue.
Yeah.
So I can understand
Yeah,
the concerns
I
without
get
a doubt.
the concerns.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, we're all for safety,
Oh,
but
sure.
surveillance, not so much.
I get it. Kellogg's has unveiled a limited edition cereal box celebrating Michigan Wolverines and their NCAA men's basketball national championship. Did you try to get your hands on one of these yet, Joe?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, but it's just a cover, right?
It
It's
is
not
just the
actually gonna
box
be
sleeve.
filled.
It's
Yeah.
not filled with cereal, but
I have a Wheaties
still,
box from '97 that's
was-
still filled with cereal.
I was going to ask if you had
Yeah,
one,
uh-huh.
but still kind of a cool display item. I know I haven't looked online if they're even sold out or not yet, but like you said, there's no cereal in the box, but you can purchase them online while supplies last. They start at $20.26.
Why wouldn't they do a cereal box with cereal in it?
I don't know. It's a
Ask
great
Kellogg's
question,
about
Stoney.
that. Yeah.
Hey.
I don't know, because I mean, a lot of people do. Like I have the box
Right.
still filled with cereal.
Right, you're not eating the
I have
Yeah.
either a 2004 or a Bad Boy. I have one of those Wheaties
Yeah.
boxes. There's still a cereal in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just haven't been hungry enough.
No.
Oh,
Yeah, me either.
disgusting. If you were to open that hard, probably as a rock.
Yeah, you'd probably be
Yeah.
surprised that maybe
Maybe
it's not.
I don't know. Over 10,000 of these boxes are available, but you got to go online to see if they're still there.
They're sealed.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know, though. Okay, anyway, Jack White is going to be playing his first ever show at Pine Knob this summer, which is pretty
awesome.
darn cool.
Yes.
So he's released 2 new songs over the last week. He also was on Saturday Night Live over the weekend.
He made a special appearance here.
Here? Like here at the
I think
studio?
we have the audio of it.
Indeed. Yes.
Who was that? You or Costa?
No, it's Costa.
Costa.
Yeah.
So-
yeah. Come on, you can hear his voice in that. It's not me.
The show will be on Saturday, July 25th. Tickets go on sale Friday, April 17th at 10 a.m. Finally, the Oklahoma State softball team's game against Wichita State on Wednesday had to be postponed after their bus was involved in a fatal crash. The team did release a statement. Now, the team didn't give a lot of information about what happened other than the fact that nobody from OSU was injured.
Correct.
But basically what is being reported is that the bus hit a woman who was walking or standing on the highway, and it sounds like other witnesses actually reported the woman to 911 prior as she was acting very erratic, like dodging cars, and it's a very sad situation. So that game is going to be rescheduled. An investigation is ongoing.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Coming up next, a different twist to the the weekly cookie jar. That's coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, in my career, I've learned a number of things, but one of them is that the best results come from having the right team in your corner. That's exactly why I love First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for a number of years now because they do something a lot of big banks have completely forgotten about. They take the time to actually get to know you. Whether I'm looking for long-term growth or just need a sounding board for a big financial decision, they provide the kind of sound advice and tailored solutions that actually work for myself and for my family. With First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I know I'm in control, and they give me the tools and the information and the confidence to know I'm making the right choices for my family's future. It's about peace of mind, knowing your bank is as invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel that same confidence in your financial journey, all you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com to learn how they can help support you and your family as well. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC. Hey, you've heard me talk about Rapid Roofing before, and this one is actually personal because I had them repair my roof, actually completely replace my roof. I trusted them with my home, and the entire experience was top-notch from start to finish. No pressure, no gimmicks, just honest guidance, and they did exactly what they said they were going to do. They showed up in one day, ripped the roof off, made the repairs, put it back on, cleaned up, and they were gone. It was a great experience. If you want that same one, you can get them on the phone at 888-360-ROOF, or you can visit them on the web at rapidroofing.com.
That was a good little cookie jar.
Yeah.
Nice
It's
job
always a
there,
good
Heather.
time. Oh,
Yeah.
thanks.
Yeah.
I had a slew of questions. Next
Which
time, I'll
which
save them.
ones
I mean,
didn't make it?
I mean, I have a page filled with questions.
Yeah.
I wanted to get to what was your worst job you've ever had,
Oh,
because I've had a bad one. A job that lasted for only a day.
Well, let's go for it. What's the worst job you've ever had? We got to ask Stoney.
worst job I ever had, I think, was while I was working at a hotel in Philly, like as they were refurbishing as construction. I was like a laborer. I would just sweep up. But after a while, I had to ride this elevator, this freight elevator, like all day with this guy. His name was Carmine. He was like about 5'6". Definitely came over from Italy and all that. And he was just a funny guy, but it was so boring. It was just awful.
Can I say two?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so my very first job was a paper route.
Oh,
And-
yes.
And I did not mind the job itself, but I did it in the summer of 88. And if you're familiar with that, we had 40, 90-degree days. And it was an afternoon paper. It was the Oakland Press, afternoon edition. So I was out there like 2:30 in the heart of the heat. And it was so bad, I would sweat, and the ink from the paper would be on my shirts.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But the real big one was, because it was big in my life, was between going to Western and then going to Eastern in 95, I did a hard labor job for like 6 months, laying fiber optic cable. And it was super cold that winter. And I was trying to bust the frost off the crane, the digger, whatever thing was. And it took forever. I just pulled a Stoney there, by the way, describing what the machinery was. And it took forever. And I'm just like, this sucks.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to try to go for what I want to do for a living. So I went back to Eastern, and here I am.
Yeah. Sometimes those bad jobs can be great motivators.
Yeah, busting the frost off my crane is when it happens a long time.
Frost on your crane.
I had
I didn't know it was called frost.
Yeah.
I had a internship, a summer internship for a few months at a local like manufacturing plant that it didn't feel like it was too productive. It was paid though for an internship, so that was nice.
Yeah. Yeah. I had one in high school. On Saturdays, I would go downtown and work in a factory. It was a cash job. It paid really well. And so at that time, I was like, hey, I just need gas for the car. And it paid well, but it was very monotonous. We were taking parts out of a bin, putting them together, and putting them in another bin for hours and hours. And when that was done, we got a chance to sweep and clean up the factory. So not a great job, but it was one of those great motivators for this is not what I want to do with the rest of my life.
It wasn't playing for the Lions.
No. No, we won 2 games that year. So it was better than the year before.
May the Schwartz be with you.
Yes.
I was a vendor in between my freshman and after my freshman year of college. Got to see 2 NBA final games selling Pepsi. And then after that, it was selling ice cream for the circus. Oh my! And I just couldn't believe.
You worked at the circus?
Well, yeah.
Did you see the bearded woman?
Yes, probably. I don't remember all the details. I was up trying to peddle nutty buddies for like 12-year-old kids at like 10 o'clock in the morning.
Get your peanuts.
Yeah. I still have my vending shirt. I think you've seen that.
I don't know that I
Just say vendor on it?
No, it was the company Ariserv. It had the little pockets. You put the change
Oh, they had
in.
the pockets.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I still have it, yeah.
Why would I have seen that? I don't think you've worn it in here.
I think I tried to wear it once. Maybe you weren't here. Maybe it was before you.
Oh, that's great.
Stoney, when you did the circus, did you eat any food out of the garbage after?
That's where you got the popcorn habit.
No, I got that habit in college, actually, afterwards.
So you did it more than once.
Yeah.
You just admitted that. I didn't know that.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I thought it was just one time at the Palace eating popcorn.
No, I was walking out of the Capitol Center. They have the big tubs of popcorn there. Put your hands in and eat it. Whatever.
That had been thrown away.
Or just left there.
Oh, well, if it's left there out of the machine and they're just going to throw it away, that's different than actually
it's not out of the
reaching
well,
into
he'd
the
get it
trash
like out of
can.
the seats or something.
Right, yeah. There was a tub that
People sat there and ate it.
and they left their
It's
leftover popcorn.
It was garbage.
Right.
But it was just left there.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think Kenny Cott would do that.
Well, I'll go back and have some of the 3-day-old popcorn they have in the back room here all the time.
But that's out of the machine, right?
Right, true.
Yeah, that
Again, it's
nobody
not
has
where
been
somebody
eating out
has
of.
just stepped out of the restroom, came back to their bowl of popcorn, and stuck their hands in the
Very
popcorn.
different.
Do you try
And-
any other foods?
No.
No hot
Just
dogs.
popcorn. It was just popcorn's easy to just grab a handful and walk.
Like if it was a half-eaten hot dog, you could eat the other end
No,
up
no,
to the bite.
no, that's disgusting. No, just kidding.
So you literally just walk by, grab a handful of popcorn.
Not deliberate.
and
Well,
just
no,
keep
I
walking.
didn't say, "Oh boy, there's some popcorn. I'm going to go up this." As I'm leaving the building,
Right, yeah. You just in
No.
the seat. There's
Yeah,
there's
hap-
a tub of
there happened to
popcorn.
be a tub of
Just happened
by
to
the
be
aisle.
there, so I
yeah.
just happened
Bagel
to put my
foot for some
hand in.
popcorn.
Yeah, exactly. It was bagel foot at one point.
Just grab a handful.
Yeah, well, why let it go to waste?
So we used to we had this routine for a while, me, him, and Wojo, and another couple people. We would go to Mr. Joe's over here back in the day, before it was refinished or redone, whatever. They had this pickle canister,
Oh yeah.
on the table.
Oh,
It'd be
sure.
like a tray with the mustard, ketchup, onions, pickles. He ate the pickles with his hands.
Well,
That's a shared. No, they use that again. Like,
oh, so
you're
he
supposed
would
to use
just
a
reach
fork
in with his hands and
instead
take
of
the
getting the
pickle out
fork, yeah.
instead of getting a fork or the tongs?
Yes.
Are the tongs complicated?
No.
Priceless.
He would just reach in,
Yeah.
grab a pickle, and just start gnawing.
Anyway, enough talking about pickles. Ladies and gentlemen,
Doug Karsh.
Doug Karsh, who he got more sleep than I did because he got up later, but we both stayed up
Did you
to
watch every
the high-
second?
Yep. It's the most inevitable thing
Yes.
that happens on an annual basis is
Once-
Michigan hockey goes to the Frozen Four,
I
goes
should-
to overtime and loses.
Well,
in
I
the
should
semifinals.
once Denver tied it. I should have realized that there was no way they were winning that game.
I texted my son who was watching in Chicago, and I said, we should just go to bed.
Well, at least he's an hour behind.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But then I was on a text list with Cousin Brady in San Diego, and he texted, it's even getting late for me. I'm like, yeah. What?
Yeah, I really feel for him
Very
on the West
predictable.
Coast.
I watched the first overtime and then started getting ready for bed. And I thought about turning on the TV, but I was tired. I'm like, no, I'll just figure it out.
Yeah, that's what I did. That was the problem.
I went to bed after they tied it in regulation. I'm like, go to bed.
So
Smirt.
I had to then I got like 20 minutes of sleep, and then the dog wanted to go out, and I let her out, and I went and checked my phone and saw that they had lost, and so it was like at 2:00 in the morning or something like
Yeah.
that. But it was late night.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Now the question is, where will he go?
Where will who go?
TJ Hughes.
Oh, right.
Where
Yes.
will he go? Who will he pick?
Well, if he wants to win, he's not going to come here.
They won last night.
Great.
You could lead the way and be the guy who brings it here. You could do that.
Good.
He's going to go to whoever gives him the most money.
Yeah, that'll take a
That's
few
where he's gonna
years.
go.
Yes. All right. What do you guys got coming?
Well, we'll, I don't know.
Sports.
It's Friday. Great weekend, everyone. 97.1.
Good morning, and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. I'm Doug Carson. That's Scott the Gator Anderson. Gator, it's been a long time, I realized last night, since I had watched some Ready, Set, Puke hockey. And, well, I mean, you think about it, especially West Coast Ready, Set, Puke hockey, right? I mean, that used to be sort of a rite of passage every spring for us, is that there was going to be a series
Anaheim
or San Jose,
Los Angeles,
Calgary, Edmonton, somebody.
Vancouver.
Yeah, there was one of these. It's going to be a 7-game series, a 6-game series against some teams out on the West Coast, and we're going to have
Here comes a 6 overtime game against the Ducks.
a weeknight where we're just a game that won't end. Overtime hockey, which has no commercials, so overtimes they don't fly by. They don't fly by, but they certainly move quicker. And yeah, and I was standing there and I was trying to think back. Were any of the Tigers Mariners playoff games last year late starts here?
Was it a 15-inning game? I mean, it wasn't. I don't think it wasn't like a 10 o'clock game, but neither was last night's hockey game.
No,
last night's hockey game was at 9 o'clock.
No, but it started at 8:45. It was supposed to start at 8:30. The first game ran a little long between Nodak and Wisconsin, and go B1G, rooting for the Badgers. But yeah, 8:45 first start and first puck drop, first period. The weird thing was my memories of the 15-inning game was the night before Michigan played USC. So I was watching, and it was dark out in California by the time that game ended. I went and found a bar, sat down and watched it there. And you know what's crazy? I think that was the weekend that the college hockey season was opening. On the TV next to it had Michigan and Providence. And then last night, Michigan season ended in the Frozen Four, like it always seems to do. But, I mean, when's the last time you did that? You had a
Ready, Set, Puke game?
Yeah, Ready, Set, Puke, heart attack, hock, anything. I mean,
it was a week ago. Or 2 weeks ago when Michigan State
you were up late?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you said adding the up late factor to it.
Yeah, like maybe that Seattle Mariners game?
I'd have to think. I mean, you see, I'm stupid because I pay attention to even I care a lot about the regular season games too. So there'd be some Red Wing game that they played out west that I probably cared about.
Sure.
That I stayed up later.
Well, yeah, I mean, there were
Tiger games and regular season. I do that, but I mean, nothing that had the importance of getting to winner gets to play for the national championship. I mean, that's been a while, or winner gets a chance to move on to the playoffs.
Because every game is game 7 in the college hockey tournament. And so, and yes, Michigan State went to overtime against Wisconsin. It's weird. Like, Michigan State has had a great team the last few years, can't get to the Frozen Four. Michigan has been to 10 Frozen Fours since their last natty. They're 1-9 in the semifinals. And overtime against Denver felt like, it was like, we've seen this before. But yeah, it was a late night. And then I went and laid in bed. Next thing I know, it was 3:50 in the morning. And I'm like, I am still not asleep. But that's a whole bunch of other things on the mind.
So the game, the 15-inning game against Seattle was an 8 o'clock start. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to see if I can find out how long the game lasted 5 hours.
Okay, so that would
be the last time. I think we could say that, but it was a Friday night, so I don't think anybody
matters
cared
less.
Yeah,
matters significantly less on a Friday night. But in some ways, I realized last night I missed it. I missed it's approaching 1 a.m. I'm watching an important game feeling, and specifically in hockey. And then this morning, I realized I did not miss it.
No. Yeah, the thing is, it's like, I love it, and then you'll either continue to love it, and then you'll wear it like a badge of honor this morning if your team wins. But when your team loses, you're just miserable. And that's and now for me last night, because I didn't have any dog in the fight there. Although I was rooting for Denver, I didn't care as much, so that's why I was able to. You know what? I just watched the first overtime. I'm going to bed. I don't feel like staying up till 2 and watching this thing and not really have it affect me other than I'm going to be dead tired today. I'm tired enough, right? So it didn't bother me as much. Obviously, it's going to bother people who they're fans of, and it's going to affect you completely. If Michigan had won, Michigan fans would be walking around with a smile today.
Thrilled that they went
they'd
through
be holding their Starbucks, talking to everybody in the office, holding court. Oh, I'm tired. Well, I got a Starbucks though. I'm gonna But I'm tired because people that get coffee, they have to hold on to the cup up by their head so everybody sees that they went out and spent $6 for a large ass coffee.
What are your weird ass?
It's true. I'm sorry. Am I wrong with that?
Yes.
You think I'm wrong with that? People are okay.
I don't think people prominently display their coffee.
Look
cups.
at me. I'm drinking coffee. Hello.
Do we need to put coffee drinkers on the list?
they might be on the list.
We'll
don't do
consider
that today. We'll consider it for later. But yeah.
So again, Michigan's got this nightmare in the Frozen Four. You know what's crazy? There was this belief that when the Big Ten formed, they were going to run this thing. See how many national championships they got?
None.
Yeah.
None, but they've got great teams.
Yep.
It's fun. I'm okay that they haven't won it yet, but I mean, you can't argue. Michigan State, Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, these have been great teams for a long, long time. And they're all blue bloods. It's good. I like it. I'd like it more, certainly, if they would win a national championship, but it's not, I mean, it is what it is.
There's
It's
a charm.
such a great tournament.
There is a charm to college hockey in that a school like Denver, okay? Name anything else about the University of Denver.
Can't.
Name anything about Minnesota Duluth.
It's way up north. Mm-hmm. It's way up there.
Yep.
They got curlers.
I mean, name anything about Colorado College. Like it's
Quinnipiac.
part of the charm of college hockey.
Mercyhurst.
But like you said, the Blue Bloods here in the Big Ten, no national championships.
No, not yet. But I think that they're learning this new landscape of hockey, and I think they're going to end up taking it. Look, they'll take advantage of it. I think they're trying to figure it out still, because there's still the recruiting the under 18 players, and they're starting to spread out a little bit. But I mean, I was watching. Was the Michigan State Wisconsin game, and I think they had said that there were like 15 draft picks on Michigan State alone. Like, that's insane. How many? How are you not winning national championships? Well, because guys leave after a year.
Yeah, well,
or
and
2 years.
That's the thing, and I mean it's
just they'll figure it out. They're the great programs, and they've got money to spend, and I don't know how much money Denver has to spend on the hockey program. They obviously do, but if they're getting older players.
I find this one to be, in the NIL world, Denver doesn't have to support football. My guess is the marquee sport there, and I'm probably right, is hockey. Mm-hmm. And so their NIL, their big resources go to hockey. So if you've got a big donor or you've got prominent alums, you could probably, whereas at a place like Michigan or Michigan State, hockey is at best third.
Yeah, RPI is not worried about fielding a football team.
Yep. So anyway,
and that's college.
And here we sit. Yeah, and I'm a mess today. I'm exhausted. And so are the Tigers. We will get to them. Red Wings. I know you watched the Red Wing game last night, and I want to get your thoughts on that game and your overriding feelings. Coming up at 10:30. We will do what we are going to do on a daily basis, the Detroit Lions draft news aggregated, everything that's being reported today about the Lions and the draft. We will get to that today at 10:30 and put it all in one-stop shopping for you so you know what the very latest is. Here on Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. Hey, look, I know the Bernsteins. Well, if you're hurt and you need a firm that insurance companies actually respect, that's Sam Bernstein Law. They've been winning here for 50 years. They demand respect for their clients. Call Sam. All right, so obviously Red Wings won last night. Was that just like a super frustrating game because Philly's a team playing for something, and here's Detroit going out and looking great? Now? Just do it now?
This team. I got a text thread going with friends of mine from all over the country. Mm-hmm. There's Washington, D.C. I've got the South Carolina, North Carolina border. I've got Los Angeles, and then we added in another California and somewhere Rhode Island.
These all Detroit expats?
Yes.
All right.
And everybody's commenting on it, and we're all in a dark place. And my friend in California has been in a dark place for a while now.
Yeah.
And the texts that he starts with they're just horrible. But he does it partly because he thinks it's part of a jinx, a reverse jinx. If he starts talking ill of the team before it begins, then it changes. So they'll score a goal, and he'll even double down on how dark
it's not going to
he
matter,
is.
that kind of thing.
Yeah. And then
you love those guys.
I do. Yeah, well, with him, I know he's doing it for an effect to hopefully, he thinks it in some weird cosmic way it affects the game. But of course it doesn't. So we're going all back and forth about it last night, and they end up winning the game, and nobody really texted during the game. Like, I texted right away when I saw the DeBrincat backhand. I'm like, that is a sick backhand. Mm-hmm. That goal that he scored to start things off it was awesome. And I got no response after that. And then at the end of the game, people started responding, whatever. And then I said, you know what? It's just too little too late. It doesn't matter. I love that they won. I love that they scored 6 goals. I love that offensively they dominated. They dominated on the power play. And then they added a couple even strength goals later, which was nice to see. And the defense in front of the goaltender was pretty good last night. I liked what I saw. And they beat a team that wants to play in the postseason, and now they're not going to play in the postseason. That's great. And then I look at the scoreboard, 5-1 Ottawa. It doesn't matter. Yep. It just doesn't matter. And if you look at the schedule the rest of the way here, it's brutal because they had their chances. They had their chances. This is the same story we've gone through over the last 4 years. All these opportunities. Years ago, it was, you had those 2 games against Ottawa at the trade deadline. No, didn't get it done. You had a game against Washington at the end of the season. Didn't get it done. And they had a chance against Ottawa, earlier this year, if you want to look at that, or to put them away, and they just haven't been able to do it. And now here Ottawa is sitting with a 3-point lead with 3 games to go, and all they need to do is get 1 regulation win and 1 other point out of these 3 games. So if they win 2 of their 3 games, they have it. If they win 1 of the, and this is, by the way, the Red Wings have to win out in order for them to even have a chance. But Ottawa plays at the Islanders, at New Jersey, and home against Toronto. Well, you got 2 bad teams with New Jersey and Toronto, and then you got the Islanders, who not sure what they are.
Don't they just need 1 regulation win?
Well, 1 regulation win gets them to 96 points.
Right.
So the Red Wings have a chance to get to 97 points.
If the Red Wings sweep.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. My bad. Yeah, they're playing 2 teams that are eliminated. 2 of the 3 games. Yeah. 2 of the 3 games are against teams that are eliminated. Now, their next game is against a team who's not eliminated yet.
Correct.
The Islanders.
Yeah. So this could be a very challenging game for Ottawa. And yet, Ottawa just keeps winning. They won their last 3. They won 4 of the last 5 games against good teams. They've beaten Buffalo. They've beaten Carolina. They've beaten Tampa Bay. I mean, that's who they've beaten recently.
I will tell you that it feels like they need a Red Wing-esque collapse.
Yeah.
Ottawa needs to assume the personality of the Detroit Red Wings on a very temporary basis, just the next, 6 days, and collapse. And I'll keep watching right till the end, but last night just had a too little too late feeling to it, they need too much help. Too much heavy lifting needs to be done by other people.
Exactly. And that's the position that they're in. They put themselves in that position by not closing things out. I mean, they're going to be kicking themselves all off season, having big leads late in games and not being able to close it out, or just having a lead late. Just go back to the Columbus game the other night. I mean,
those are the ones that really sting.
It really stings. Yeah. You can't have that. So it's great to see that Dylan Larkin had a hat trick last night. Love it. Okay, Dylan Larkin he's not a problem on this team.
And what do you expect? Like and for people, I know people get very cynical, but they're in it and they are trying.
Yes,
it's not like they're not trying. And until the Reaper appears, they should be giving everything they have. Yeah, and they better be. And wouldn't you want them to?
Yeah, and my issue with the game last night was it kind of typifies what the problem is with the Red Wings is that all the scoring was done by the top two lines. Mm-hmm. That's it. They got nothing from the other two lines on the score sheet, and then Mo Seider was brilliant. Seider had a goal and 4 assists, most points for a Red Wings defenseman since like Reed Larson back in the day in the late 70s, early 80s. Great performance from Mo, but it just doesn't matter because you have this daunting task. Now, I hope they're not listening because they just had the tunnel vision. The Red Wings just got to do what they can do. No. Keep winning games, right? They've got 3 games left. They need to win all 3 of them.
Their entire world right now is the Devils.
Yes. They're done if they don't win. Their chances are done if they don't win a single game here, if they don't win the next game here. But me as a fan, I'm watching it. I'm like, it's just too little too late. It's frustrating. And then Gibson goes out again with an injury, there's a collision at the net, and he leaves, doesn't come back. Talbot does a nice job, and I'm thinking, okay, well, if the season's not done, I know they're not going to, but they may have to call up one of these goaltenders in Grand Rapids just as a backup if Gibson's not going to be able to finish up here. And then my head's going, do I even give them a start? I mean, if they get eliminated, of course I'm going to give them a start. But
like Kosa.
Yeah, Kosa okay. or Postova, one of those goaltenders.
So they've got tomorrow they play New Jersey. They got Tampa Monday and Florida Wednesday. If there is going to be changes made and people fired, does it come after the season's done? And does it come before? Does it come Thursday? Does it come the day after? Do they just cut bait and move on and say we're making a change at the top, either with Yzerman or McClellan? Or both, obviously. Yeah.
I would think that there would be an announcement made either way. You have to do it right after the season. You have to say either, we're staying the course with Steve Yzerman or we're moving on. If you're going to move on, you got to start your search and identify who the next guy is that's going to lead it. If you're going to stick with Yzerman, then I think publicly Chris Ilitch needs to come out and explain why he wants to. And I'm not against it. I'm not. Look, I don't think Steve Yzerman's earned his job here as GM, but there's a big part of me that thinks that I'm
against it because I'm not for it. Because I'm not for it. It's been too long. It's the same thing every year. Yeah, and I can't.
I don't yell at people anymore who want to go the other way.
I sit down and go,
I don't have an argument.
Build a case for Steve Yzerman. And, I like building cases.
Yeah.
I really can't.
It's so hard to build the case. It's really hard to build the case. And the only thing I hang on to left is that, okay, I want to see his players. I want to see him lose with his players or win with his players. So I need to see Danielson and Brandon Nygaard. And I need to see one of these goaltenders. Please, God, let's see one of these goaltenders play. I want to see Carter Bear play. I want to see Max Plant play. And it comes at the expense of a lot of players who are on this roster right now that I've just kind of had enough of. Yeah. But it's just one last vestige that I can argue with, and I don't think it's a strong argument. I think it's a terrible argument.
We've done that. We've done this with the Tigers and the Pistons, where hats off to the previous GM. You've done some good work, and the next guy's reaping the benefits. And that very well may be the case long term with what's going on. But as you just said, it's a terrible argument. You can't.
It's not good.
I'd love to build a case for Stevie, but I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing. Like, I'm having
a very difficult time separating my fandom from what reality should be, and I admit that. I admit that fully. I'm not an Yzer bot, but I really like the GM, and I want him desperately to succeed and see this thing through. And I do think that there are, whether he's going to be here or not, I think some of these players are going to end up being good players, and then I think they're going to end up spending big next offseason to get a player on this roster that's better than any player that's on the roster,
Well,
which could be a whole different kind of lift.
it could, and it'll be a lot. They'll have some money, and it'll be convincing him to come here. I mean, I remember years ago talking to an agent who was like, good young players don't want to come to Detroit. Now, is that going to change when the Pistons got Cade Cunningham? People are excited about playing with him. I thought Captain America, Dylan Larkin, would excite some people for the way he plays in the Olympics, and maybe he will. I know the arena helps. I was told the arena helps, but
yeah, it's amazing when you look at this team. They've only scored 234 goals this season, and I think they rank in the bottom 5 in the NHL in scoring. Mm-hmm. And yet they have a 40-goal scorer, and Dylan Larkin's got like 36, and Lucas Raymond's got, I don't know, 24 goals, 25 goals, or whatever. That's all they have, though. They have 2 lines of scoring, period.
This has been some fun blanking hockey talk to open the show. 248-539-9797. We're going to do this on a daily basis leading up to the draft. We're going to aggregate all the Detroit Lions draft news, put it all in one place for you.
Let's go.
The very latest on what's being reported. And we will get to that today at 10:31 on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company you can actually trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets them apart. Shaner is a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer like family. Every roof that they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. That kind of reputation isn't bought. It's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. Michigan's name you can trust. Can I give you a random stat of the day?
yes, please.
Okay. it concerns the NBA. You know how it feels like in years past, people have dogged the Eastern Conference. Everybody always hails the Western Conference, how good the Western Conference is, and the bottom teams in the Western Conference are great.
Yep.
There are 10 teams in the Eastern Conference, 10 that have a better than 500 record. 10 that have a better than 500 record. If you look at the Western Conference, they have 8 that are better than a 500 record. But just, I think the power is starting to shift a little bit in terms of the depth of the conference.
Perhaps I have to take a deeper dive and see if that's just is there so down at the bottom we have more weak teams though, right? In the East?
No. The weak teams are well, I guess they're kind of
is
spread out here.
Is the bottom of the East worse than the bottom of the West?
So the bottom of the East, you have Brooklyn, Indiana, and Washington with 2019 and 17 wins respectively.
17 wins.
Well, they're all tanking right now.
Yeah, that's true.
The bottom of the West, you've got the worst team is Utah with 21 wins. Sacramento is tied with 21. And then you got Dallas and Memphis with 25 and New Orleans with 26.
So they got more.
They've got more teams at the bottom there.
That are better than the East. So maybe just feasting on first team. I don't know. Take a look.
No.
I like making a case that we're better than people expect. All right, you ready?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the latest on the Detroit Lions in the draft as we are inside of 2 weeks to go before this thing. And here's the very latest reporting. As of today, we start with ESPN's Matt Miller. He came out with his final rankings of players.
He really does the deep dive too, doesn't he?
He does. He does a deep dive.
It's like 400 players deep or something?
I don't know how deep it is, but hold on. I can look at it. 482 players. He ranks his top 482.
Wow.
Number one is Jeremiah Love, the running back, which is very interesting, but it doesn't really pertain to the Lions. Here's what pertains to the Lions. His top offensive lineman is Francis Noah from the tackle from Miami. His next offensive lineman is number 14. Noah is 7th. Number 14 is Olavenga Awane. After that, Spencer Fanu is 18. If these rankings reflect Brad Holmes' rankings, do we need to start thinking and talking more about Awane as a good pick and too good to pass up, given that he's the second-rated offensive lineman in the draft, if these rankings reflect Brad Holmes?
Yeah. I mean, at least that's what I've been saying. When that name comes up, I keep telling myself it's hard. It's going to be hard to pass on a guy that you think, or not you, but that all these other pundits think, and maybe us, is can't miss prospect. A guy who has this incredibly high floor and still has a high ceiling. If you think he's one of the best guards to come out of the college ranks in the last 10 years, great. Then why wouldn't I be interested in that? We got things seem to be in flux with whoever the hell's going to play left guard. We got enough guys that are competing for it, but have they separated themselves to make you think like we've got a road grader there?
Every single time I watch Awane now, I go back and say, I really need to take a deeper dive into how good's Larry Borum.
The tackle?
Yeah. How can we rely on him to play right tackle so that we can take Awane? Because he's so good. He looks like a house, yet he can get to the second level. He's wide. He's strong. He's a road grader, and it certainly would bring back the run game. I mean, you hand the ball off up the middle, LFG, and protect the pocket doesn't collapse from inside out. And it really makes me want to circle back and do more research on Larry Borum. Can he get the job done at tackle? Because if they pass on a tackle here, he might be your guy. And that scares me a little. But he might be too good to pass up.
Well, one thing I know is that the Lions have done the deepest dives of all.
That's true.
And they know what they're looking for, and they'll identify whatever they're going to identify. What the trait is that you have to see from a right tackle. Do they see that from a bunch of guys that you might see that are available at 50? If there are some tackles in that range, right? Does it make sense that you look at the other tackle from Utah? Is it Lomu?
Yep.
Or others that will be had in the second round.
Okay, next item. Now, later, Miller and their insiders did what we're hearing as of today, but included in that, he did a mini mock. Now, a mock is different than player rankings. He did a mini 7-round mock for the Detroit Lions. Every single pick. His first 2 picks were Caden Proctor, tackle from Alabama at 17, and Gabe Akis, edge rusher from Illinois at 50. How would you feel about that 1-2 combo at the top of the draft for the Lions?
I feel good about it. Borderline great about it. I think Hackis is really good. He might be underrated. I don't think people paid, even though he's in the Big Ten, I don't know if people paid too much attention to him, but he was a disruptor. Really came on. And Caden Proctor, there's mixed results and mixed reviews on him, but I think mostly it's nitpicking at this point. If your big concern is can you keep him under 375 pounds, I think that there are ways you can do that. The kid's only 23 years old or whatever he is, 22, 23 years old. I think you can still install some pretty good, routines in him. So I'd be good with that.
I'd be good with it. What's weird about this is he only does the Lions picks
so you
for
don't
7
know
rounds, so you don't know
available.
who else is on the board. We had some mocks earlier in the week, where Keldrick Falk and Zion Young were out of the first round. Are those guys off the board? Is our Mason Thomas off the board? If they are, then Akis makes some sense. Those are edge rushers, second-round dreams that I like more than Gabe Akis, but I agree with you. I like this. Hard to know who else is without knowing who else is available.
And what about your boy, the linebacker?
Jacob Rodriguez. The next 7 picks for the Lions, he has those. I'm going to run these down and you tell me if any of these stand out. At 118, they take Kamari Ramsey, the safety from USC. 128, they take Zane Durant, defensive tackle from Penn State. 157, they take Desmond Claiborne, running back from Wake Forest. 181, they take Justin Jefferson, linebacker from Alabama. 205, Berrien Brown, wide receiver LSU. 213, Pat Coogan, center Indiana. And 222, Colin Wright, cornerback Stanford. Anything stand out in that group?
Okay, so Coogan's interesting because we saw a lot of him playing at Indiana, and there was a lot to like with him. Is he an overachiever? He might be, but that just screams a Dan Campbell type player, a guy who loves football and gives you everything he's got. So that's a late pick that I like. The other thing I notice out of that is that you're taking players at positions from schools that have had success. You're going to take if you're going to take a wide receiver from LSU, I'm all for it. Sure, it sounds like they've always got a stable of receivers. This guy may not have been the big contributor for the Tigers, but he's an LSU wide receiver. Sounds good. You're going to take blue blood from Alabama and go for one of their linebackers? Yep, I'm on board. Sounds good there. And the safety from USC,
Kamari Ramsey,
he's good. So I think that safety is a huge need for this team, and this is a guy that can step in maybe right away and play and then certainly develop.
I like, out of all this, the next group of players here that Matt Miller has in the Detroit Lions 7-round mock, I like Kamari Ramsey the best, and Pat Coogan, who can play anywhere on the offensive line. He screams Detroit Lion to me. He's played tackle at Notre Dame, played center at Indiana, the kind of versatile chess piece that the Lions love to have. All right, final thing I'm reporting today. Daniel Jeremiah did a mock on the Mina Kimes show, and as he was working his way through it, they get to the Lions pick at 17, and a consensus top 10 prospect had dropped to them at 17. And he even surprised himself. He's like, wait a sec. Francis Maui-Noah, the tackle from Miami, is there any chance he falls to them at 17? Because in Daniel Jeremiah's mock with Mina Kimes, he did.
I can't see anyway. I mean, like when we do our mock drafts, and we're going to do the Carson Anderson mock draft, I think it's going to be 3.0 that we do the week of the draft, which is coming up rapidly.
Yep.
Just a couple weeks. He's going to be a name we leave off the list. You can't have it because Daniel Jeremiah is the only person that I've ever seen that has Maui-Noah available.
And
at 17.
It was funny. He didn't forget about him. He's like, yeah, well, and he talked about the teams in front of him that would pass on him, and then the other teams that would pass for choosing between him and others, or teams that just don't need him.
The only way I see the Lions getting Maui-Noah is trading up for him, and I'm not. And if his thinking is that other players are going in other positions and it keeps pushing Maui-Noah back, that at some point the Lions are going to say, well, we can't wait because someone's going to recognize as the best tackle in the draft, and they're going to leapfrog over everybody and go get him. Let it be the Lions that do that.
Well, every year, somebody surprises. There's always surprises. This would be as pleasant a surprise as I could remember if the top tackle happens to fall to 17.
Do you have a gut feeling on who the player is that's going to slide?
I don't. Do you? I feel like
I don't
you
know
do.
why, but it's just a gut feeling. It's a feeling that Ruben Bain slides, and I'm not sure why I come up with Ruben Bain.
Okay. I'll tell you who I don't love. All right.
Okay.
I don't love this core of wide receivers.
Well, I don't love any of the wide receivers,
But a lot of them have
like
projected to go before the Lions pick.
Carnell Tate being the number one wide receiver, I think
He's a good player.
he's a good player. He's one of these solid players.
Yeah. Mekhi Lemon, the USC, really good player.
But I wouldn't take any of these guys in a top 10. If I were looking for a receiver and I had like a top 10 pick, I'd trade back. Because I think there are a bunch of guys that are kind of good, not great.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. All right, there it is. Aggregating Detroit Lions draft news on a daily basis here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. They did that for my mom. Went forth over the late fall and got it done. It looks fantastic. She couldn't be happier. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson. Feedback coming in from our Lions draft news aggregate segment. Lions will pick the Penn State guard in round 1. He's the best available. Offensive tackle in round 2 and move into round 3 to get the best available defensive end. That's from JD in Oakland. JD, I love your plan. JD, I love this plan. I mean, the more I watch Ione, the more I'm like, he's going to be great. He's going to be great.
And you get to see a lot of film on him because he's the number 1 guard in the draft.
Yes.
And when they start talking about guard, you see all this great film against really good competition because he's going against the Big Ten team.
Yeah,
and it was a playoff.
He's
team.
just going to be great. And if he's there at 17 and they take him, I'm perfectly fine with it. But I'm scared to death of Borum. And then you hope a Hanicher or somebody of that nature drops to the second round, the big tackle from Arizona State. That can at least push Borum and maybe be better than Borum. And I'm going to do my best, Scott, to try and convince myself and build a case for Borum actually being a quality starting right tackle. Wasn't the scouting report on him that, yeah, he has had his struggles. Not as much at right tackle as the other position. Yeah. So, if he's cast in that role, maybe it'd be a perfect repurposing of an asset that has been misused elsewhere.
It might be. I don't know. I think it's also a narrative we want to push because I want to believe that they've got a guy who's competent at that tackle position. So you slide Penei Sewell, who I think is going to go seamlessly on the left side. Maybe I'm a fool for thinking that, but I mean, the guy played college there and has played 8 starts with the Lions as a left tackle as well. So I don't think he's going to have any issue being a left tackle. I want Borum to be really good because it opens up a lot of options for them at 17. But the other thing to keep this in mind is I'm not sure how much the Lions trust him. He's a 1-year contract.
Right.
So it's not like they're this is our guy. We've got him for lockdown. And it shouldn't, even if you think he's going to start this year and be right tackle, it shouldn't prevent you from taking a right tackle or a tackle in overall at 17 if you think that player is going to be great. I'm not going to not draft Monroe Freeling at 17 or Caden Proctor at 17 because, I think Borum's going to be good. You got Borum for 1 year.
Next text from an unnamed texter who writes, virtually every former scout evaluator in the media with O-line background has Freeling as a top offensive lineman in the draft. He's not getting out of the top 7. Most are starting to put Proctor and Max ahead of Maui Noah and Fanu as well. Edge rushers will slide. O-line heavy first. Okay, I don't know who sent this. He didn't sign it. And I don't know who virtually every former scout evaluator in the media with O-line background has Freeling as the top O-lineman in the draft. If you are still listening, whoever sent this, and Bobby, you can pay attention to it, maybe you could tell us who these former O-line scouts and evaluators with O-line backgrounds that has Freeling top of the draft. I haven't seen that. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but please tell us who. Because like Daniel Jeremiah worked in a front office, and he doesn't have him first. I really like Daniel Jeremiah. I haven't seen Freeling ahead of Maui Noah or Ione in anybody's rankings. But you say virtually every former scout evaluator media with O-line background. Please send it to us. I'd like to see it, and I'd like to read it, and I'd like to hear why. But until I see that, I mean. Maybe they're right. Next text. I don't like the idea of Coogan. He got exposed and manhandled way too much for my liking. Another player with the same versatility and same upside is Trey Zune III. He can and has played every position on the line, but ultimately projects as a center. Let him spend a couple seasons learning to take over when May's contract is up. That's from Tim and Lapeer.
All right, so I just did a quick digging because I know there's a site that has like all the mock drafts. There's a mock draft database out there.
Yep.
So when you look at their consensus big board, and it's aggregate data from multiple sources from balanced prospect rankings. It uses rankings from 136 big boards evaluating talent across positions.
Love it.
Number 1 player is Fernando Mendoza. Number 2 is Arvell Reese. Number 3 is David Bailey. Number 4 is Jeremiah Love. And number 5 is Francis Mawanoa.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's the first offensive lineman available at 5, and then the next one is Monroe Freeling at 11 and Spencer Fanu at 12. So take that with what you will against the guy who says that everybody says that Monroe Freeling is number 1. That's not the case. I think Monroe Freeling is starting to get some love, but I don't think he's getting love over Mawanoa.
Well, again, maybe we haven't seen everything. Do our best, but please, if you can send us a link, I'd like to see who's got Freeling as the top lineman and what their reasoning is. And it very well may stand to reason. Look, and as far as the guy who doesn't like Coogan, he's got him taking Coogan in the 7th round. I think it's a worthy risk in round 7. Like, you might like somebody better as a versatile piece that can play all over the line.
But you're not taking a 4th round pick on him.
Yeah, he is what he is. He's a 7th round Hail Mary. And what I like the most is his versatility. Now, he can be versatile and suck everywhere, but he's a 7th round pick. So
yeah, I think he's a classic overachiever, but I like him for that reason. I don't like. I'm not taking him early in the draft. In fact, there are probably 30 players I'd take over him on the offensive line, but it's okay.
Next up, guys, I'm sorry to say, but Stevie can't be given the task to choose another head coach. It's time to Alan Trammell him. Go get a proven GM and head coach. That's from Mike in Clarkston.
May have to happen. And, you have to ask yourself, is Todd McCullough a problem? He's been here for a year and a half. I don't know if Todd McCullough's a problem, but I think that if Eisman's on the hot seat, then I imagine that the head coach is also on, maybe not a hot seat, but maybe on notice that, hey, new general manager usually likes to bring in his own coach.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a difference between is he a problem or is he a solution, which is what they need. Unnamed texter says Pierre LeBrun reported yesterday Yzerman is coming back unless it's his decision to step down. Again, it's something I'd like to see linked. Did you see this report?
Pierre LeBrun said it.
Always got to be cognizant. We got one more here on the wings. The truth of the matter is Yzerman is here because of his name. New Jersey fired their GM after 6 years of underperforming. That being said, if he stays, he has to make changes to his staff and his roster for me to support him anymore. It's from Mike in Colorado. Nobody doubts why he's here. I mean, we understand he's a Detroit legend. He's been given a long leash. The March collapses is one of the most befuddling things. It doesn't make a ton of sense that it happens over and over and over again. And the man that orchestrates a lineup has not only done it or puts together the roster, has done it in a different town and played a part of teams that were, when everything was on the line, they were great. You know?
Yep. I hear what you're saying.
Yep. So anyway, with that said, I'm not sure. It's hard to make a case. For Steve Yzerman. Gator, the Masters. How much did you watch yesterday?
I watched quite a bit. Actually, was it quite a bit? I guess I got home, had it on, and was flipping back and forth, obviously, with the Tigers as well. I watched a good amount, a few hours worth maybe. And it's everything I want it to be. It's gorgeous setting. I love it all. And I love what watching what the green does to the ball and the intricacies of how you have to put your shot in a certain spot and you're watching it go way left or way right based on the slope of the green and all that stuff. And, guys that are even the tee shots and knowing that the way that the fairway goes and you got to get over the hill and it bounces way to the left. I love all that stuff. It's great. And knowing that when they showed the weather for the weekend and looks like it's completely dry for the weekend and the course is only going to get tougher and tougher as it dries out even more and more. It's going to be really interesting to see who, if anybody, is going to separate themselves from the pack. The first couple of days are always great. You can have a great round yesterday, but today's a different story. You're playing at a different time, different conditions, and we'll see. But in the end, it usually comes down to the same, group of 10 golfers that have a real shot.
Well, here's something that stood out to me. None of them look like they're going to be live golfers.
None of them look like what?
They're going to be live golfers.
No, probably not.
Not one live golfer broke par.
And Koepka was doing well, but I think ended up, was he even par or was he one over?
I'd have to look it up, but he did not break par, and I don't know if he's off yet today. But John Rahm shot a 78.
Oh.
Cam Smith 2 over, Bubba Watson 4 over. DeChambeau struggled. He had a 4 over 76. Is Liv the culprit here behind these guys' struggle? Do you think Liv is possibly making them soft? Do you think Liv, this is a indictment on the Liv tour? Because I want it to be.
I like where your head's at.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Tigers getting ready for their first of a 3-game series with the Miami Marlins tonight at 6:40. It'll be Cater Montero on the mound for Detroit against our old buddy Chris Paddock, who gets the start for the Fish. First pitch will be right here at 97.1 at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15. Pistons hit the floor tonight as well in Charlotte against the Hornets. Surprisingly enough, the Hornets are favored by 5 points tonight on FanDuel. Maybe Vegas is expecting the Pistons to rest their stars, but as of right now, only Kevin Huerter is questionable on the injury report. That game game tips off at 7 o'clock on WWJ. The Miami Heat are waiving guard Terry Rozier today, says Shams Charania. Rozier has been placed on leave by the NBA since October after being arrested by the feds in relation to an illegal sports gambling ring, primarily run by the Italian mob crime syndicate family La Cosa Nostra. And round 2 of the Masters is underway at Augusta National today, and this Masters leaderboard update is sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. Both Rory McIlroy and Sam Burns are set to tee off later this afternoon as they are tied atop the leaderboard at 5 under. Max Homa was even par yesterday. He's scheduled to tee off in about 90 seconds. At 11:15, Jose Maria Olazabal, Rasmus Niergaard Peterson, and Aldrich Potgieter will all tee off. Potgieter won the Rocket Classic here in Detroit last summer at Detroit Golf Club. Jose Maria Olazabal, of course, the 94 and 99 Green Jacket winner. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hope everybody's doing good on this Friday. Look, the Masters is a fun watch, and it's not for everybody. Got it. But Scott, I found it really, really interesting that the LIV guys really struggled yesterday, and I'm not a fan of LIV, and I'm in fact outwardly hostile. And if you like it, great. But for me, it's made watching golf less enjoyable across the board because it's divided the best players amongst 2 different tours. And now that they're letting LIV guys back in the majors, which has been the case for a while here, and you see them struggle, and I'm just looking for a reason to blame LIV. But I'm also not a hardcore golf fan. But monitoring their struggles, Patrick Reed was on the LIV tour, but left the LIV tour, and he had a good day yesterday. But is there any chance that this is gonna be a death nail for LIV?
I don't know. I think the writing's kind of on the wall for LIV anyway. I think that the people that funded it are obviously not seeing a return on their investment right now. They just thought they could, I think they wanted to disrupt some things, and they certainly did. Mm-hmm. But now they've lost a couple of their best golfers, have defected to come back to the PGA Tour or want to come back to the PGA Tour. We've seen Brooks Koepka has done that. And so can we embrace Koepka as a PGA Tour now because he's left LIV?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, because he's 1 under on the tournament. Mm-hmm. He's 1 under for the day, was even yesterday. But the other guys, Patrick Reed is 3 under. So I guess, do you consider him?
No, he's 3. He's left. He left LIV.
Yeah, so he's another guy who's left. So that doesn't count anymore, right? So now it's just Bryson DeChambeau and a few others.
Rahm.
Yeah, Rahm really bothers me.
Why?
Because Rahm was the one who initially was so outspoken about against the guys defecting for LIV.
Mm-hmm.
And then
he got
he left.
$11 billion.
Well, yeah, and I get it. And just come out and say, I didn't expect that they were going to throw this kind of money at me, and it's hard to turn that down. And I'd have so much more respect, Like, yeah, I get it, dude. It's a mess load of money they offered you to defect, but it still rubs me the wrong way. But in the end, I think that LIV is going to be gone in a couple of years. At the very best for LIV, I think what happens is that they'll find a way to merge with the PGA Tour, and they're contemplating some changes. I don't know enough about LIV, but I know that I don't know if they've already started with the 72 hole thing. Before it was just the 3 rounds, now they're going to 4 rounds, and some of the things that they're looking to change are rubbing the LIV golfers the wrong way because, like, wait a minute, this is why we came over here,
mm-hmm.
and there's a lot to like if you're the golfers. You're getting paid way more to golf way less. And now they're changing their tune. So we'll see where it goes. But in the end, I'm with you. I'm rooting against those guys and hope that they don't make the cut. That'd be great. So we'll see where it ends up.
Robert in Livonia on 97.1. Hello, Robert.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm right there with you guys on the LIV tour. My son and I were just talking about this, and we love the Masters, and we're golfers, and we love some of the golfers on LIV too, like Rahm and DeChambeau, and we kind of wish they would come back. But the tour, the LIV tour, the golf courses they play are so different than the courses in the PGA. The rough is shorter. I mean, my son and I went to the Live Tour event in Plymouth, Michigan at the Cardinal last year.
Hold on. Let me stop you. Didn't you say you're anti-live?
I am anti-live, but I like some of the golfers on live and wish they would come back to PGA.
Okay. So I find it interesting, but you went to the event here in Detroit.
So you like the good golfers that left the PGA Tour to go to live.
Right, and the only reason why we went to the Live Tour event here is because it was in our backyard. I'm from Livonia, Plymouth, and
look, I hate live. I thought about going. I can't stand live, but I thought about going, and the course looked fantastic.
I thought
on
about
TV.
passing gas in its general direction.
Oh my goodness, Doug. You fatter than you.
No, and the card, but therein lies the problem. I think for live, they finally went to 72 holes instead of 54. But they're playing courses like the Cardinal, and I'm not taking anything away from the Cardinal, but it is the Cardinal, and it's just not a PGA Tour course, if you ask me.
It looked great on TV.
It did. It was awesome, and we had a great time. But we're hoping some of the players like DeChambeau and Rahm and maybe DJ. I don't know what DJ is going to do, but come back, and Koepka did, but you're absolutely right, Doug, that they didn't score that well yesterday at the Masters.
Yeah, thank you for the phone call. And look, it's tough to score at the Masters. Let's be clear here. There's probably not as much of a straight line as I want it to be. Cause and effect, go to live, struggle at the Masters. Struggle when you're back playing against the PGA guys. But I'd like it to be a straight line. We'll probably, I would, if I were doing our actual study, I'd probably need more data. There probably is more data out there. I'm just using yesterday. I'm using one day. I'm using one data point and drawing a conclusion.
Whatever you need, man.
Chad in Walled Lake. Hi, Chad.
Hey, guys. Great show.
What's up?
Hey, it's really wild that you guys are so against the live golfers. DeChambeau has the best YouTube channel out there. He's such an affable guy. And just because they took money...
No, that's not why.
It makes no sense. Everybody's taking money from everywhere.
That's not why I hate it. I hate it because it's neutered to the PGA Tour field that I like watching every week.
Oh, well, I did go last year to the live event, and it's great. And the way that they do things, and I've been to a PGA event, it's much better at the live event. They have more concessions. They have more interactive setups. You have more access to the golfers. I'm not saying that I like live better, and I agree with you. I wish they were all together. But just to root against the live golfers just because they're live golfers, it's kind of spiteful.
It is.
It is.
100%. Yep. There's no doubting that is spiteful. And I think there is a lot that the PGA Tour could learn from live and maybe adopt some of those things. If the players were to be more interactive with the fans and more accessible, I think that would be kind of cool. And there's no question there's some stuff like that. But in the end, I mean, does Bryson DeChambeau have a great YouTube channel? He does. There's some fun content to watch with that. But then I also can't forget what bad taste in my mouth it left when he was here at the Rocket Classic years ago when he got upset with the media for asking him some questions. And he just turned into from affable to something else with an A. So, I think he's also just a weird dude. So,
well, I don't think he's weird at all, but I also think McIlroy, a lot of players have had those moments. And of course he's not perfect. And I do agree. I wish that they would merge together because I do want to see all the best golfers, but the LIV does have stuff to offer people and we do enjoy it.
Well, hey, everybody's entitled to like what they are. Yeah, and do I root against the LIV guys? Am I being totally spiteful? Yep. Do I want LIV to go away? Yep. Do I want them to realize that LIV is making them soft and non-competitive at the majors? Yep. Do I want that to burn inside them? Yep. Do I want LIV to collapse because of it? Yep.
There's a lot you want. I want my PGA Tour back. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. While we're losing, we've lost players like Tiger Woods and Phil Mickelson to injuries, and obviously Phil went to LIV as well. And Dustin Johnson to LIV, but Dustin Johnson's getting older. Some golfers are getting older. I want to usher in some of those younger players, and John Rahm was one of those guys. Bryson DeChambeau was one of those guys. Mm-hmm. I want them being abrasive on the PGA Tour, not over in the LIV Tour.
Walking down 18 with the best guys in the game interests me more than shotgun starts and
I mean, would you rather see Scotty Scheffler facing off against Bryson DeChambeau, or would you rather see, Bryson DeChambeau and his team taking on a bunch of 20-year-olds from Thailand that you've never heard of that are there as a gimmick?
No. None of that second part. It's
none
done
of that,
nothing.
none of that second.
No, I mean, like I sampled it. I sampled the USFL, and I sampled things. Like, okay, am I gonna dig this?
He's right about that, though. That DeChambeau is a great YouTube channel, or DeChambeau is a great video content that you can access.
Yeah,
he does a lot of great stuff that you want to see. It's fun stuff. But you know who else does? John Daly.
Right. Oh yeah.
So, whatever. It is what it is. And yes, we are spiteful. So.
Let's go to Charles in Grand Blanc. Hi, Charles.
Hi. I just want to say that I watch more golf than I should because I don't even play golf, but I honestly have just developed a...
Oh, Charles, we lost you.
Oh,
I was intrigued. Charles is in a rare category of somebody who doesn't play golf but watches golf. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator. We do have to talk about the Tigers. Minnesota was a disaster, an absolute unmitigated disaster.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's going to look at it differently. And are there solutions? We'll get to that today at 11:17 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Our car, Scott Anderson, 97.1, open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, let's talk some Tigers. They lose 3-1 yesterday, and they lose Parker Meadows in an outfield collision with Riley Green. Another frustrating game, only conjuring up the 1 run in the first. They had first and second, but nobody out, strikeout. And then Torque hit it hard, which was a little bit of a trend that I want to get to in a minute, but it was tracked down in left center field. Bottom of the second, they got the first 2 on again, then strikeout, ground ball. And that was kind of the story of the day. This was a game where their RISP, as they say, runners in scoring position, the batting average runners in scoring position, their ability to get guys in, it was not at its finest. Did it just not feel like that whole series that Tigers would hit moonshots that died in the air?
It did. It felt like that all series long. Was it Colt Keith or Riley Green that earlier in his series hit with just straightaway center field, and it went
bang like and double off the top of that monster they had out there.
Yeah, it has. It has felt like that, and it also feels like it might be factually true as well. From the moment they posted this stat, this is like 4 or 5 games ago, where they talked about the numbers that Tigers had with runners in scoring position, runners on base, and runners in scoring position with 2 outs, and how great the Tigers were to that point in those 3 categories. That since then, I think they've had like 1 hit,
dude,
in those situations.
And I want to make something clear. I'm not making excuses for them, right? I'm not saying there was something with the ballpark or anything like that. The number of times that I got fooled as a viewer where it looked like that ball got barreled and it's going to go, that either got tracked down or came up well short of a home run. As a viewer, I got fooled more in this series than I can remember in my entire life.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think there were 3 players, the three aforementioned, Torkelson, Green, and Colt Keith, I think were the 3 guys that I thought for sure had home runs, and they did not have home runs. And look, everybody plays in the same conditions.
Yep.
Hats off to Minnesota for sweeping the Tigers. But I think the positive out of that is that, okay, knowing that when things warm up, those do become home runs.
I hope so.
This team will be better off for it. Now, Minnesota they were able to crush one through the wind, but they crushed one through the wind, and they end up getting a big hit with bases loaded and a couple outs, and to go up 3-1 late in that game. This is one where you have to say yuck, throw it in the garbage. The tough part to say yuck to is losing Parker Meadows and seeing how long he's going to be out. He clearly looked like he was concussed, bleeding from the mouth profusely from either biting inside his cheek or lip or tongue or whatever it is. That didn't look good. His arm looked like it was hurt as well. They kept him overnight for observation, I'm assuming because of the concussion part. What that means long term, I don't know. But my guess is that we're going to hear that Wenzel Perez has been called up any minute for this series this weekend.
We'll get into that in more detail coming up. But all right, where are you at with this team? They go to Minnesota, not expected to be a particularly good team, and they get swept in a 4-game series. They went to Arizona, not expected to be a particularly good team. They got swept in a 3-game series. And they come home at 4-9. Where are you at with this team overall?
I'm horribly disappointed right now. I don't have a ton of faith in the bullpen, and I need to see this team start to hit the ball with regularity. I think that I feel much better about the lineup that's going to turn around than I do the bullpen. I think the bullpen has a couple of really good pitchers in it, and then there's a lot of I'm not so sure. We had the caller yesterday who thought that Jack Flaherty is one of the worst pitchers in baseball. His words, not mine. And, Flaherty goes out and throws 5 2/3 innings last night, gives up just the solo home run. He looked great last night. And like I said, that's what you get with Flaherty. He's Jekyll and Hyde. You hope he's more Jekyll than he is Hyde. They've got Cater Montero on the hill tonight because Verlander's out. There's a lot of questions about this team that you didn't think these were questions a couple weeks ago heading into the season. But where I stand with it is I still have confidence this is the best team in the division. They'll figure it out. They're going to get together. They're going to go on a run where they win like 10 out of 12 games. Not going to be surprised when that happens. And we're going to feel a lot better about this team because you got the table setters at the top and you got the run producers that are supposed to be run producers actually doing their job. And I think it's going to end up being formidable to have Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter, and Dylan Dingler, and hopefully Torkelson in the middle part of that lineup. They're going to drive in guys like Gleyber Torres and Colt Keith and Kevin McGonigal.
I highly encourage every listener out there and every Tiger fan out there, you go ahead and you lean into your feelings about how you feel about a 4-9 start. They're genuine, they're authentic, and they are your feelings. And I am going to lean into mine because they have looked terrible. They've looked terrible. And we're getting a lot of I told you so's. Okay? And that's fine. It's part of doing the job. And if this is who you think they are, I want you to ask yourself, is this really who you think they are? Because if this is really who you think they are, and you can't wait to tell us that you told us that they were this bad, then remember what you're saying is you think they are authentically the worst team in baseball. Because that's where they're 4-9. They have the worst record in baseball. And if you believe that that's who the real Tigers are, you think they're the worst team in Major League Baseball, then fine. There are some obvious guys underperforming. In this series, you might have had the two worst innings we're going to see from Skubal and Framber all year. And Framber, it was the worst outing of his career.
Yeah.
You've got guys that have long track records of not hitting at all. And if you think they're the worst team in baseball, that's fine. But I think even the critics or even the I told you so people go, well, I didn't think they were this bad. And there's going to be a correction that comes. But why am I not panicked? Okay. I'm not encouraged. I see what you see. This is terrible. This is a 13-game stretch. They went 4-9. It started circulating on social media out there about teams that started 4-9. Only 5 of the last 93 have made the playoffs or whatever. You know who went 4-9 for a stretch last year? Seattle, Cleveland, Boston, the Yankees, Toronto, Detroit, Cincinnati, LA, San Diego, and Philly. That is 10 of the 12 playoff teams. Went 4-9 in a stretch. The other two, Milwaukee, didn't. They had 2 4-7 stretches, and the Cubs had a 4-8 stretch. 10 of the 12 playoff teams did this. The best time to do it is at the beginning of the year because you have the most time to make up for it. To try to put into context, we just got done watching March Madness. And again, another reason why I'm not panicked and I'm not thinking, well, we're in real trouble here. We're in real trouble here if they don't play better than this. But another reason why I'm not panicked is you think of like a basketball game. We just got done watching March Madness when, there's going to be 150, 160 points scored in a game. There's 162 baseball games in a year for a team. In a basketball game, do you panic when your team falls behind 9-4 at the first TV timeout?
No.
That's what this is. Now, the problem is
look at that correlation.
You get because I'm trying to put in a context so why I'm not panicked. Now, the difference in a basketball game is you give up that layup to go down 9-4, you get the ball right back and go down the court and
launch a 3.
Yeah. It completely changes things. When the Tigers lose and get swept at Minnesota, we have to sit on it until the next game. And you can't hit a 3-pointer. You can't hit 3 games at once. You can't win 3 games at once. But in the context of the season, and you look at all the best teams in baseball last year went through something like this. If not exactly this, something very similar to this. So it can happen. It feels more authentic because it's really the only feedback we've got from them this year. Is 2 weeks, they're 4-9. We have no stretch where they've won 9 of 13. We've just got a stretch where they've lost 9 of 13.
Yeah. And
long season, and these are the reasons why I'm not panicked.
We've seen some really good, like we've seen 4 of the 6 starts from Skubal and Valdez have been great. Mm-hmm. The other 2 were terrible. Casey Mize' starts, not so much. Montero was okay in his starts, and Flaherty has been hit and miss there. But the lineup has done very little throughout this season. They have a couple of games where they put up some big runs, but it feels like they've come only in a couple of innings, literally. That's concerning to me that it's taken a while, but I always go to the weather for it, and I know it's not a popular thing to do because it sounds like an excuse because everybody has to play in the weather. But after Saturday, there's no more excuses. It's going to be cold tonight. It's going to be chilly tomorrow afternoon. and then it's going to be 70s. So the
Well,
excuses are gone, and we'll see. You got Miami coming up. All right, get the first step out of the way and win the game tonight. Get some confidence back. Let's have a 12-hit performance and feel better. Easier said than done.
Let's also call up Max Clark.
Oh.
F it. Jahmai Jones designated for assignment. You talked about the Wenzel Perez is the one that makes sense. Somebody's going to have to replace Parker Meadows. He would get reps in center field here now, and he would add some juice. And I'm sorry, right now, it's a team that feels like maybe just a little injection of, hey, looky here, will help. Now, I realize it's a bold move. Max is on a 9-game hitting streak. He had the bases loaded double last night.
Another double. He's got, I think, 8 on the season now.
It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, open lines, 248-539-9797. Look, we are we're at a point here where the baseball team in Detroit looks terrible, and there's no debating that. And the question is, how are you processing? How do you feel about it? And I've asked everyone, be authentic to yourself. There's nothing wrong with differing opinions. I've told you why I'm not panicked about it, but there's plenty of panic farmers out there that want to, give up on the season. I saw it all last night. Like, season's over. And I'm like, come on, man. It's 13 games. It's a terrible 13 games. And since we don't have a stretch of them playing well, it's hard to say. Like the Red Wings, we've seen stretches where the Red Wings played well, which is why I held on to hope longer than some. And I haven't been rewarded for it. But at the end of the day, I gave you all the reasons why I'm not panicked about this team and trying to put a context what 13 games truly is. And it's not even the first TV time out of a basketball game that you're down 9-4. And you wouldn't be panicked then, but I got some work to do, man. And the Max Clark thing, it's funny because I was thinking my way through this today. Like, should they call him up? Because everyone's going to say Wenzel Perez. And yeah, that's right. But is calling up Max Clark a panic move? And no, I think it's an injection of life for a team that might need it a little. But I also think they'd want him to play. It's not like they're calling him up to replace a backup. Wenzel Perez can be your super utility guy. Clark can play in center field. So anyway, I'd like to see it.
From a fan standpoint, I would love it.
Mm-hmm.
There'd be nothing that'd make me happier to see Max Clark get called up. From a baseball standpoint, if I'm AJ Hinch and I realize that I'm going to lose, let's say, Parker Meadows for the next 2 weeks, what's my solution? The easy solution is, Javi Baez goes to center field. He plays it great. He's hitting. I have McGonigal that's going to go to shortstop, play every day at short. Colt Keith is every day at third base. I've got that's set up. If I need to give anybody a break, I've got Veerling, and I need to call somebody up for Meadows anyway. Why don't I bring up versatility and say Wenzel Perez comes up here because he's a switch hitter that can play infield, outfield, and do whatever. I think that's probably where they go. I think it's the prudent thing to do. Right now that Javi's hitting and that he's capable of playing center field at a all-star level. So that makes more sense to me because it would be a temporary thing. Because unless we hear that Parker Meadows is gone for like 6 months, hey, he dislocated his shoulder, he's out. Right. In addition to having a massive concussion, they're going to be careful with this because of look. I mean, the situation. Maybe it's not fair to compare him to his brother and his situation when he got banged up a little bit, but I want to be extra careful with him. And I'm not even sure Parker Meadows is the future at center field for the Tigers. I think the future is absolutely Max Clark.
He's been on base some here.
Yeah,
is what it's.
Yeah, but he's done okay so far. But if I know that he's gone for more than just 15 days on the IL or 10 days on the IL, then I'm going to give it some serious consideration for Max Clark. But if it's going to be a temporary thing, then the temporary fix is going to be filled by Javi Baez there with Wenzel Perez coming up.
248-539-9797. Greg in Flushing. Hi, Greg.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I was down at spring training, and it was very warm weather. And these guys were not hitting. None of them. Our big batters are Torkelson and Carpenter and Green. I think, I don't think I saw 2 games, and I don't think they got a hit in any of those games. Verlander pitched 1 game, and he looked bad. And they just got a feeling. I just had this feeling that there was this lax, kind of easy-going feeling, and there wasn't a real good – I don't know how you get that feeling watching. I mean, the same thing I'm getting with Gleyber Torres now that the season started. That guy's just – his head's not in it. If you watch him and you watch how he hustles or doesn't hustle, he is not in the game. I remember – Sparky Anderson saying, you want to know why the Yankees are so good? Watch the way they come out and take the field every inning. They come out and take the field like they are superstars, and they are going to win. They're professionals. I just don't get that feeling this year with the Tigers, and I had it in spring training. Man, there was just no sense of urgency. There was just I don't know. And I'm getting the same feeling watching them now. Maybe things will turn around.
Greg, they play like 30, 35 games or whatever it is in spring training, and you obviously saw 2 bad ones. And I could see how you'd come back with that feeling.
Right.
I mean, if you saw 2 bad games in spring training, why would you be encouraged? So,
and we played Pittsburgh one game, and I'll tell you, Pittsburgh looks good. They really look good, and they were out there hustling, and they were running around, and they were feeling good about themselves.
Who is in the lineup for Pittsburgh?
Who was in the lineup? Geez, I couldn't tell you. I really couldn't.
So, because if you got a bunch of minor leaguers that are getting their opportunity, is it a bunch of regulars, veterans? I mean, it does matter. There's the guys that are getting their shot with the big club. They're are doing everything. They're sprinting to the water faucet. They're taking 4-3 showers just to see if anybody's paying attention. Like you're doing everything you can, and so I mean,
minimal time at the urinal.
I'm not saying your feelings were invalid. I'm saying you saw those things do matter, but 248-539-9797.
Winning the series this weekend against Miami goes a decent way towards restoring some faith in this team, particularly if they're hitting.
It needs to be restored, right? I mean, it's.
I don't think this team is unfixable. I think it's a rough start to the season.
Well,
now, if this lingers on into May, and we're talking about this team is, 20-30, then that's a problem. Or 20-35, something like that. Then you really got problems here. Then you're gonna have to come up with longer term solutions, and then you start to think about that trade deadline. And worst case scenario is creeping up on here.
Don and Trenton. Hi, Don.
Yeah, how you doing?
What's up?
I don't want to rag on anybody, but I played against Bill Freehan and Willie Horton and Dave DeBuscher, so I know how tough it is.
How did you end up on the field with those guys?
Yeah, it was a high school league at Northwestern Field,
and
big time, high school ball. And anyway, I looked up Torkelson's statistics with the bases loaded. He's 2 for 34. I mean, he is one of the problems they're having now. He is not even though he's hit like 30 homers a couple times, there were guys on base, but he's hit into more double plays than he has driven in runs with the bases loaded.
So it's his 5th year in the league. So he has roughly 7 at-bats each year with the bases loaded.
Right.
Yeah, and he hasn't come through in those.
No, like I said, I think it was 2 out of 34.
I will tell you that his batting average over those 7 at-bats per season is far from his biggest problem.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they've got other problems. Like I said, I hate to really give him the problem, but he could certainly improve as well as some of the other guys too. So,
I'd like to see him come through more with the bases loaded. And on average, he'll face that 7 times a year, and I hope he does better than he has in the past. With runners in scoring position this year, he's actually, if I recall correctly, he's doing pretty well. What is it? Which is obviously not what you said. You said with the bases loaded. Has he had an at-bat with the bases loaded this year?
This season, I'm not sure if he's done it this season. I was looking at last season's stats.
But this is not. This is yes. He
bases loaded is.
Yeah, he drove in a run. He's had 2 at-bats apparently. He's got an out and he's got a walk. And with runners in scoring position, he's at 273. Torque's batting average with the bases loaded could be better, but there's a whole lot more important things about Torque that needs to be better. 248-539-9797. Randy and Chatham, you're next. Hi, Randy.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up?
Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
Hey, I was at the same game. The guy was talking about Verlander. I was at the same game in spring training. I went to 5 games this spring.
Okay.
And he pitched 5 strong innings, was throwing the ball 94 to 95 miles an hour, 97 a couple times. He allowed 1 home run. So I don't know why he says Verlander was terrible. Verlander pitched well.
How do you know you were at the same game as him?
Well, because that was, I think, the only game Verlander pitched, right? Only 1 game?
He pitched more than 1 game in spring training.
Oh, well, I seen the last game he pitched then, okay?
Okay.
So maybe, I don't know if he was at that game. But anyway, Verlander looked good to me. And there's 162 games, and I think everybody's getting a little ahead of themselves. writing them off already. Once it warms up, the bats will start going and they'll come around. There's too much talent there, and I'm hopeful. Maybe I'm eternal optimist, but I'm looking forward to a good year.
Well, I'm kind of with you on that to a point. I mean, the thing that contradicts that quickly is they just played 4 games in Minnesota, and it was freezing out there. Minnesota's playing in the same conditions.
Yeah.
It's not like Minnesota isn't used to playing in the cold like Detroit should be used to playing in the cold, right? We're cold weather towns, and Minnesota was able to hit the ball and score runs.
I don't think it has anything to do with the cold. I think they're off to a bad start. A whole bunch of guys are underperforming right now. They look terrible, but it is insanely early.
It is, and as far as the Torkelson commentary is concerned, I'm not sure Spencer Torkelson is a long-term solution for the Tigers at first base. It's a position where you have to get production out of, and the reality is he doesn't do well when there are runners on base. He's not a good hitter with runners on base in his career, whether it's in scoring position or just runners on base. He's like a 215 hitter.
It looks ugly, but if you put it in the context of a college basketball game, we're not even to the first TV timeout. How many times have you panicked in a college game when you're not even to the first TV timeout? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, Doug Karsh here for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Spring into savings with low payments on a 2026 Chevy Trailblazer. Pay just $249 a month for 36 months on a Trailblazer LT front-wheel drive with $19.99 down. $249 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount Chevy Lease Loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Gator's giving me stats from guys at Lakeland right now.
Well, they got a first baseman down there who's, I think, 6'4", 235, part of last year's draft class, college kid. Was it Loyola Marymount, maybe, where he played? Bo Arkany, I think is his last name. And he's off to a great start down there. Just throttling the baseball. Probably a fast, given that he's, I think, 23 years old, probably going to rise quickly to get him to the high A ball.
We're not at the first TV timeout, Scott.
What's that?
Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. The only positive is it will make trading Skubal a no-brainer.
Well, if that happens, you know what? That is a positive. Well, I don't want to get there.
No, that means they authentically are this bad.
Yeah.
And right now, they're the worst team in baseball, record-wise. Hey, guys, with this Parker Meadows injury, do you think we'll see Max Clark get the call-up? That's from Adam at a Trump. I've made a case for it, but it's not. So I don't think they need to just. I think it's time to move on from Jahmai Jones. He's providing nothing. And again, it's early for him too. But at this point, Wenzel Perez as a super utility piece and Max Clark to play half the games in center field sounds good to me.
So you want to bring them both up and then send Jones down.
Yep.
And
well, I think he'd have to be DFA'd, but and put Parker Meadows on the injured list, but whatever.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, the reality is it's going to be Perez, my guess, because of they held him out of the game last night. With Toledo playing last night, Perez was not in the starting lineup and didn't play. I think because of precaution, expecting they're going to have to call him up today. We haven't heard it officially, but my guess is that's what it's going to be. Would I love it to be Max Clark? Yes, I would. But in order for them to bring up Max Clark, I feel like the Tigers would have to say, Max Clark is coming up and he's playing every day at center field.
Well, maybe if that's what it takes, then he's not coming up. I'll say this.
That's what I'm saying.
If I use the term panic farming. I think the panic farmers can't wait for this stuff, and I'm looking at the feedback the way it comes in, and they think the negative feedback is the most authentic stuff in the world, and I try to guard hard against us seeing positive results and drawing long-term conclusions the same way, negative short-term results don't draw long-term conclusions. But, I mean, here's a slew of texts. Why in the world is anyone shocked by the Tigers? Did anyone really think that signing one pitcher and some bargain sale guys to the bullpen was going to take them to the World Series? I tested the lineup alone should be enough proof they won't be good. They'll be far enough out that Skubal will be dealt at the deadline, and judging by Harris's track record, they'll get nothing more than retreads for him.
Well, they didn't sign just one pitcher and a bunch of scrubs in the bullpen, whatever he said there. They signed two starting pitchers because they did sign Verlander as well.
Yep.
And did that kind of out of necessity, but they did do that. The bullpen arms, I like Kenley Jansen. I think he's a quality addition to the bullpen. I think they take chances on other pitchers that they think can be reclamation projects that don't cost them that much. I don't love it. I wish they would go out and spend money on a quality bullpen arm and not a chance, but that's what they've been doing. I hope we don't get to the point in July where we're talking about the return you get for Tarek Skubal. I hope we're talking about adding to this team. What bullpen arms can we add to this team, or what starting pitcher do we need to go out and get to really bolster the rotation to go from being the best team in the Central Division to being the best team in the American League? But we're months away from that discussion. A 4-9 start is a bad start. There's no way around it. It's a bad start. But it can also turn around real quickly. Is this team capable of turning it around? We saw them play. It's the same lineup we saw last year. The addition of McGonigal helps. But we saw them in the first half of last year take off and get off to a great start. Can this team get back to that? Or is this team destined to be what we saw in the last 6 weeks or 8 weeks of the regular season, where they were like Mung out there and, rose up in the playoffs a little bit, but for the second part of the season, they were terrible. I don't know which team this is. Too early to tell.
And as far as only getting retreads back for him, when they traded Flaherty, is Lorenzo a retread?
He's a prospect we still haven't seen, but I mean,
he's far from being a retread.
Yeah. And they got Trey Sweeney out of it, who started some games, and now he's hurt.
Now he also moved Gregory Soto for Veerling. Was there somebody else in that deal? I feel like they got somebody else back in that deal, and that one hasn't. That might be more of a retread, I guess. But his track record of trades, he doesn't have a deep. There's not a lot of trades here, is there?
No, not a ton. I think what sticks in your mind about his trade track record is that Eduardo Rodriguez ended up getting nothing because he rejected the trade.
Yeah,
that was the one that sucked.
That was a botched deal by him. Most likely, it feels like it to me.
The Tigers traded Soto with Cody Clemens for Matt Vierling, Nick Maton, and Donnie Sands.
That feels like more of a retread deal, but it's not like there's a long enough track record here. I like the Flaherty for Lorenzo Deal, and they got Flaherty back, and he helped them to the playoffs last year.
That was interesting.
Ken in Clinton Township. Hello, Ken. Ken, are you there?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, there you go. Ken. What's up?
Yeah, I'm going to find out, and I'm going to hang up and hear your comments. But is it too early, man, to give up on Torkelson and Riley Green? And I'm going to hang up and listen.
Well, do you think
it's too early?
Yeah, is it too early to
Do
trade?
you think it's too early? Do you think it's too early? Answer your own question.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. No, I don't think it's too early because they're not being productive. This is like the second year that we're going through that with both of them, man.
Well, hold on. I mean, if you compare them to last year, Torque hit 31 home runs last year, drove in 78. Riley Green had 111 RBIs. Like those guys,
36 home runs.
Yeah, those guys produced, and that's their batting averages not great, but those guys, while they have Riley Green strikes out too much. But those guys have there's some things about them that make them assets as well.
But isn't the game based on your batting average?
No.
So batting average is not based on production?
Well, OPS is the new number, which combines your on-base percentage plus slugging percentage, and that's the new number that people use. Yeah. And by the way, neither are very good this year.
No, this year,
with that so far because it's 13 games and they look terrible out there as a team. Would it surprise you if Riley Green next week hits 3 home runs in the week?
No, I mean, look, I don't. When you're in the middle of it, you just can't see a light at the end of the tunnel, and that's what it feels like. Is that there's no light at the end of the tunnel after 13 games? Neither Green nor Torque look very good. And if this person values batting average, Ken, I think his name was Ken, values batting average. I don't as much anymore, and I think it's an interesting metric. But I want to know how many walks you have. I want to know how many extra bases you have. The OPS is cool because it values you A, getting on base, and B, it rewards you for a walk, and it rewards you for not just getting to first but also to second, so that you don't have to bunch you over, and you don't have to steal a base and risk getting thrown out. It values each base that you have earned.
Yeah, I still value batting average, but OPS is the stronger number.
And I also value RBIs, home runs. Those players have their flaws. They have their positives as well.
Well, that they do, without question. And both Green and Torkelson have got to get on board. And so does Kerry Carpenter. And the guys you're counting on to provide the power have got to provide power.
248-539-9797. But is it too early to panic? Some people clearly are. Others aren't. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. The Tigers are back home this evening to start a 6-game homestand with the Marlins and Royals. Miami is up first for 3 games this weekend. It's a night-day series starting this evening at 6:40 as former Tiger Chris Paddock will go against Cater Montero. Paddock has an 8.31 ERA and 8 2/3 innings this year after he got rocked for 8 hits and 8 earned runs in his opening start against the White Sox. Montero gave up 2 earned runs and 4 1/3 in his first start last week. Detroit is hoping to end their 5-game losing streak tonight. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts here on 97.1 at 6:15. The Pistons are fully healthy for their game tonight against the Hornets, yet Charlotte is favored by 5.5 points on FanDuel right now. Tip-off in that one can be heard on WWJ at 7 o'clock tonight. And round 2 of the Masters is underway at Augusta National today, and this Masters leaderboard update is sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. A couple big names, 1 under par through the front 9. Chris Gotterup has played 6 holes. He's got a birdie, and Jordan Spieth birdied the par 4 first. He is 1 under through 7 holes. A couple former champions are teeing off right about now. 2000 winner Vijay Singh went off about 10 minutes ago, and 2-time winner Bubba Watson is set to tee it up in about 15 minutes. The co-leader Sam Burns tees off as well, trying to build on his 67 from yesterday. He'll head out at 12:32 this afternoon. At the Crowell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson. Well, it's one of those days in sports where I'm exhausted because I was up till 3:50. I don't know why. That was the last time I saw. But
you should have been. I mean, the game ended for you. The hockey game ended.
Yeah, I watched the Michigan hockey game till 12:54, and it feels like when Michigan gets to the Frozen Four, it's inevitable that it's A, going to go to overtime, and B, they are going to lose. And that's exactly what happened. Even though in that second overtime, they had chance after chance after chance, and they had the puck laying in the crease, and they just could not put it in the net. And
then, does the confidence go down as the chances go up? Like, because it just, you feel, well, there's that pit of doom that resides in every sports fan where you're like, okay, we've had all these chances. You know what's going to happen.
In hockey especially, because the shots in the second overtime were 13-2 when Denver got their third shot off and won the game. And look, there's all kinds of reasons, and to unpack why they got there and what happened. And Denver plays a smothering style where you're like, do they have 6 guys on the ice? Are they playing with 3 defensemen and 3 forwards? But it's just the way that they play, and they're really good at it. And there's a reason why they compete for national championships every year. But I also then laid in bed with my eyes wide open. Next thing I know, it's damn near 4 a.m. And then I get up at normal time, which is just before 6. And I'm like, I barely slept at all. That's awesome. And then, the Tigers had this disastrous trip to Minnesota. The Red Wings look great when it's probably too late. Like all the things, it's just not great. But so here we sit. Now, we can take it anywhere you want. Red Wings, Tigers. I actually want to talk college puck. We talked some Masters, and I do have another thing with the Masters I want to get to today at 12:20. But Scott, I gave my reasons why I'm not panicked for the Tigers, and it's not because of the way they're playing. They look horrible. And I'm not going to debate that. Do I think this is who they authentically are? Well, and if you think this is who they authentically are, then you think they're the worst team in baseball, because right now their record is the worst team in baseball. But I went back and looked. First of all, they're only 5 games under. And the best time to be 5 games under is at the beginning of the season, right? Because you have the most time to make up for it. Last year, teams that went 4-9 in a 13-game stretch included Seattle, Cleveland, Boston, the Yankees, Toronto, Detroit, Cincinnati, LA, San Diego, Philadelphia. Those are 10 of the 12 playoff teams. Went 4-9 in a 13-game stretch. The 2 that didn't were Milwaukee, who twice went 4-7 in an 11-game stretch, and the Cubs, who went 4-8. Okay, so this can happen to a team that's better than this. And it's happening to the Tigers right now, and I think the Tigers are better than this. Another reason why I'm not too panicky is if you think of this in terms of a baseball season, in terms of a college basketball game, we're not even to the first TV timeout. And we just got done watching March Madness, and whoever you were rooting for, were you ever panicked before you got to the first TV timeout? They're down 9-4 with 17 minutes to go in the first half. That's what this is. And so that's just the context of where we are in the season. Now then there's the other thing. They look horrible. They look horrible. And I just don't believe that suddenly this many players all at the same time have gone in the tank. If everybody were hitting 500 right now, it would be the same thing. Okay, careful. Careful. They're not all 500 hitters. They're not all 300 hitters. If they're OPF, if there were home runs all over the place, careful. But as it stands right now, they got some work to do. And it didn't help when Parker Meadows collided with Riley Green yesterday. Meadows is going to be out for a while. Wencel Perez is the most likely guy to come back, but I'm just say go ahead and bring up Max Clark, who's tearing it up in a couple weeks in Cleveland, and it's not because Toledo, sorry, yeah, and it's because it's twofold. One is he's earning it to a degree, and it's early for him too. Don't get me wrong, but two is maybe just to inject a little bit of juice. And I don't need to protect Jahmai Jones' spot on the roster. And I worked with a guy named Art Regner years ago who always loved to say, the good ones come quick. And he was quoting somebody. But
I'd love to see Max Clark. Nothing would make me happier than to see that he gets called up and gets a real run with this team to play every day. And I think that's the only way that he comes up is if they know that this is a long-term thing with Parker Meadows. That it's, okay, yeah, the concussion's one part to get through the concussion protocol, but he's got something wrong with the arm too, the way that he hit the ground or whatever, or the collision, that it's going to keep him out for, a couple months. If that's the case, then I want to see Max Clark because you're not going to be protecting him. You just get out there, play every day. We're going to trust you to be able to play the position as well as Parker Meadows did. And hopefully your hitting is somewhere near what you've been doing at Toledo to this point where you're hitting line drives and getting doubles every game. And okay, great. That'd be amazing because we need a lift offensively. Mm-hmm. And Perez got off to a decent start, but not the same start that Max Clark has gotten off to. I mean, Perez, I think, is hitting like 250 there, had a couple home runs early, and then it's cooled down significantly. Max is hitting over 400 there.
You know what, too? I also don't mind a little bit of shot across the bow of the veterans. Hey, we got kids here. If you're not going to perform, we'll start calling some of these kids up. Now, that's not why Clark would be getting called up. Although maybe in Jahmai Jones' case, if he's really taking Jahmai Jones' spot in the roster and wants, but whatever it is, there's needs to be a bit of a sense of urgency in the professionals that have been here. That if you're not doing everything you can to be better, it might be time to look in the mirror. But I have no reason to believe they're not doing everything they can to be better. I haven't heard any of those rumblings. Let's get to your phone calls. We got a Tony in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, Tony.
Yeah, hi. I wanted to talk about the real failing of the Tigers, and I think they're going to be fine this year. It's the same team as last year, basically, and there's going to be these long streaks of just no production. And the reason for that is that they needed another consistent big bat in the lineup, and he was out there. This is an indictment of Chris Ilitch and Scott, because Mike Ilitch would have signed Bregman in a second. We're a playoff-ready team. We're not a World Series-ready team. Bregman would have put us over the top. We have a lot of fringe players we're counting on. Parker Meadows, Verling, those guys are fringe players. They're not that big bat in the lineup. A center fielder, you got to have production. Okay. And you could have put Bregman at third, put McConaughey at his natural position, which is shortstop, and let it go.
All right. Well, two things to that, Tony. Two things. First is they did try to sign him. They offered him a huge contract. He turned him down. And then when they could have gotten him this offseason, they said, well, we're going to go with McGonigal instead of Bregman. And Bregman's hitting 188 this year. He's got an OPS of 611.
They'd be in a worse position right now with Bregman. Now, maybe Bregman long-term would be better than McGonigal, I
guess my point is if we're going to complain about the Tigers getting off to slow starts, Bregman's off to a slow start too. So we'd be saying the same thing.
This isn't Bregman versus McConaughey. McConaughey should have been put in his natural position as shortstop. Bregman's a third baseman. McConaughey isn't.
Well, great, but it still doesn't dispel the truth that it's a 611 OPS start for Alex Bregman, which is my point is that we'd still be complaining about Bregman getting off to a slow start.
There'd be a lot of money invested.
Perennial all-star, different lineup in Chicago. He played for Hinch before.
I was for it. I wanted him, but they didn't get him, and the reality is he's off to a bad start.
Yeah,
maybe we'll be happy.
Could have had him. It was money. That's all it was.
Well, they gave a healthy offer, a real healthy offer, Tony, and he didn't take it. You can't force somebody to take your offer. And look, then they went out and signed Framber Valdez. So the Illich did spend some money. That was a hefty investment they put in him. Now, Framber's got to come through and perform, and he just had the worst outing of his career.
Two really good ones.
Yep. And Bregman, Bregman would be, I would think, would be a helpful piece this year if they got him to take the money. But I hated the contract. I thought it was way too long for a guy that you would get. I think it was begging to be the next Javi Baez contract. What they offered him.
Could have been.
Yep. But Bregman's not the guy I would have gone after. But somebody just posts on Twitch, are we still talking about Bregman?
Well, people are going to bring him up, just like they're going to bring up the 15-inning game last year.
2-4 in the San Francisco game in the NFC title game. 248-539-9797. People are mad, and I get it. They look terrible. But are you panicked? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, if you want the beautiful weed-free lawn this summer, do what I did. Call the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. The number is easy. It's 888-GET-GREEN. You can get green, stay green, and save green when you prepay. If you call by the end of the month, you get the early bird discount. Natural Way have been serving Michigan since 1990. They've been at my house for like a dozen years now. I'm completely satisfied, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. Look, if you're tired of fighting weeds in your yard and watching your grass thin every single summer, give them a call, because great lawns don't happen by accident. You've got to do all the prep work, and you need the right timing and the right program. That's what Natural Way provides, a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Early treatments, they set the tone for the entire season. And for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Again, give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, read a few more of these texts. Not trading Skubal this winter will be the biggest mistake in Detroit Tigers history. Next text. I don't care that it's early in the season. I've seen enough. Going back to the All-Star break of last season, this team is done. Their goose is cooked. They're not going to pull out of this. They're going to miss the playoffs, and they're going to sell at the deadline because this is a bad, bad baseball team. Next text. I don't know why or how anyone is surprised by this Tiger start. This is an extremely bad roster, and they did absolutely nothing to improve it, and they're performing to their level. The only average player on this offense is a rookie. The only above average player on this roster is a rookie, and that is a major problem.
Colt Keith has been performing like he's above average. Dylan Dingler has performed like he's above average. But that's few and far between. When only 1/3 of your lineup is going to strike fear in another team, that's a problem.
I think this is yet another time when the Tigers build up hope to crush it. Time and time again, I get hope and it is crushed. No offense. It's from Michael in Madison Heights. Well, look, I mean, it's hard. There is probably the most valid criticisms of the offense to me that has my concerns more than just 13 games is the end of last year. But even at the end of last year, some guys were doing more than they were doing now. And so with the addition of McGonigal, and one thing that's let them down here is two pretty bad starts from their two best pitchers. And those cost them the two games if they're going to win the way that they're constructed to win. And because they're not going to be a team that goes out and scores 1 million runs, although we've documented how they're still in the upper half of the American League offensively in important statistics, like runs and OPS. But, that won't, if they aren't going to pitch well, it's a flawed formula. They have to pitch well.
Well, if those guys between them make, 65 starts this year, the Tigers aren't going to win all 65 games. And, these are a couple of, each pitcher had a bad inning that cost them without question. I don't know how many times you're going to see that this year. These are two really, really good pitchers.
The Tigers are 1 run away from being tied for third for most runs scored in the American League.
Well, this just speaks to lack of offense in baseball.
It's what's going on around baseball. And that doesn't mean there aren't things that we'd like to get better. Just a little comparison. Point of reference. All right, Gator. So watching the Masters yesterday, the beauty of Augusta certainly gets its share of coverage. Does it not?
Oh, indeed.
And maybe even a little too much, because I'm starting, for those of us that haven't been there, to constantly be told how beautiful it is and see the beauty shots. I like them. But it's almost like they're stressing it to a point where it's like they don't think we believe them. It looks great on TV. TV doesn't capture. Yeah, got it. TV doesn't capture. Yep, beautiful, blah, blah, blah. But it is got to be one of the most beautiful places in sports, right?
Mm-hmm. Without question.
What is the most beautiful place in sports that you have been to or seen? Sports related, any, like, we're like, okay, this is what a scene. This is beautiful.
And for me, it's easy. The Rose Bowl. It's the most perfect setting. Out there in Pasadena, you've got the mountains in the distance. It was everything about that. That day was a perfect day when I went. A little brisk in the morning, but it was sunny. And it didn't take long. I think by 11 o'clock, it had warmed up to over 60, and it was great. And then by game time, you're looking at like 70 degrees. It was just a perfect day. Everything green around you. The field is great. The stadium is iconic, and the whole situation. But that setting where it's nestled in there with the scenery around it, it's fantastic. To me, it was the Rose Bowl.
Rose Bowl was there for me until I stepped foot on the Seven Canyons golf course in Sedona, Arizona. And I felt like I was playing golf through a national park. I was like, this is unbelievable. It also had signs up along the sides of the fairways telling you to leave your golf ball.
Because of rattlesnakes and whatnot.
And I saw, but that's a Pro V.
right over there.
And it's right there.
That's an expensive golf ball. I could just pick it up.
It's right. Right. If I take like only 5 steps in, I could probably reach my driver out, and I decided not to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you weren't golfing with Steve Irwin, so that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I didn't have the antidote. If I had the antidote, I would have picked up a bunch of
anti-venom.
Yeah, if
you
I
need
had
to start rolling the anti-venom.
Yeah, I would have had a whole bunch of Pro Bs. Anyway, what is the most beautiful scene you've seen in sports? And Rose Bowl's a great one for people who've been there, certainly. And it doesn't have to be an outdoor venue. It could be. I mean, I kind
of has to be an outdoor.
Well, it does help. I will say this: walking into the iconic Boston Garden when I first got in there, and we had like seats in row 9 in the lower bowl. And I felt like I was literally right behind the bench because there was no room and everything was packed in so tight. And I'm like, I'm in row 9 and I feel like I could have a spitball and hit Larry Bird in the back of the head. It was, and the floor, the parquet, and it was a beautiful scene.
Yeah, the other ones, there are 2 others that come to mind. One's no one's going to come up with, which is the baseball field in St. Petersburg, where I went there for a spring training camp years ago.
The Yankee Stadium?
No. That's Legends Field. That's in Tampa. There's a baseball. I think technically it was Tampa's minor league affiliate was there in St. Pete, and the stadium is beautiful because it's right at this peninsula at the water. It's like there's a road that goes around the stadium that also goes along a shoreline. It's a beautiful setting where it's at. The other one is not Heinz Field, but the PNC Park in Pittsburgh. It's just the scenery of going over the bridge from the downtown area. If you're staying in a hotel across the river, you walk across these bridges, which are iconic now because they're painted yellow to stand out. That's great. It's a great stadium. And when you're sitting at home plate looking out to center field, you've got a view of downtown Pittsburgh with the high rises there. It's fantastic. It really is. And the fact that it's along a river is also really great. That's the other one that stands out to me.
All right. What about you? What's the most beautiful scene you've seen in sports, whether it be somewhere you were? Like, I was at Bells Beach in Australia. That was pretty cool. Very famous for surfing. Oh. I think the last scene in Point Break was there. Wasn't that Bells Beach?
Yes, it was.
Oh. Let's go to Paul in Grosse Pointe. You're on 97.1. Hi, Paul.
You're going down.
Yes, sir. Good to talk to you guys today. There's actually 2 places. When I first got married, my wife, we went to Boston, and to see Fenway Park was absolutely incredible. And the day that we actually went, the previous day before that, Ted Williams had passed away.
Oh, wow.
So the day that we went, we were able to see the memorial that they did for him there, which was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that would be quite a day to be there. It's almost like a funeral procession for one of the legends there. It would be incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I have seen Yankee Stadium, the old Yankee Stadium, which was incredible. But at the top of my list, and it is the 2000 Kentucky Derby, Churchill Downs. I mean, every viewer has to see the Kentucky Derby at least once. Unbelievable experience.
Paul, we tried to put together a trip. We had a whole bunch of couples probably about a decade ago. And we're like, let's do this. And by the time we sat down and priced the whole thing out, we're like, let's not. Because it was one of the most expensive ventures, from everything from transportation to where you stay. I mean, we had gotten to the point where we were renting vans and staying in Indianapolis. And we couldn't pull it off for the price. But I'd love to go.
Well, the thing about it was in 2000, it was right before 9/11, so it was totally different. I mean, I was able to get in with some guys who were trainers, and, we got in for almost nothing. We sat on the backstretch, but it was an unbelievable experience to see the fans, simultaneously hitting the fence when the horses are coming around. I mean, it was incredible. I was in awe.
The one that I haven't been there, would I be interested? I guess I'd be interested in going to one Kentucky Derby in my life, but the one that Valenti always talks about is Saratoga. That's his happy place.
Yeah.
And when you look at pictures of it, it looks just picturesque and beautiful and calm and serene and all that, and just like perfect. I'd like to see that too. But Augusta. I mean, this is where we start with the conversation. Augusta, I absolutely want to see it.
I want to see it too. But what is your most beautiful, took your breath away scene in sports? Whether it's a golf course you played, a a vista you saw, a sunset over the Arroyo Seco during the Rose Bowl.
At you.
Yeah. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. I just saw something on Instagram, Gator. It's just a guy sitting next to his wife eating some chips. The caption is, "Before I was married, I never knew there was a correct way to eat, chew, cough, sneeze, breathe, yawn, etc." Yep. We're talking about the most beautiful scenes in sports. Like the Augusta, they fawn over the golf course in a nauseating fashion, and they're right. But I'm just like, we believe you. It's beautiful, but never been there. But what took your breath away? Here, Big Pank on Twitch says Tiger Stadium. The outside, it looked like crap, but when you walked in and saw the green grass, it took my breath away. I was 9 and a safety boy in elementary school. Tiger Stadium was.
There was something about walking into the stadium, and the concourse was so dark. And as you're walking around, you look to your right or to your left, depending which way you're walking around it. You'd see the portal that would go towards the seats and out onto the field. And you would just get a glimpse. And it was so bright in the portal, you're like, okay. But then when you finally walk through the one that you had to go to get to your seats, and you emerge into the light, and it's so bright, and the grass was so green.
And it felt like you were let in on a secret.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I mean, no way. It looks like that on the outside.
Yeah. Comerica Park is great, but there's you don't build it. No. It's not built up anticipation because when you walk in, it's just such an open stadium that you're already seeing it from the concourse. But it's great.
I got some surprising ones here on text. We'll get to those. But Steve in Livonia. Hi, Steve.
Well, these guys just stole all my thunder.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry,
man. I was 5 to 6 years old. My first time going to, I'm 76 now. It was Briggs Stadium. Just like you talked about. You walk in that portal and the bright light and bright and green grass, everything just took my breath away. That's one thing I always remember.
Steve, do you remember if you walked in, was it upper deck or lower deck?
I can't remember. I mean, it's a long time ago.
Because the upper deck, remember how a lot of those upper decks you were like on a bridge looking down? It felt a little perilous.
Out in left field, you're hanging over.
Yeah. I think it was the lower deck.
Yeah. Right
you walked in the concourse and like I said, go to the portal and there's that green grass. And
yep.
It's one thing I'll always remember. And the first ball game my dad took me to when I was 5 or 6 years old.
You know, the thing about it is I don't even think you needed to be 5 or 6. You could have been 75 or 76 the first time you walked through. It was a great scene.
I remember being in the bleachers in center field and you felt like you were like in prison in a way because they wouldn't let you go on outside of it. You were stuck.
Penned in.
Like, hey, I want to just walk around the stadium. Nope. But I'm right. Nope. Can't. I mean, when you
we've corralled,
the last few years,
we've corralled
they stayed,
you $1.50 heathens out here.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not going to let you unwashed mill amongst the patrons.
Oh, patrons. You had to say patrons.
I did. How about this one from an unnamed texter? Pontiac Silverdome for the Supercross, where they used to race 2 strokes indoors and the track used to come into the stands. Did you ever go to one of those?
To one of which again?
Pontiac Silverdome Supercross.
Yes. Yes,
you remember
I
the
do.
track? You remember the track coming up into the stands?
Yes. And I do actually vaguely. I went to one. I was in high school. Had free tickets. Took a buddy of mine, and it was the loudest event I think I've ever been to. I couldn't believe how loud it was.
Sure.
And I've been to a bunch of concerts, man, in that same stadium. But
did you wear cleats to this?
I did not wear cleats to this. Probably should have. I mean, you get the track going up in the stands.
Here's a good one. Unnamed texter. Beautiful scene in sports. 2024 NFL draft in Detroit with a record 750,000. That was cool.
That first night was beautiful.
It was really cool.
Weather cooperated.
DJ in Detroit. What's up, DJ?
What up, though, my guys? Hey, boys, all right?
Yeah, we're good. DJ, how are you?
I'm good. So I was riding, man. I'm just listening, then bingo. I said, I got to call on this one because this one, I literally was Googling tickets right as we spoke because the first time I went, there was nothing like that 2 minutes in my life except for, you know what, but it's a kid show. But literally, dude, that 2 minutes inside of Churchill Downs, I've never been nothing like it in my life. Now, mind you, my freshman year in college, I went to school in the Midwest in Kansas, so I went to a Nebraska football game, and at 18 years old, that was jaw-dropping. I've been to the Chiefs games. I went to the Bud Crawford fight. I've been to the NBA Finals. Nothing compares to that 2 minutes inside that Kentucky Derby. Now, the outside of it looks like East St. Louis. It's just like going to Lambeau. When you go to Lambeau, Green Bay, it's in the middle of the hood. But when you step in, you ain't seen nothing like it. Nothing.
Given the your resume of other places you've been, and it sounds like for you, this isn't even close.
It ain't even close. Nope. I was just on the phone with my partner, like, dude, we got to go back. And it's the whole week. And see, what's even crazier is when I went last year, and when I went, it was raining, so I didn't even get the full, but I want to go back because, dude, I can't explain to you. You need to go. That's all I can tell you. You need to go.
Interesting. Well, what are tickets looking like this year, DJ?
So far, like they do it like everything else, like in certain sections. So one of the tickets was like $700 for like the cheapest one or something like that. But I'm telling you, man, it is more than worth it. And the food and stuff is just what you expect it is. But here's what's going to trip you out if you go, right? So when you go, Churchill Downs is just like Lambeau in the middle of the hood. People are barbecuing on their front lawn and letting you pay to park on their grass.
So
they serving you barbecue. Go ahead.
Nothing. I just drove around it once. We were down there for a kids' baseball tournament, and we went and drove around it, and I was kind of surprised. Yeah.
Hold on. They're serving you barbecue. Oh, DJ was talking barbecue. We're talking food, dog.
I know.
Real food.
My bad. No, my bad.
With real meat.
My bad. It's okay.
And maybe even chicken.
Let's go to Dan next. Hi, Dan.
Hi, guys. Just piggybacking with what he just said, we went in '89 to the Derby, and what I would add to what the others have said about Churchill Downs is that if you're on the infield, if you're in the regular stands, you're looking into the infield. You got tents, you got all, it's just a mob scene over there. Mm-hmm. If you're in the infield, which is where we were, the whole time you're looking at the twin spires, and when that race is happening, those 2 minutes like he talked about, it just builds and it's amazing. But to be seeing it from the infield, and then the backdrop is what you're seeing on television, the beautiful, the famous spires and everything. It was stunning, and I thought we were prepared for it, and we weren't. It was just,
this is like the third or fourth mention we've had of Churchill Downs.
And mine was 1989, and we've been to many things since. The what do you call it? The U.S. Open tennis, the Ryder Cups, all those other things. As DJ said, not even close. And this is 30 years ago, 35 years ago, and it still stands out as the best.
And this still, to this day, resonates to this day.
To this day. And we've been to, many. We've not been to everything, but we've been to a lot of really cool venues. And it just stands out and because, like you said, we're there the whole day. It's the eighth race of the day. So we had been there since, let's say, the third race. And it's cool throughout the day. But all of a sudden, it's like watching The Wizard of Oz. It turns into color when the eighth race comes. And it just, those 2 minutes, and they're playing this, doing my old Kentucky home, you'll remember it the rest of your life.
Wow, look at you. All right, hey, thanks. 248-539-9797. Churchill Downs getting a lot of love here. It's the most beautiful venue in sports. Let's go to Kenny next on 97.1. Hello, Kenny.
Hey, how you doing? I would say easy. Pebble Beach, nothing like Pebble Beach. I used to work for Anheuser-Busch, and we would go there every year and just see Pebble Beach. And every now and then you get a whale that would come up. That would be one. And I would say Pasadena, the Rose Bowl, watching my Dallas Cowboys tear up Buffalo Bills. That background of Pasadena is incredible.
Let me back you up here. So when you say you worked for Budweiser and you went to Pebble Beach, was it like you guys would just stay there, or did you go play it?
Oh, no. I was working. I was promoting for Michelob.
Okay.
That was one of our brands, and we would be there for a whole week. So when you see the Super Bowl, these guys talking about Churchill Downs, all those places, but Pebble Beach is one to go. It's called the 17-mile drive, and just to see the pros.
How long ago was it that you went there, Kenny?
Let me see. I worked for Anheuser-Busch from 83 to 89. I mean, that's still cemented in my mind. I've been to 25 Super Bowls. I mean, I was at the Final Four this weekend, but Pebble Beach is the one. Yeah. If God said, what do you want to see again? It would be Pebble Beach. I mean, it just blow your mind.
I don't really have a bucket list of things to do, but Pebble Beach is one that I want to play. I want to play that golf course, and you can. It's public, but it'll cost you an arm and a leg. And at some point, I'll be willing to do that.
I've told you my Pebble Beach story, right?
Yes. Yeah, you have.
25 and a half years ago, as newlyweds, our honeymoon was fly into San Francisco, fly out of San Diego 2 weeks later, and make it up as we go. So as we were tooling down the coast in the 17-mile drive, we went to Pebble Beach. Say the night before, we had
gotten after it
a little bit, and of the newlyweds, one of us had a reversal on the putting green.
Oh.
And it was not me.
Oh.
There was a trash can right there. We then proceeded to pose for a picture of the trash can.
How nice of you to bring that up again.
Yeah, well, it's been a minute. I haven't told that story in a good maybe 6-7 months. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, Twin Peaks fans, we made it to the weekend, and they can't wait to host the party. What an awesome weekend they have in store for you. Skip out of the office and head to your favorite lodge for lunch and some of the golf action or stop in after work. So our local basketball team's on the hard court, and it sounds like our star player is going to be okay. The fun never stops either. Saturday, you got more of the Masters. You got basketball, hockey, and baseball matchups, pay-per-view boxing, and UFC 327. That's right. Sun up till sundown. They got something for everyone. Why go to Twin Peaks? Heck, why not? Boast wall-to-wall TVs, video walls, 98 inches that bring you all the action you crave. They got the Scratch Kitchen that pumps out the best bar food you've ever had. We can attest to that. And they've got more than just like bar food. They got amazing food like the Chipotle chicken, my favorite. I like the spicy shrimp tacos. Gator loved that twice baked Texas Philly cheesesteak potato. Unbelievable. So, if you want a unique and great menu, plus the bone-chilling 29-degree draft and sports everywhere you look, well, then there's the best part. The beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls. Come experience the difference today. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. It's good news for the Pistons is the injury report that came out and Cade Cunningham's name wasn't on it, with the implication that he will play against Charlotte Hornets. You got a buddy in Charlotte that's been talking about this Pistons Charlotte game?
Yeah, I just got a text message the other day from him where he was definitely talking about him.
Fired up?
I'm thinking, really? Huh, interesting. Yeah, he said that. Says, hope all is well. Watch out for the Hornets. They're going to give somebody all they can handle in the first round. Charlotte is fired up.
Well, they're all Concanipple crazy down there.
Well, and they are a well above 500 team at this point.
Mm-hmm.
This could be a preview of the first round.
Well, and remember, this is also Isaiah Stewart flying off the bench and fight breaking out.
That's right.
There would be added intrigue.
Yeah. That would be something.
It would be some drama if they did.
Get Bridges and
face one another,
and Stewart to face off.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Phil next up on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Phil. How are you?
It's Colonel Phil, U.S. Army retired.
Well, thank you, Phil.
You out.
That's okay. I'm going to talk about Ebbets Field.
Wow, you were there?
1945. I was 10 years old. I'm 90 now. But I was 10 years old at Ebbets Field, and we used to go there and listen to Ernie Harwell and Red Barber.
Wow.
That's where Ernie started.
Right. So what was the scenery like there? Well, I mean, that's what we're talking about, the scenery.
Well, we had a green monster like Fenway, only it was in right field. And on the other side of this fence was Bedford Avenue. You're in Brooklyn. And we used to pay 25 cents to get in.
You know, my dad grew up in Cliffside Park, New Jersey, and was a Brooklyn Dodgers fan and used to take the train over and go to games at Ebbets Field. He's told me all about it.
Absolutely.
And it's a unique place.
We had 5 musical guys. They used to bring their instruments.
Oh, Dem Bums.
Dem Bums. Dodgers Symphony.
Yeah, yep.
Dodgers Symphony.
Yep, I heard about that too.
They paid to get in. They paid to get in too.
Beautiful scene.
They didn't go on the dome. But anyway, that was one of the most fabulous places to see a ball game.
Well, we're doing what's the most beautiful place in sports. 248-539-9797. The Symphony. God. Stefan in Pontiac. What's up, Stefan?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good,
Real
thank
quick, Fenway Park on an August night, twilight, especially when the Tigers are in town. It is amazing. A trifecta here, the 9/11 Memorial and Doomsday Beach for D-Day is excellent. But, no, Fenway is where it's at, and I miss Tiger Stadium.
Yeah.
You guys are the best. Take care.
I appreciate it. Gator, have you ever been to Fenway?
No.
I will tell you, I know I sense, I don't think we've ever talked about it. We probably have. We talked about everything. I would sense that you would not want to go and be a little bit standoffish about Fenway. Am I wrong?
No, I don't have any issues with Fenway. I'd like to see it because I think it's unique. That's what I want to see is how. And I'd love to be able to get a seat above the monster in left field and one of those seats that now sit above it. I think it'd be a lot of fun. But I would imagine that I'd say, okay, it's very unique and it's cool. At the same point, I'd probably come away thinking they really got to update the place because it's just, decrepit at this point, and it's been around for a million years, and it's got the same issues that Tiger Stadium had, which are the obstructed views and all that, and you got these giant girders all over the place. But it's the Cathedral of Boston.
Because of the Masters and the beauty, we are asking people what is the most beautiful scene you've ever seen in sports. Chris says Lambeau Field, went on the stadium tour last summer. It was awesome. Unnamed texter, I've been to a ton of sporting venues, but Candlestick Park was beautiful. I was there once. One of the most beautiful venues I've ever been to and can be considered one of the most beautiful venues I've been to, if it can be considered beautiful, was PNC Park. Watching a baseball game there was pretty sweet, just sitting in the stands, in the city backdrop with the yellow bridges and taking the ferry to the game that drops us off just outside the outfield was wonderful.
I'm telling you, it's a great scene right there.
Here's another great one that we are privy to here in the Midwest. Mark from Detroit says Notre Dame's campus and football field. Touchdown Jesus, Golden Dome, just iconic.
That was that was beautiful. I was there once, and it was a beautiful, beautiful day for it to be. I get goosebumps thinking about that day. It was I spent time a few hours before the game throwing a football around on the field.
Yep,
I'm literally on that field throwing a ball with Joe Abrams who does a lot of the Pistons broadcast with George Block.
What kind of route runner was Joe?
Decent.
Yeah,
decent enough. Yeah. Big target, tall target.
Yeah, Matt Caliber arm. Could he handle what you were?
Yeah. He was able to handle it.
Matt Caliber receiver, Joe Abrams.
Probably, yeah.
Dan at Western Michigan says the most beautiful place in sports I've been to is Fenway Park. I love the view of downtown Boston from the seats along the left field line. Here's an interesting one. UC San Diego competitive pool. We were there for the Transplant Games of America in 2022. La Jolla, California, gorgeous mountain and canyon view. It's breathtaking.
So outdoor pools in California are great, for competitive purposes. That's going to be great.
Mm-hmm.
That reminded me of another one that I saw.
Let's go.
Being on the campus at Pepperdine,
dude,
in Malibu,
with the ocean and the beach.
It's sitting nice and high, looking over that. It's ridiculous.
Another stop on the Karsh honeymoon in the year
Pepperdine
2000 was Pepperdine's campus.
Did you go to Gladstone's in Malibu? Get some seafood on the.
We went somewhere. I don't remember. We got a picture. Was it right on the beach? Yeah. We might have.
Famous place.
Yep. Number one for me is a Rose Bowl. Number two, Arcadia Bluffs. That's from Richard in Birmingham.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful golf course right there on the water and up in Arcadia, Michigan. It's awesome.
Mike in New Baltimore is next. Hi, Mike.
Hey guys, how are you?
Okay.
Hey, I got two things I haven't done that's on the bucket list, which is the Super Bowl and Pebble Beach. So I haven't been blessed to be there yet. But of the events that I have been to, Churchill Down, Kentucky Derby by far is the best. It's just absolutely such a fun time there. If you do go, I would say go Friday, stay in the infield on the Oaks, and then Saturday get in the grandstands, get the good seats, and you'll kind of get the best of both worlds. And then a close second is Waste Management out in Phoenix.
Oh, really?
The 16th hole. Yeah, it is just a great time. So those are my top two, guys.
The Waste Management is starting to look like it's getting to be a bit of a mess. But people do lean into it out there. PJ is next here on 97.1. Hello, PJ.
How you doing, T?
What's up?
My best place was Tiger Stadium. I was in the Safety Patrol Boys, and I was about in the 6th grade, and upper deck left field, and you're walking across that bridge to get to the seats, to the seats. But going into that opening, and you've seen all that green grass, it was the most beautiful place I have ever seen.
Felt like the grass was never greener than what you saw at Tiger Stadium.
Yeah,
so
it was
green.
like somebody went out there with a paintbrush.
Yeah, without looking artificial. I mean, it was amazing. The grounds crew and keeping that as green as it was. It's
Yes,
incredible.
indeed. Yes, indeed. I was fortunate enough in 1968, I worked there as a vendor selling popcorn and Pepsi.
Nice. That's cool.
And the other one was I took my wife and my kids when they were on a spring break. We went to New York, and we went up on top of the Radio City building and looked out and saw Yankee Stadium, Central Park. At that time, I do believe we had just had the attack on 9/11.
Yeah. Yep.
And but being up there in that place, they had little.
PJ, I hate to cut you short, but we're short on time, and we got a hard break coming up. Thank you for your phone call. Coming up next hour, we'll talk a little Detroit Lions. Also, get back to the Tigers a little bit, who are struggling as they come home, and the variety of ways people are looking at this. It feels like people are panicked or not. They're just saying, tap the brakes. Where do you fit in? Got a Piston team going on the road and getting Cade Cunningham back, and it looks like he's going to be just fine, as he's not on the injury report today. All that coming up next hour here on Karsh Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. We're getting ready for Tigers baseball tonight here on 97.1 as the team is set to debut their orange alternate jerseys for the first time tonight. The club has even draped an orange alternate over the big Tiger in front of the Comerica entry in honor of tonight's festivities. This jersey is the first primarily orange jersey in Tigers history. It will be worn by starting pitcher Cater Montero tonight for Detroit against a Marlins team that is 8-5 this year and enters tonight after splitting 4 games with the Cincinnati Reds. The Tigers got swept in their 4-game divisional series to the Twins and hope to change their fortune tonight at 6:40 right here on 97.1. Over on WWJ tonight will be the Pistons as they search for win number 59 against the Charlotte Hornets. Tip-off in that one is at 7 o'clock. And round 2 of the Masters is underway at Augusta National today, and this Masters leaderboard update is sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. Wyndham Clark was one of the big names out in the early groups, and he shot a 4 under 68 today. He's alone in second place behind the co-leader Sam Burns and, of course, Rory McIlroy. Dustin Johnson, Shane Lowry, and Jason Day all just teed off moments ago. Both Day and Lowry went low yesterday with a 69 and 70 respectively. DJ was 1 over. Patrick Reed, Fairway Jesus, and Akshay Bhatia are all set to head out for their round 2 in about 6 minutes. Reed led that trio yesterday at 3 under. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Scott, I feel like we'd be remiss if we didn't bring up a few things here on tap for this weekend.
Okay.
Do you know what tomorrow is?
Tomorrow is the 11th.
Should be a special day for you, my friend. It is National Pet Day.
Oh.
Yep. You are a proud dog owner.
Does this mean I have to pamper my dog for once?
Yes, it Do you have any special plans for National Pet Day?
I did not, but I imagine that we'll go for a walk.
Yeah.
Go for a walk. Do that.
Lois getting better with the walk. I know for a while there.
She has, actually. She's gotten a lot. Well, it all depends on the leash that I use, the leash slash head harness that's used.
Mm-hmm.
But she's great with it. And I mentioned to you before that she's going through some things with her legs or hips right now that slow her down a little bit, but also make for a much better walk with her.
Right.
Because she's not darting as much and not wanting to get out ahead. She's actually walking with pace with me, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
So
how long a walk will you take her on?
Well, there are 3 different walks. There's the You've Been a Bad Girl walk, so that's just literally around the block. It's like a 10-minute walk, not even. There's the, okay, I feel like we're in a good spot here. Let's go for the medium walk, which is about 1.5 miles.
Okay.
And then there's the, hey, we're going to go for a walk. And that's about a 2.5 mile walk.
Okay. Gotcha. Also this weekend, tomorrow is National Submarine Day. I bring this up because submarines make me uncomfortable.
Just the whole idea?
Yeah, the whole idea makes me uncomfortable. Complete and utter darkness, underwater, in a small, I think all the quarters are tight. I have no interest in ever going on a submarine. None whatsoever.
For me, the feeling has changed over the years. When I was a kid, I loved submarines.
Yeah.
I was enamored with 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Okay.
And seeing, the movie's a million years old, but when you're a kid and you see it, it's like this glowing submarine in the water, and the water is this beautiful kind of greenish blue. It's amazing while you're under there and seeing all that. And I'm like, oh, I really like that. And I remember being in Disney when I was a kid, and they had like a ride that you could go on. And then when I was in there, I was like, wait a minute, this get a little claustrophobic about it. Even though I'm not claustrophobic, but I recognize I'm in a capsule underwater. If things go bad, they go really bad. So I'd be, I think, a little bit hesitant, but I'd still think I'd want to go on one.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be kind of cool.
And one final thing, Sunday is National Grilled Cheese Day.
That's Sunday.
Yep. And I thought that would be something that would.
Yeah. I was coming back from, I think it was Easter. I was driving my mom and I back. We had left my brothers and we were going on the street. And I pointed out, because we're on Northwestern, And I pointed over there. I said, yeah, there used to be a great restaurant right there, Mom. It was called Grilled Cheese and Tomato Soup. And it's not there. It's been gone now for at least 10 years. And I was so bummed that it didn't last because it was such a great concept to me that you get to choose your cheeses. You get up to 3 different cheeses, I think, that they would put on that thing. And it was such a perfectly cooked grilled cheese. Tomato soup was absolutely perfect. They had a bunch of other menu items, different soups and different salads, and it was awesome. And I'm sad that it's not there anymore because to me there's no better comfort food than a grilled cheese sandwich with tomato soup.
So it's funny because I have never, ever, ever liked tomato soup. Ever. I always thought I'm eating warm ketchup. And then you get, which does that sound appealing in any way?
No, but I don't think it tastes anything like warm ketchup.
So
but okay.
then you the whole idea of the grilled cheese and dip it in the tomato soup, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, I'll give this a shot. Nope, didn't do it for me at all. I have no interest in to each their own, but it just not even close.
Yeah, tomato. Then it turns into a tomato bisque, which I like even better than tomato soup.
Gator, you got a bread preference?
If I'm making it at home, and I've got like the griddle at home, there's a flat top part of my stovetop, which is great. I like to use a white bread of some kind, typically. Sourdough is great as well.
Sourdough is perfect.
Yeah. I don't get into like the wheat bread. I've tried it with wheat bread and it's just disappointing. It's like, don't make it healthy. You're doing what you're doing. It's a grilled cheese, right? And then the cheese is important too. I mean, it starts and ends with American cheese, basically. You can try other cheeses, and it's fine. It'll add a little different flavor. Maybe go to a couple slices of American and throw in a cheddar or a Monterey Jack or something like that. Got to get the good melting cheeses in there. But I think you have to have American in there. Yeah, and you press down on it too. And you got to cut it in diagonal. You don't cut it in half. It goes in diagonals.
Of course.
Otherwise, you're a monster. You're a monster if you don't cut it in diagonals.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah. Plus, it's just better because you got 2 points to bite into. So you bite one point, you bite the other point, and then you've got this hunk in the middle. You bite that, and then you cut it in half and drop it into the tomato soup, and then you spoon it back up, and it's amazing. But I don't have strong opinions on this.
I was about to say a couple observations. One is this is the topic that you've attacked with the most enthusiasm all day. Oh. 2 is Kenny has been hiding behind the computer. I think he's in hibernation over his sadness over the wings. But when Bobby asked you what's your bread preference, Kenny suddenly peered out. It was like the most interesting thing that was said all day.
Because you just called my wife a monster gator. I hope you feel good about it.
She cuts it in half?
She cut it in half. It's funny you brought this up today. We had grilled cheese and tomato soup last night. That was our dinner last night.
There you go.
Cut it in half.
Did it suck?
It was so good.
Was it? Okay.
But I do prefer it in triangles. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
I mean, I guess if you're cutting in half, the thing is, okay, it's like dippers, right? It depends on the size of the bread. If they got a big bread and you cut it in half, I think then you're a monster. If it's smaller size bread, you cut it in half. It's easy. It's easy to dip. I get it. What kind of bread was it?
I believe it was just regular white bread. It was from the establishment that she works at. So
Okay.
I think maybe she just did it the way that they normally serve it at.
Gotcha.
Maybe beyond her control. I believe when she makes it for me at home, though, she does do the diagonal cut, which is
The soup, is it a bisque or is it just a regular? Well, you were at a restaurant, so it's probably better. Yeah, it probably is. That's always good.
We have some breaking news from the transfer portal. Pete Thamel is reporting that former Wolverine and now Cal guard Justin Pippen is transferring to Ohio State. He's the inverse of Roddy Gale. He will be at Ohio State this coming year. Michigan fans might remember Justin Pippen. He will be a Buckeye next season.
I assume he's related?
Yes, he is related. He's a son. And Michigan got a kid yesterday. I think most people probably saw it by now. The big from Tennessee, Estrella, who commits to Michigan, the number 5 center in the portal.
And Cadeau is coming back.
Cadeau is coming back, yeah, which he had announced before, but I guess they made it official. But Michigan State has been active, from what I've understood. Michigan's going after a couple more kids, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays itself out this week. Dusty May was standing with the media in one of Monday night as the clock approached midnight, and one of his assistant coaches came up and said, "Coach, portal opens in 5 minutes." But May was like, we got to wrap this up. And then he told Colin Cowherd when he landed, they landed back. His wife said, are you going to be home for a while? And he goes, nope. Nope. This is the most important 2 weeks of the year. And back out recruiting.
So I'm interested to see how many players he brings in via the portal, and because obviously what they've done over the last couple of years to put that roster together, you had 5 transfer portal guys that end up starting and win a national championship. But you've got guys you're still bringing back. So do you go big, like 5 players in the portal, or do you just?
I don't think he'll do 5.
Go a
I
couple?
don't think he needs to do 5. He's got a pretty stacked recruiting class coming in as well. But yeah, it's. I don't think he'll go nearly as big. And Michigan State, who's the big from Alabama? They're supposedly active with.
I forget the guy.
Terrell? Is it Terrell? It's Terrell, isn't it? I forget his name too. It's hard to follow this stuff anymore. With the portal, who's in, who's out. Most people say, just tell me when the music stops, who's sitting in the chairs.
Yeah, exactly.
248-539-9797. All right, coming up, we got some Piston stuff. We'll get to some Tigers, talk some Lions before the hour is done. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, when your garage door stops working, or it's time for a new one, you don't want to call a dealer at a call center 3 states away, do you? You want to call M&M Garage Door, local, family-owned, operated here in Michigan since 2011, whether it's a fast, reliable repair or a full door replacement. The team of pros will arrive in fully stocked trucks. They got 3 of everything. They'll get the job done right then, right there. Fix your garage door. And all you got to do is get a hold of them at garagedoorrightnow.com or call them at 844-ONLY-DOOR. Now, if you need a new door, which we did, they came out, they gave us a free consultation. There's a million doors to choose from. They'll talk you through it, talk about all your options, and I was amazed at how many there are. So they can get you a new door as well. That's 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit garagedoorrightnow.com today. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. Getting excited for the NBA playoffs. Yeah, a Charlotte series is one that could be interesting if the two teams align with the play-in. Charlotte could be the first round opponent, and given the fight that they had earlier this year, it could be a first round series with great intrigue. I don't know if I even want that. I want a boring sweep. Can we order up one of those? Do you want to play Charlotte?
I don't mind. A little spice there, and I think the Pistons have this way superior team. So
I'm not scared of Charlotte. A boring sweep is fine.
Boring sweep is great.
Yep.
Yeah. I think whoever they're playing the first round is going to be a boring sweep,
even if it's Charlotte.
Yeah.
Well, it might not be It might not be boring but we also don't want guys getting suspended or getting in fights or anything like that. I mean, that's probably behind him. Probably.
I would hope that it's too important to what you have to do here. But I mean, looking at the candidates, at this point, it's either going to be Orlando, Philadelphia, Charlotte, or Miami. Out of those teams, Orlando, Philadelphia, Charlotte, or Miami, I think Charlotte's a team I want to face. I don't know why Miami scares me a little bit. And not that they could win this series, but I think they could trip things up a little bit. Philadelphia, even though they're a bit of a tailspin here, they've got talent, and you never know what's going to happen there.
Joel Embiid's got appendicitis. He's going under the knife. I think I want Philly.
Well, it might. Yeah, I mean that's true. I forgot about the appendicitis thing, and he's going to be out at minimum of probably 2 weeks, which I find crazy because having gone through having my appendix removed, given I had to go under the knife, he would go like laparoscopically, which was an easier recovery. But dude, I was messed up for 2 months after that surgery.
Is that right?
Yeah, I just never felt. I did not feel right at all. That was bad shape from that one. But other people bounce back like right away. Some guys, I think his burst. Did I read that, or maybe I didn't read that? But if it doesn't burst, you're able to take care of it with the scope in a timely fashion. The recovery time is minimal, which is great. They just pump you full of gas and they pull it out, and then you got to fart out the gas.
That's literally
what happens. Yeah.
How was that?
It's hysterical.
Yeah.
And it's worse for the like I said, I had mine under the knife, so it wasn't the same thing. When I was recovering from it, I had a roommate in the hospital who was a little bit older, and he had the laparoscopic thing. And at one point, we actually we were only friends while we were there, but we had a great time when we were there. Because we had great conversations and stuff.
Appendicitis buddies?
Yeah, and this is before I was doing a regular show with you, so I was just kind of reporting, and he knew who I was and listened to the station a lot, and we were a big sports fan, and was a college football player, and we're talking and stuff. But he went to the bathroom, and the bathroom was right next to where my bed was, and it's just constant flatulence, and I'm dying, and he's laughing, and this is like 2:00 in the morning. And we're laughing loudly, and then he comes back and finishes whatever he's got to do, and then we both start letting it go. And when we do, we start just laughing again. We had a nurse come in and admonish us for laughing too loud. She's like, "Gentlemen, this is a hospital." I'm like, "What do you want us to do?" Like, then shut the door, lady. So then he continues to let him fly, and I'm dying again. And we could hear the nurse walking down the hall.
You could hear her coming?
And we became like kids. And I was in my early 30s, I think, when this happened. I was 33.
I don't know about the other guy, but that's not much of a stretch for you.
Well, I'm like 33 at the time, and the guy's name was Bob. And Bob was like, I would guess 50. And we became like 8-year-olds. Where it's like we're hiding under the covers and not making a move and not making a sound, pretending we're asleep. And we hear the nurse walking down the hallway, and she puts her head in.
Mom's coming.
And exactly. It was that whole thing. And we're pretending, and I'm even like doing a little snore to try to pretend I'm asleep so she wouldn't say anything to us. Oh, yeah, exactly. Only it was way louder than that. It was fantastic. It was just hysterical. And that laughter... That meant a lot. That got us out of that, because you're recovering from surgery and it sucks, but that part was awesome. Well,
speaking of flatulence, the Tigers are home tonight, and coming off a terrible trip to Minnesota.
But they're wearing the orange.
Okay, what do you think of the orange?
I like it. I like it for a change. I mean, the classic white is perfect, right? It's a perfect uniform. But every once in a while, you want to change it up and throw with an alternate jersey. Yeah, I'm here for it. I like the City Connect jerseys. I like this orange jersey a lot. I like the dark ones they wear on the road every once in a while.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
So I do not like the City Connects. I love the orange and I love the navy blue. I think they look great. The City Connects, to me, look like softball uniforms and just didn't feel like, I get that the whole idea was it wasn't going to feel and look like your uniform. But for the Tigers, the iconic uniform that they have, I don't mind a variation of it. I think this orange is going to look pretty cool. I thought the blue looked good, but I did not like the City Connects.
And we saw the orange in spring training, but this will be the first time we see the orange where you're not facing a team also wearing orange. That was weird in spring training. They're taking on Baltimore.
Right.
Both teams have these orange jerseys on. So with Miami in town, it'll be a different look, and I think it's going to look great on TV.
Well, it'll look better if they have more runs than they have had, and specifically more runs than the other guy. They have looked terrible, absolutely terrible. And one of the reasons why I'm not panicked is it goes back to something I brought up earlier. If this were a college basketball game, the Tigers would be losing 9-4, and we wouldn't even be at the first TV timeout, and we wouldn't feel great about it. But being down 5 before the first TV timeout is not the end of the world. And if you break up a an MLB season into 10 segments the way a college basketball game is, it's way too early to panic. And looking back at last year, 10 of the 12 teams that made the playoffs had a stretch where they went 4-9 in 13 games. The two others were Milwaukee and the Cubs. Milwaukee had 2 4-7 stretches, and the Cubs had a 4-8 stretch. Now, that's not to say everything's going to be fine. Clearly, in fact, this is what you want to do. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is do it early. You got a lot of time to make up for it. But they look horrible. And a lot of guys are underperforming. They might have all gotten the tank at once. For people who are concerned about the way they finished last year, coupled with the start of this year, it's legit. That's a legitimate concern. But they're even underperforming for the way they finished last year. And they're still 1 run away from having the 3rd most runs in the American League, which is weird.
It is a weird start to this season. The lack of offense throughout Major League Baseball and specifically the American League. It's wild. And I'm curious to see. We still haven't seen an announcement of what they're going to do with Parker Meadows. If he's going on the IL, is it going to be for an extended time? If it is an extended time, more than just he's going to be out for 10 days. Are they even considering bringing up Max Clark if it's going to be extended time? If it's going to be a 10-day IL thing, I would expect it's going to be Wenzel Perez. If it's we're going to evaluate him in a couple of days, he's just got to go through concussion protocol, there's no other injuries to deal with, then maybe they're not going to do anything.
Yeah, and I made a case for calling up Max Clark and designating Jahmai Jones for assignment earlier in the show. But you know what? I'm glad. Scott, if I told you at the end of spring training that 2 weeks into the season we'd be talking about calling up Max Clark, in part because of the way he's performing, we'd be pretty damn happy with that.
Yeah, it's 10 games that he's played, or 10 or 11 games he's played in Toledo, but
also not to the first TV time out of a college basketball game.
But his sample size looks a lot better than anybody on the Tigers right now because he's hitting over 400. His OPS is well over 1,000. He's got 8 doubles in those games. He's got a handful of stolen bases. I think it's 4 outfield assists. He's doing everything, absolutely everything.
Mm-hmm. 248-539-9797 if you want to talk a little Tigers. Orange jersey. Do you think you'll see it? Do you think those are going off the shelves? Do you think they're selling well?
I would imagine so.
I would think so too.
Remember they had the orange out at the playoff game last year, and Tiger fans were scrambling to find orange gear, so they bought it all out at the stadium. And
saw a lot of hunting gear.
Yeah, a lot of hunting gear, sure. Now you can get Tigers gear. So, I like the jersey a ton. I'm not a big jersey wearer, but this would be one I'd consider.
What about the hooded jersey sweatshirt? Like you've got the hooded Red Wings sweater.
I do like those. Yeah. Would I consider an orange one? Sure, I would. I've got a Tigers one, but it's gray.
You
and
had
blue.
kind of a Lions one yesterday, didn't you?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
The old school Lions logo.
Yep.
Yeah. I got Lions. I have Tigers. I have a Red Wings, and I have Michigan State hockey.
It's a Michigan State hockey one, right?
Yeah.
Stupid college hockey.
Tell me about it.
So are we in agreement here on Wisconsin here?
I mean, yeah, even though Wisconsin ended Michigan State's season, but yes, it's Big Ten, and I'd like to see it.
Better than those bastards from Denver.
Yeah,
the way they play the game.
Nobody cares about Denver. My cousins
They
went
win
to Wisconsin.
they win
so I
too
root
much.
for them. They do. Well, they
They're
both
Denver.
win too much, but it's been a minute for Wisconsin.
It has. It's been 20 years exactly. They were like 20 years ago yesterday. Wisconsin cut down nets or whatever they say.
Yes, it's exactly what they say when you win the Frozen Four.
Let's talk some Lions next. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Do you want that beautiful weed-free lawn this summer, the one that's just green and lush and makes you think of old Tiger Stadium? Of course you do. Call the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN's a telephone number. You get green and stay green and save green when you prepay, so call by the end of the month. You'll get that early bird discount. They've been serving Michigan since 1990. I've had them in my house for like a dozen years. I love how my lawn looks every single year. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. You are going to love it. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. They know what they're doing. They've got programs designed to strengthen that turf, improve the color, and of course, control those aforementioned weeds. You don't want to deal with weeds in the middle of summer because that's a problem. Do with it now. It's easier to prevent that problem than it is to fix one. Early treatment sets the tone for the entire season, and for a limited time only, you can purchase a full lawn program, and you'll get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, and a station 97.1. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. So Masters this weekend. Can I tell you something that sounds at the Masters terrible to me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Pimento and cheese sandwich.
Oh, here we go.
Sounds terrible.
To you.
Yeah, does that sound good to you?
Yes.
Does it?
Mm-hmm.
What am I missing?
Well, I don't think you already said you're not a big grilled cheese sandwich.
No. I'm not a big. I like grilled cheese. I don't like tomato soup. But they make a big deal about the price of the pimento and cheese sandwich. I'm like, I don't want one. How about a chicken sandwich for $1.50? Let's go.
Well, it's. I think the pimento cheese is basically what a cream cheese with pimentos in it. It's a spread.
Yeah.
It's just simple. It's like finger food. It's easy.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's delicious or not, but I'm willing to try it.
I would treat it like Robert McIntyre treated the water on, was it 15 yesterday, where he gave it the bird?
He struggled, yeah.
Yeah. So, you were watching?
I was watching. I'm not sure it was that hole or not. I missed the whole issue with him flipping off the water, which is what he did.
Mm-hmm.
What I did see was him walking off the green and being disgusted with himself, and he yelled out 2 words. The first was Jesus,
mm-hmm.
and the second begins with an F. And I'm like, did I just hear that? I know I heard it, and I'm waiting to see if Nance is going to say anything, and they don't. They just move right on to which they shouldn't. As announcers, you just let it go, move on to the next thing. Nothing to see here, nothing to talk about. But with his expletive tirade, combined with the flipping off of the water in front of all the cameras and patrons to see, and then you add the club smashing throughout the course, that young man is going to be met with some disciplinary measures, I'm sure, and he may regret doing all of that because it's a bad look regardless. Anybody that's played golf, you've either done it yourself or you've played with somebody who has been a club thrower, somebody who swears way too much. And okay, I get it once or twice, but then it gets to be okay.
Club
You're
throwers,
nothing new.
Yeah.
Stop doing this. You're not making the tour.
But the thing that he probably might be in more trouble for is he kept slamming his club on multiple occasions. He slammed his club into the ground, and that's a place where the fairways look like greens, and every blade is perfectly placed.
Yes, every worm has its home.
Yeah. And he's out there damaging it, but throwing a fit.
Yeah, it's just a bad look, and I don't like that with golfing with people. Like, look, I swear all the time, and we can joke and have a good time doing that.
Fit throwers ruin the fun.
It's different when you're doing it in a fit of rage. They just got to go.
Yeah. All right, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Gator, I agree. Draft guys from big name schools. That's from an unnamed texter. Brian writes in, Gator, you know that Bain will fall in the NFL draft because of those 2 crucial prospect words, short arms.
Well, that is part of it, right?
Yep. Regarding the Tigers uniforms, the blue is significantly better than the orange. I think the Navy road alternates need to be a permanent part of the rotation because they are so good. Yeah, I think they are good. I don't disagree. I think the blue and the orange. I mean, we'll see the orange on the rack and the orange in the Instagram posts look good. See how the orange looks out on the field.
Yeah, I've always wanted to see a dark road jersey too, with some form of the blue. I like it with the Detroit script across, but I liked it also when it was the dark blue that had the old English D on the crest. Thought that was a good look with some orange accents to it. But I think it's good to see some different looks while maintaining that your home jersey is your white, but every once in a while you're going to see the orange, and the orange looks great.
Yep. Regarding my analogy that the baseball season, if it were a college basketball game, hasn't even reached the first TV timeout, and you wouldn't panic down 9-4 before you've reached the first TV timeout, right? So don't panic about this, even though they're playing like Mung. Gary at work says, Doug, I get your analogy, but isn't that what Arizona thought when they played Michigan? I wondered if we get this. And yeah, but usually you don't. Games, as a fan watching, you don't panic. It doesn't mean that the Tigers are, obviously they're going to rally because of this. I'm just trying to provide some perspective of how early it is. We're early in the ball game here. I'm not panicking with the Tigers. I've moved past that. I'm just plain old apathetic. I don't care anymore. They've been bad since last year, the last 50 games. They've been the worst team in baseball, and I don't see that improving at all. Okay, is that a fact? I don't think it's a fact that they were the worst team in baseball from, what do you say, the last 50 games last year?
They may have been. They were terrible.
They were terrible, but were they the worst team in baseball? I've not seen that ever reported. But they are technically the worst team in baseball this year. They are the worst team in baseball right now. Hey, guys, Jonathan Erickson played for the Wings the day after he had his appendix taken out in 2009. Believe that. That's from Jim and Macomb.
Yeah, it's all depends on the case.
Yep.
And that's crazy. If he played the day after, that's nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Was he farting on the ice the whole time?
Based upon your story, it sounds like it's possible.
Yeah, it would have been.
Mm-hmm. So this weekend, Tigers
Imagine checking him into the boards. I'm not going to the corner with that guy.
Is that a little boost down the ice?
Right.
Looks particularly fast.
They used to have the Comet Trail to see how fast the puck would go.
I can't believe we've devolved the conversation this far and are still talking about it. But it can like on the ice, there have been times where like somebody let one fly. When we're playing in beer league, like, whoa. It can happen.
It happens.
So Montero, Mize, and Skubal this weekend against Miami. It'll be good to have Skubal on the bump after the outing he had this week. But then they got Kansas City. They got a day off and then Kansas City coming into town. It's feels like get right time for this Tiger team. Even though they've played some pretty teams that aren't expected to be very good, now would be a good time to start stacking some wins and reinstill some faith. And y'all better win a game because this week, as this week has gone on, it's been disappointment to straight up hostile today. There's some hostility coming out from the fans.
Well, it's a bad start. No question. I'd like to see them. We'd all like to see them start hitting the ball. Still haven't found out if we got Wenzel Perez called up or not. We haven't heard any update on Parker Meadows. As we continue to update Twitter to see if they have any reporting on that. I don't know when that's going to come down. I suppose. I mean, maybe it'll happen this afternoon at some point for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine when they release the lineup that they'll also have some sort of update on those players or on that player in particular and see what they do with it.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we got word on Gibson?
Gibson is apparently good to go. They expect him to play tomorrow night against New Jersey. That it's a maintenance day today. They just kept him out for precautions for last night. He was a little stiff apparently after he got hit in the crease, but they expect him to be fine. Postava has been brought up. I would assume is just for the practice part of today. It's on an emergency basis. So will he be sent back down tomorrow? We'll see.
Yeah. And meantime, coming off a very impressive win, he probably doesn't mean much, but to their credit, when I was watching him play last night, they're in a position where they're giving it everything they've got. Larkin's celebration after I think it was his second goal, he really, really leaned into it. And is I know people are very cynical about this team, but while you still have life, you may as well give it everything you've got. And he was giving it everything he had last night, even though it seems like it's going to take a miracle to pull out of this and make the playoffs.
Well, if the Red Wings lose tomorrow, the season's done. If they win and Ottawa wins, then it's really on fumes. They have to win out, and Ottawa can only have one regulation win.
Yep.
That's it.
A final thing here before we wrap up the show. Do you have a pick on who you think is going to win the Masters? I know the tournament's already started.
Yeah, I mean, before we started, it's hard to go away from Scheffler. Goddard was a guy that I kind of liked as a dark horse. But I mean, Scheffler just gets stronger and stronger as the tournament goes on. If he's within 5 strokes after today, which by all accounts looks like he will be, then he's going to be the number one contender because he's got like a lifetime of shooting. I think he typically shoots 70 on this course. So that's roughly 2 under par for every round. So he kicks it up a notch on the weekend.
It'd be fun to see him and Rory.
Yeah, that would be great.
The final pairing on Sunday. Yep. That would be cool. So Good for golf. Here is Rico Beard. What's up, man? How are you today?
Hey, guys. Thought I had a few more seconds here to get
Oh,
set
my
up.
bad.
Well, take your time. Take your time.
That's okay. No.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We'll talk a little Pistons. Almost the forgotten team around here because they're so good.
Yep.
That
it's nice.
It's wake me up for the playoffs. So it's just, all right, how are we feeling? Cade is now back. Are we feeling like this team can be a straight-up contender, or are we just saying, just make it to the conference finals? Because I'll say this. They did a lot better than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
When Cade went down, I wasn't expecting them to tank, but a lot of people took advantage of him not being there.
And stepped up. I thought yesterday we built an airtight case as to why they're built for the playoffs. At this point, Duncan Robinson looks like he's a better asset behind the arc than Malik Beasley was a year ago. The guys that developed on the bench.
He pays his rent.
That helps.
Yeah.
That does
the
help.
guys,
Pays his barber, too. That
some
helps.
role players stepped up in Cade's absence that become useful assets. The fact that the superstar is more well-established and might get the superstar whistle. And one thing that was brought up by a writer for CBS Sports, the center position, even though it's the same guy, way better than a year ago.
Yes, and yes. Yeah, Dennis Jenkins. It's like he went from being cute to like, okay, you know what? He may be a factor when it comes to the playoffs.
Yep.
They've got a real bench.
Yeah.
They've got guys that come off the bench and you don't miss much of a beat, and they've gotten us experience with guys being hurt that they get extra time, and it's worked out well for them. I love the depth. I love that they play defense, and I think this is a team built to get to the conference final.
Rico, have a great show and have a great weekend, my friend.
You too, gentlemen. Have fun.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening, everybody. We'll do it again next week. Bobby and Kenny behind the glass. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. Tigers taking on the Marlins today at 6:40 from Comerica Park. That game will be right here on 97.1 with pregame coverage starting at 6:15. It'll be the debut of the orange jerseys with Cater Montero on the mound, trying to end Detroit's 5-game losing streak. Over on WWJ tonight, the Pistons have their penultimate game of the regular season against the Charlotte Hornets. Pregame coverage there at 6:35. Tip-off at 7 o'clock. Hornets favored by 5.5 points at home in that one. In Red Wings news, Todd McClellan said John Gibson is feeling okay after exiting last night's game after 2 periods. It sounds like he'll be available for tomorrow's must-win game against the New Jersey Devils. Detroit 3 points back with 3 games to go in the wild card race as of right now. And this Masters leaderboard update is sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers here on Cut Day at Augusta National. Wyndham Clark is the low round in the clubhouse on day 2 after carding a 4 under 68 today. He sits alone in second place right now. The projected cut line at the moment is +4. That would eliminate at this very moment big names like Patrick Cantlay, the 2016 Green Jacket winner Danny Willett, the 2023 winner John Rahm, and reigning U.S. Open champion J.J. Spawn. There is still, of course, plenty of golf left to be played. Rory McIlroy, the co-leader with Sam Burns at 5 under to start the day, teed off just about 20 minutes ago. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let's get to business on a Friday, shall we? Uh-oh. Hold on. Rico's nodding his head, people. What?
No, I think I found my next horse.
Okay. Quickly, before we get into the business of the day. No, this is an important moment because I think you're turning a corner, and it's exciting. We're less than a month from the Kentucky Derby. Yesterday, generally, Kenny will hound me. Do we have racing today? Do we have racing today? Lord of the Shacket loves himself some Thursday and Friday ponies. So, long story short, we had the day game up. We had Keeneland up. Well, Rico saunters in, and I do mean saunters. Nobody has a more leisurely gallop than this man. He rolls in, and he overhears me talking to Kenny. And I was saying to Kenny, hey, because Kenny likes doubles now. It's basically a parlay. You pick the winner of this race into the winner of next race, and you get really quite fantastic odds. Well, Rico thought I said the 12 in the next race. And it was the race after. So Rico places a bet. And I go, buddy, that's the horse for next race. He's like, F it, I'm sticking with it. I look up at the screen. Rico is now bet on a 43-1 shot. Now, luckily, he's Rue McClanahan over here. He placed a show bet. He still ends up 16-1 odds on a 43-1 horse. And what does Rico proceed to do? Bet the next race and hit that. What does Rico proceed to do? Now, this man, unsolicited, is over here doing his own little capers. I'm just telling you, for all the slander I've taken, I feel like we're turning the corner here.
I mean, how can I? You got this SMU hat on?
I've always loved the Mustang logo. This is actually a Saratoga company, so I wanted to support a small business.
Oh, that's not SMU?
No.
Oh.
It's just a horse.
Okay.
But it looks like a Mustang. Yeah. I've always thought they had the coolest logo, not just because I like horses. The SMU Mustang is badass. It's a Ford Mustang, basically. It's sick. Yeah. I've always liked it. I don't know why more teams don't do cool stuff like that. But yes. Yeah. So I'm excited for you. Yeah. And the next time you slander
I don't
the sport of kings.
No, in all fairness.
Quote, do the horses wear chains on their feet like Russian cars in the winter? No, Rico, they don't.
Evan told me, they race in the snow and they put chains on their feet. I was like, Mike, horses do that?
You believe that has me questioning your intellectual aptitude.
Evan was very convinced. I don't know a ton about horses.
Evan was convinced. So a pothead was convincing.
Though? No, he was like, no, yeah, they run in the snow. They put little chains things on their hoof. I was like,
okay. This guy's a founder. This guy got into Harvard, but he believes that.
Hey.
Yet you don't believe the Artemis space mission is real.
I didn't say it wasn't real.
Well, the fake landing is today.
I just want to know where they were.
Okay.
On the far side of the moon. That's where they were.
How come we didn't get anything broadcasted live? I knew instantly the toilets didn't work.
Is this happening?
We got up there and it was like, They're like the cell phones.
I'm sorry, the Wi-Fi service wasn't good. 250,000 miles from Earth.
Unacceptable.
What? Okay, if we're gonna we'll do this right now, and then we're done. Because I'm not. I have other things I'm very interested in doing.
Okay.
Wait a second. I will give you your 1 point of order here. I do understand and support you questioning how we haven't been back to the moon in 50 plus years.
Right.
Okay, noted. I can't answer it. I also question how we barely had indoor plumbing when they landed on the moon, and yet we had the technology to do it.
Right.
Okay, tough for me to handle. Okay. Noted. But you are completely out of control with the rest.
No, it's because you're doing this. It's like, okay, show me what you're doing because this is such a monumentous thing. And I'm like, okay, well, we're going to take some photos and we'll let you see them when we get back. Huh?
You believe this is a Disney soundstage?
Would you just take your Kodak paper camera with you?
Senator from Southfield, I'm going to ask you again. This is a yes or no question. You believe this is a soundstage production?
Let me talk to my counsel.
Senator, you see? You're perfect for Congress.
Let me talk to my counsel. Pam, what should I say?
Well, I don't think she's there anymore.
She's not working anymore.
Yeah, not gonna work here anymore. We do have a Department of Justice issue later, except it involves the NFL.
No, I think they went into space. I was expecting more. I was expecting a lot more. I was expecting a live broadcast from the other side of the moon.
So when they get back and then eventually show us some of the things they saw, you won't believe it. You'll think that that's just lying. They're lying to us.
Well, yeah, it'll kind of be like 5 days later when, certain head coach and a certain reporter comes out and says, well, those were photoshopped. Wait, it took you 5 days to come up with that excuse? Okay.
Wait.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
That's the latest on the Rossini saga?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Can you guide me to this reporting?
Okay.
Or that's not reporting. That's them saying it?
Let me find it.
Dear. Okay. Listen, hold on. We're off the rails. We can't go from 43-1 shots to fake moon landings to Diana Rossini's
It's Friday,
Photoshop.
buddy.
Hold on. I will do. You have, in the next 4 minutes, you can just text David. You actually believe this is fake?
What?
The authenticity
Wait, what are we talking about?
of the. Okay, yeah. Let me step back for a minute. Access journalist potentially sleeping with coach. No, not fair. I'm sorry. I don't believe. I just don't believe.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, I do believe that. But right. Hey, want to break a story? So look, you believe the Artemis mission. You question its authenticity.
No. I don't question the authenticity. I question what were you doing up there?
What do you want them to do? Production of Hamilton? They're in a space cannoli. What are they supposed to do for you?
I was expecting just more. Like, okay, we're going back to the moon for the
David,
first time in 50 years.
Day 9 of the mission, special on ABC at 8 o'clock. Sade joins the astronauts in space.
No, but it's just like
talking
you're going back to the moon. How about we see what's going on, and when you flip to the other side, okay, show us what you can until the signal goes out.
But where's the line of sight to get that signal?
No, David, I said show us what you can, at least until the signal goes out.
They did. They showed us pictures. They showed
I
us
wish
things
we
that
could do
they're
a
seeing.
GoFundMe to send you to space. I'm telling you, you're out of line. You just don't believe in any of this. But yet you believe there are octopus people in space.
I didn't say octopus people. Owl people.
We're doing this again?
So they're there. And you know what? I can't do this.
What does owl people mean? What does that mean?
You don't want to know.
Okay.
What?
I'm kidding.
Oh, Jesus.
It gets more vague and vague by the moment.
I was ready to open with good audio from the Wings game last night and then get into the Pistons that I'm pretty hyped about. And here's what we've started with. This. David, what are the text returns early here? Because I'm sorry. I was excited to see these people come land on it. It's not crashing down to earth, but they're coming in at 25,000 miles an hour.
They're pretty much going to crash into the water. Yeah.
But you don't believe that?
Yes.
So is that a fake ocean they're landing in?
No. They're going to crash in the water. I believe they went into space, Mike. My thing is, I expected more because we hadn't been there. We have better technology. I expected to see more.
Now, when they land on the moon next year, You won't believe that either, unless there's a concert featuring Frankie Valli.
Well, yeah.
Like what do
African
you need?
Bambaataa. Well, too late.
Oh. Noted.
Beyonce and Jay-Z on the moon. Concert
Right, there
at
we
5.
go. Actually, I'd be okay with Jay-Z landing on the moon.
I think Jelly Roll.
I'm just
Text
David,
comes
what do
in.
the texters have to say so I can then get to business?
It's all CGI. Rico is right. We never went to the moon. Artemis 2 went up and then came back down and landed in the Bermuda Triangle. Another one. Sorry, the moon trip wasn't cool enough for you to believe, Rico. So sorry.
It wasn't. No. We have so much better technology than we had back in the 60s. I just expected a lot more. You're going to fly by. I understand we weren't going to land, but it was like, okay, well, pretty much we'll give you all of this when we get back. Like, huh? No, that's it? Like, I can see you floating around in space, but nobody can take a camera and at least point it out the window and show me something.
From Troy, aeronautical engineer here. I work with NASA. You cannot get a live feed as we need the line of sight. That's why you don't see it.
Yeah.
No, I understand that.
Thank you, spaceman.
Give me something until you can't anymore.
Someone says, make space great again. That is signed Rico. The Artemis mission was really inspecting an asteroid that's coming for Earth. They didn't go around the dark side of the moon.
Stop it.
Come on.
Come on.
Armageddon.
Hold on. Somebody call Harry Stamper. Get him up there.
Well, there actually is.
No, there's not. They said it's going to miss.
No, it's going to miss, but there is an asteroid. Okay.
Scare tactic.
I'm with Rico on the moon thing. That is Brad in West Bloomfield.
This is unbelievable.
Then this one. Y'all really believe in outer space? Oh, my gosh.
I don't know. I haven't been up there.
K West from Chicago.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh. Someone says, no, the concert is going to be Frank Sinatra. Fly me to the moon.
Right. Rico wants a live backing band. What the hell do you want these people to do?
I just expected.
Okay, we're good. Can I move on? I have audio coming out of the Red Wings game.
From the moon?
Oh, hey, look, it's Rico.
Wait, who is this?
Just another Guido. All right, let's move on.
Doesn't sound like Prince, though.
No, this guy has actual talent.
Really?
Please. Why don't you go put a cravat on for your read, Austin Powers?
Mob ties, I guess.
The Chappelle skit where he plays basketball with Prince? Tremendous.
Okay.
Carry on. Shoot the J. Shoot.
Game. Blouses. And then he made us pancakes.
Okay, come on.
Imagine all that can happen in 5 years.
Space!
Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issue before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working perfectly in harmony, and you'll get our best equipment. No annual contracts, no fees, no strings. So even when your kids grow up and you still don't understand what 6-7 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. To get started, call Xfinity, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into Xfinity store today.
Okay. So I have some audio I want to play. I think it is more than just this team, but I'm okay focusing on this team. I want to play a piece of audio after the Red Wings beat the Flyers last night. And I want to remind you, the Red Wings at one point were leading their division, and we talked about, okay, we're not going to have another March collapse, and we proceeded to have another March collapse. They currently have a 7. Not 17. Not thanks, Captain. Too little, too late. But fine. Listen to what Mo Sider had to say, though, and then I want to have a conversation. David? Oh, boy. The old outside noise thing. Now, that's the second time we've gotten that from the Wings locker room in the last week. Mm-hmm. And this is my question, all right? And maybe I'm too cynical. I've done this too long. Do players not realize that criticism is part and parcel to what they do for a living? You play a children's game for money. You're not very good at it because, once again, flowchart, 7% chance to make playoffs. And much like during the season when Amon-Ra St. Brown went after the fans, why is this a thing? Like, to me, when I look at the Red Wings, first of all, you shouldn't be listening to any outside criticism. It's a waste of your time. But you've chosen to do it. The worst thing you can do is dignify it. By responding that way, you've given it oxygen. You've dignified it. Now, if you want to tell me he's just taking up for his captain, that's one thing. But he went a step further by saying, we don't care what you guys say about us. Well, there's a problem here, Mo. By saying that, you're telling us you do care, which is equally silly. You should care that you have a 93% chance of not making the playoffs, and maybe some self-evaluation as to why people are criticizing you in the first place. Rico, I'm the wrong person for this, because anytime athletes do this, I laugh. No. It's like a chef being upset that the Michelin star guide is in-house tonight and it put too much pressure on him and there's outside noise. What are we talking about?
Because everybody wants to hear the praise. Everybody wants to, using the chef, you want the 5-star rating. You want all of that stuff.
Well, then call Diana Rossini. Yeah, I know. If you want that type of journalism, go ahead. Trade your access for nice articles. It happens all the time.
No, you want to hear.
Call Shams.
It's Mike, it's human nature. You want to hear the positive things. You don't want to hear negative things because it's like, well, why do you have to say the negative thing? If you accept, the positive, you got to accept the negative. It comes with the job, like you say. And if you're paying that close attention, then, yeah, it does affect you. Yes. The negative, you could say we're not paying attention to it, but as you say, by simply saying that, it means you took the time to listen to all the negative things that you think are negative, which could just be truthful and factual.
There you go. When did truth become negativity? And by the way, a conversation about Dylan Larkin's future here, no one has said Dylan Larkin's a bad player. We have said maybe it's time for a change of scenery.
Yeah, it's run its course.
He's an 11-year pro who hasn't played a playoff game since his rookie year. Like, that's a conversation. Kenny, I want you involved on this because Mo is your guy. So I'm worried you're not going to give a fair and balanced assessment here. But like that commentary, that's the second time now we got to hear these guys moaning about the outside criticism. Well, then play better.
Look, I love Mo Sider. You know this. He's my favorite Red Wing. He's been my favorite Red Wing in the past, call it a decade. But he can't be saying things like this. But it also, to me, I believe now that it's a symptom of a bigger issue in the locker room. Whether it's a messaging from Dylan Larkin, whether it's messaging from Todd McClellan, you can't criticize the media when something bad happens, or the outside noise, or whatever you want to call it, the fan pressure. It's all part of, that's what the money's for. You're making this amount of money as a professional athlete. When things don't go your way, they're allowed to be critical of you. But I think it's an even bigger issue than Mo saying that. I think it's an issue of that's how they're talking inside of the locker room. Clearly it is an issue, and clearly it's on their minds because they're thinking about it. And like you said, giving it oxygen, commenting on it.
I want to hear from Red Wing fan on this. And honestly, sports fan in general. Because anytime athletes do this, it drives me crazy. These guys don't even know what negativity is. Playing in Detroit is Valhalla compared to other markets.
Yeah, but remember, if you say something negative, you don't know puck, you don't know ball, you don't know whatever, because you didn't say what I needed you to say. You didn't say I was nice. You didn't say I was the greatest thing ever. You didn't say I was a future Hall of Famer and this team was going to win.
That has nothing to do with what I just said.
No, I'm
they
saying.
They couldn't handle playing in a real market if they think this is negative. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
They can't handle it. Maybe that's what Kenny's talking about. Go ahead. Take this motley crew who hasn't made the playoffs in a decade and go park them in Boston. Let me know how that rolls. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm almost offended by it because, honestly, playing in Detroit, this is the best of both worlds for a pro athlete. You get the big market passion, you get big market dollars, you get small market critique.
Yes, and I think that the small market critique has kind of walked itself out of the room because people are saying, okay, it's been a long time, guys, since you made, like, think about each year we keep lowering the bar. If you can just make the playoffs, that's all we ask. You have to win a game. Just make the playoffs. And you're not clearing that bar.
I want
so
to
now
hear,
the people are turning on you.
248-539-9797. I want to hear the people on this. And it's more than just the Wings, but this is the second time now from Larkin and then from Mo Sider talking about the outside noise, the criticism. Now, we don't care what you say about it. Guys, you have a 7% chance to make the playoffs. The bad people outside your locker room are the least of your worries. Maybe look around your room. 7% to get in, 93% to not. Why is criticism out of line? And why are you giving it oxygen?
And the fact that it's again, I mean, it's not the first time that this collapse has happened. It's the third, fourth time this collapse has happened. So forgive us as fans or as media members or whomever you like to be upset about that or to be critical of it.
And we are at a point in time, and even though the NHL is a poverty league, athletes across the board in the United States of America have never made more money than this day today. You play a kid's game. Mm-hmm. Now, you're very good at what you do. You got to be the 1% of the 1% to play it. Now, congratulations. You've made it to your respective league. Here's the give back. You're going to be criticized. That's part of the deal. Want to direct a Marvel Comics movie? Better not have it be a disaster. That's
you ain't lying. No. You're not kidding.
You know, yeah. And I can't name one that was bad because I don't know enough about them. But the example is the example. These are big budget, big time promoted things.
Yeah. Don't direct the Marvels.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. It's jaw dropping to me.
It is jaw dropping because let's not forget. And you talked about St. Brown and you talked about the other message that came this week from the Wings. But remember Jared Goff when he had that relish in negativity comment.
Same thing.
And it's like,
Same
come
thing.
on, man. Like,
they chant your name at a grocery store.
Right.
You make $50-some-odd million a year. You essentially have your ass kissed 24/7, 365. You have a 5-turnover game, and now all of a sudden you want to call the wambulance. I'm sorry. I think that's laughable. Give me a break. I mean, you think the guy who's up on a roof today wants to hear athletes cry about criticism? He's freezing his balls off, and he's trying to feed his 2 kids at a job he hates. I mean, give me a break. Any job that has any level of profile, you're going to get criticized. Do what you need to do to shield yourself from it, not mire in it, not be affected by it. But the one thing you don't get to do is cry. That's the part I can't figure out.
Mm-hmm. But that's where we are. Just not this.
I mean, are you kidding me?
Mike.
We're sitting here. We're 25 minutes deep in the show on a Friday. We're both in a good mood. We've probably both been called some form of sex toy 50 times already by people in the interwebs.
I was gonna say,
Who
I hate
cares?
when people are so mean to us.
I think mine was 5 minutes in talking about the Artemis thing.
Fine. My whole point is that's part of what we do. Now, you don't have to partake in it. You don't have to do what Jim Costa does, where he gets in some weird wiener measuring contest with strangers. Yeah. But like. You don't cry about it.
It comes with the territory. It does.
Grief.
But athletes, like people, say all the great things about me. I love you. Say something bad. It's outside noise. You don't know ball.
It's also this, too. It's kind of a blanket statement. By and large, not exclusively, I just think athletes have never been more entitled. It's just grow up. You got a 7% chance to make the playoffs, okay? That's why there's noise. Focus on the root cause. We'll get with some people next. 97.1. All right, let's get to the people. And we're going to get to the Pistons at 3. I'm very, very eager to get the playoffs started. You enjoy the play-in tournament. I'll see you on the 20th. But I want to talk Pistons, and I want to workshop something as to whether maybe I'm like hope casting something, but I want to throw something out there, and we'll see how it goes. But we'll go to Dan on a cell first. Dan, what's good, buddy? How you doing?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Rico, Mike, Kenny, guys. Absolutely laughing stock of the league. The Red Wings. You're going to tell me, and Rico, you hit it earlier. Jared Goff, when he was talking to the morning show one of the days, and he's like, all the fan noise, it pisses me off. You know what? Go out and do something about it, for crying out loud. Go put up a fight. Oh, good. What did you do? You got one good game. You scored 6 goals. Dylan Larkin, you got your 3rd hat trick in your NHL career. How long you been in the league? 10 years? Come on, man. Guys, like, it's ridiculous that they're letting this bother them when, in fact, that when I grew up playing sports, if I heard outside noise, that would fire me up and want me to do better. And the fact that you're not seeing any fight, even though they know that this stuff is going around, especially when you got Mickey Redmond out there saying you need to knock someone on their ass. You got Darren McCarty saying this team has no fight. What are you guys doing? Do you guys not care about your fan base? What's going on?
No, I mean, Dan, listen, and that's the thing that I don't think some people connect the dots on. For him to take up 100%. He's taken up for his captain because his captain's taken a beating in the media. Well,
his captain doesn't know how to talk to the media anyway.
Well, my point is, why react to that? Why give it oxygen? That, to me, that's where we're in a weird place where I go, wow, man, if you think you're getting critiqued here, go and play in another town. Go play in Toronto. Let me know how that works for you.
Right. Or go enjoy Boston. How about let New York have you?
I agree.
Let New York have it. You know what
and
I
again,
mean?
Mo was fantastic last night. The team was, and listen, they're great when they're handed power plays. I mean, they're a lousy 5-on-5 team, but last night, hey, 100%. Look at this. Whiz, bang, pow, goals everywhere. Flyers couldn't stop being shorthanded. And then look, the Wings scored a shorthanded goal, which was basically an Easter miracle. But overall, it's like, again, second time in a week, somebody in that locker room's talking about outside noise.
But the fact that they're talking about it at all means that they're thinking about it. It's not like it's coming from nowhere. It's in the locker room. It's penetrated the locker room. The coaches, it's either coming from the coach, the leadership, the players. Somebody in that locker room is worried about the outside noise. That's why it's getting brought up.
That's, to me, a common sense thing. If you think somehow that's a nothing comment, go ahead, call in and tell me why. Because we played the audio. It's not like we sat here and took him out of context. He's sitting here taking up for his captain. Why? Well, his what? People said some mean things about what? A guy who hasn't been to the playoffs, he's the captain? Yeah, sorry, that's the cost of wearing the C.
And by the way, I have no issue with Mo sticking up for his captain. That's fine. I'm actually happy that that's his mindset, but the outside noise stuff is a little much for me.
Let's go over to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's good, buddy?
Hey, Mike, thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir.
You know, last night actually upset me. Like, I was mad they won, to be honest. When I saw Ottawa was up, I'm like, you know what? I kind of just hope they lose, get it over with tonight. We can just go into the weekend and just move on, get ready for Pistons playoffs. But last night, winning, and then the behavior after the game, even some people on Red Wings Twitter taking shots at the fans. See, this is why you don't trade Dylan Larkin. Where are all the Larkin haters at now? And here's what I would say. Dylan Larkin did not show up for the Rangers in the Wild game. We played 120 minutes of hockey over that weekend, and we only played good for what, maybe 15?
Yeah.
So for all the people pumping their chest for Dylan Larkin, I would say, where was our captain when we...
Well, you know, the other thing, and Joe, your phone's breaking up, so I got to let you go. Cookies, I was talking with him last night. He's on his Frozen 4 Odyssey, and he was laughing about it. It's like, I guess a bunch of people are like going at him because of Dylan Larkin, and I'm like, well, you didn't want to trade Larkin. And he's like, right, so people really just don't listen. I go, the whole idea that you're flexing, sticking up for Dylan Larkin, like he would spit on you if you were on fire, is hilarious.
It was like Dylan Larkin heard the radio this week and said, here, let me show you what I can do.
Cool.
I deserve this seat.
After you have a 93% chance of not making it. Sick.
Yeah, it's funny because I was on socials, which is probably a mistake. But
There's your first mistake.
I was looking to see what the pulse of the fan base was, and it was like, oh, what do the Larkin haters have to say now, huh?
So let me ask you a question. So if you're a fan like that, do you get to just lay in the weeds for 10 games where he doesn't do anything?
Yes.
And then something like a broken clock is right twice a day, then you get to pop out of your mole hole and do what exactly?
Buddy, 10 games, 2 months, 2 years. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
When all of a sudden he does good, does well, that's when you start crowing, see, I told you this whole time. Cookies, I got that text as well. And it's like,
that's hilarious.
First of all, I was just like, what do you, and then I forgot he was out on doing the Frozen 4 thing on the West Coast. But yeah, you're simply saying that maybe Larkin's time here has run its course. Maybe he's going to be a part of this shakeup. We've seen this before. You got to do something different if you want different results.
I used to understand it like when I was a kid, like I'd want to defend a player, or like in another era, a bygone era, there was more of a loyalty to the player. I think fans that cape up for individual players today are the saddest people in the world, because these players don't like you. These players think you're a nuisance.
No, you're
like
right.
Today's athlete largely hates you.
No.
It's hilarious to me. Root for the logo. You'll be way better off.
Mike, you're right, except for my player. My player really wants to be here. He loves the city.
Got it.
These photo ops with him with kids at a hospital.
Oh.
He really wants to be here. So therefore, yes, you're right about every other player, but not my guy.
But Rico brings up a very good point when he says they're around here, because what is one of the cliches of this town that's ultimate and terrible, in my opinion, is he was born in Dearborn. Oh, he was born in Westland. This guy's one of ours. He's a native son.
He hangs out at the Coney. He does this. I see him all the time. He likes Detroit. He wears the buffs. Detroit versus everybody. Grit. Like, we buy into that.
Do you realize the Dylan Larkin thing is the equivalent of Cade Cunningham if Cade were here for 5, 6, 7 years and never got this team to the playoffs? The same conversation would take place. That's the same thing.
We were having that conversation before they made the playoffs. I don't know if you remember that or not, but it was like, hey, do you re-sign Cade or do you try to trade him while he still has some value?
My fear is
we had this conversation.
If Cade keeps losing, he's not going to want to be here. We have to get moving. Remember we talked about that? So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's all funny because sports isn't even real. But, yeah, like, fellas, 93% you're not making the playoffs. Cry a little more. Go to Drew, 97.1. Drew, what's going on, buddy?
Self-diagnosed hockey elite here. I think the Red Wings should have tanked significantly long ago, but to all are significantly longer. All the way up to the Schaefer draft last year, in my opinion, we should have been tanking, because you don't win in the NHL without top 2 draft picks. But let me go to Dylan Larkin real quick. I fucking hate.
Oh, dear heavens. There we go. He got comfortable. Well, I think we know where he stands on Larkin, and we'll just leave it there. David with text.
Trucking hates him.
Oh, that was good.
Inappropriate?
They are a direct reflection of their boss, Steve Yzerman, who says the same things year after year after another year of failure. Someone says it's the crybaby, coddling generation. Their feelings get hurt really easily. They whine about everything. I'm 60 years old. It's a joke. That's Ben from Macomb.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing is if the team's doing well, you'll put up with more from athletes. But I'm very easy about it. Whether it was Goff, ASB, Dylan Larkin, Mo Sider, just, man, can it. Ain't nobody here to hear that. Now, I'm sure some of your sycophants will cape up for you and they think you're coming to their birthday party. But for the rest of the free world, we all just kind of roll our eyes at it like, really? Like, dude, the outside noise, the criticism, you haven't made the playoffs in a decade. And while not all of that's your fault, it is your problem. And nobody wants to hear about it. You deserve to be criticized. Can anyone tell me the Detroit Red Wings do not deserve to be heavily criticized? And by way of it, their captain Dylan Larkin or Lucas Raymond. Mm-hmm. Now, notice Mo Sider has not been a part of that criticism because Mo Sider plays at an elite level, and a lot of what he does not appear in a box score. Now, tonight it did. He had an explosive night, but a lot of what Mo does is very subtle. It's like a lockdown corner who never appears in the box score because they didn't throw the ball his way. He hasn't been criticized.
That's great
comparison. John Gibson hasn't gotten criticized. The guys that have done their job at an elite level on this team, they're not getting shredded.
No, Gibson, the only thing we say, can the guy get a day off? That's about it.
No and no.
No, they drilled him into the ground yesterday. They had to take him out.
Well, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. David, go ahead.
Mo just dropped the "you don't know puck" without actually saying that.
That
is
baby.
Mike in Colorado.
There you go. All right, FanDuel. They have got a lot of things going on for the Masters. The Mulligan Bet Back token as well. Tournament is ongoing, and you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet. And now you get protection on that play. Maybe you got a sleeper. Maybe you believed in Sam Burns before Sam Burns believed in himself. Whatever it is, they've got you covered. FanDuel.com/Michigan. Claim your special Mulligan Bet Back token. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply, including token expiration. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. Touch table on a little football, and then we'll get to some other business. David, music, please. What do you got, buddy? Oh, this is old school, right? What is this, 1994 Fox theme?
Yes.
Jeez, I believe where they had the robots.
Summerall. Yeah.
Yeah,
Summerall about 3 bourbons deep. Sure.
Well, John.
So let's get into it here because Jordan Schultz is reporting the expectation among many NFL teams is that the 2026 draft will be one of the most trade-heavy drafts in recent memory, according to multiple league sources. So I'm going to give you just a couple more rumors on that.
Can I tell you why?
Yeah, sure.
I don't think people like this draft.
I think you're right about that.
Couple articles you read, and again, according to player personnel people, they're talking about there might not be 15 guys with a first-round grade.
Well, that's just it. I don't think the people don't like the draft. I don't think there's enough standouts where you're like, well, if I can trade down, guy number 2 is about the same as guy number 6. So not that big of a deal, and I can get extra picks.
And it's also a garbage quarterback draft. So that really takes a lot of starch, too.
There's a 1 quarterback draft. So, yeah. So Jeremiah Love is the big piece. Like, does people really want him? If not.
And if you're a team in the mid part of the round or the end of the top 10, maybe you're seeing a guy that you actually love, like a defensive end, like this rumor. According to Ian Rappaport, the Saints and the Chiefs are looking to trade up for Ruben Bain. Saints are at 8. The Chiefs are at 9. So,
I mean, I guess I understand it for the Chiefs. I don't get it for the Saints.
Yes.
The Saints are just not ready to win at a Super Bowl level. I don't know why you're trying to move up. You have pick 8. You have so many needs. Look, if the Chiefs believe that Ruben Bain unlocks their pass rush, extends the career of Chris Jones, reignites, fine. But gee whiz, the Saints?
Yeah, I think the Saints just sound like they just want to be relevant. They want their name out there. But then again, the Saints do Saints things, and it doesn't make sense. But, yeah, you can't afford to give away a number 1 pick next year or even a number 2 pick next year when you're starting pretty much all over. Your quarterback you don't have. You need to save that stuff. But, yeah, Bain moving up. But the thing is, David, you could move up if you're the Chiefs. And he still could slide down to you at that spot.
That's true. And if they do not trade up, there's another report out there saying the Chiefs have done a lot of homework on tight end Kenyon Sadiq. That makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, he's this year's freak show. He's like Tyler Warren. I mean, he's just that 40 time he put up. And
it's goodbye, Kelsey. This is it for you.
Thank God.
Don't come back.
Oh, don't
We'll
worry.
buy tickets.
Don't worry. They'll find a way to put his ass on TV, just like his annoying-ass brother Jason. Why is Jason Kelsey on Masters coverage? Do they not realize people do not like these people? I'm sorry. I know that's not the topic.
He's got a high Q rating, Mike.
What? No, he doesn't. No one likes him.
He's out there. Apparently somebody likes him.
No, you're not getting it. No one likes him. They're making a mistake. It's okay to say it. Go read it.
They are making a mistake.
It's outrageous.
You mean to tell me that the Masters people and TV networks are making mistakes?
Well, the problem is they're also thinking about putting him on their number 2 broadcast team.
Thank you.
During the NFL season, no one wants him. Well, somebody may want him, and I think you guys consider Caleb Downs one of the higher prospects in this draft.
Yeah.
Cowboys are looking to potentially trade up for Caleb Downs, which could be a nightmare for you, Michael.
No, the Giants never do what I want, so it doesn't matter. I love Caleb Downs. He's the best player in the draft. But look, he'd be brilliant for Dallas because they're just 1 or 2 defensive pieces away from being ready to rock. They've shored up the front 4. Look at how they rebuilt their line.
So who would the Cowboys trade up? Would they trade with like the Titans?
They're just looking to see as the draft goes on if Caleb keeps falling.
But here's the thing, Mike. Even if he does, I give you Sonny Styles. I know he's not Caleb Downs, but I think you'd still be the same.
You can have him.
Really?
I want Caleb Downs. I think Caleb Downs is the smartest football player in this draft.
I agree. No, I agree.
And in Harbaugh's system, generally, you need a stud safety. What's the biggest hole in the Giants' defense? Safety. Our safeties blow. They're trash. They're offensive to trash. They're garbage is trash. They're bad trash. Our safeties are horrific. Tyler Nubin.
Get the
more like Tyler Boobin. He sucks.
Get the safety from Toledo.
You know what? Here, Rico's going to answer for my team the rest of the day. We're good.
They're offensive.
We're good.
Trash.
Rico's running my team. We're done.
Tyler Boobin?
Tyler Boobin.
I simply asked the question.
I hate them all.
That's it.
I want Caleb Downs.
I don't want to run your team.
I want Caleb Downs. That's it. I want nothing else. I just want Caleb. It's like Christmas. That's all I want.
So I want to know.
They're going to take Carnell Tate. I'm ready for it.
And that's what I'm trying to do. Because you have high expectations. I don't want you to be disappointed.
It's the life of a Giants fan.
So I want to know your thoughts on this because we had a discussion regarding him last draft, which is Travis Hunter. Reports from Jacksonville is that they're going to make him a full-time cornerback and just sometimes use him as a wide receiver.
I said that last year. I mean, I'm not trying to be that. I'm just like, don't do both ways. And it was a wide receiver. Yeah, it's cute. You're selling tickets and everybody's going to be down there and you're going to burn this kid out. What did they do? Burn the kid out. Now you realize his best position is corner. And if you want to run a couple plays for him on offense, sure. But kid, make your money on the defense side of the ball. I'm glad somebody saw the light early.
So he's right, you know.
I'm going to give you a list here of the draft attendees because I have a problem with something that's happening here. David Bailey, Bain, Downs, Falk, Colton Hood, Mekhi Lemon, bunch of guys, Ty Simpson, Sonny Styles, Carnell Tate. One name you don't hear is the number one selection in this draft, Mendoza. Why doesn't the NFL force him to be there for the NFL draft?
I have the answer to that. They can't. He's not an NFL employee. He doesn't have to be there. He's not getting paid for it. So they can't force him to do that. So he's going to say, I'm going to spend it with my family down in Miami. You know, it'd be funny if Cousins just kind of walked in and handed him the jersey. That would be funny. You need him there, David, in order for this draft to be something. Maybe he doesn't like Pittsburgh.
It's the number one overall selection. You should be there. You should be there to walk on the stage. The city that hosts it deserves to see the number one pick on that stage.
I can't argue that.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No. I'm just now, you know what? If the Steelers had the number one pick, then yes, he needs to be there.
It doesn't matter who has the number one pick. You're selected. You should be there.
Look, it's not the first time it's happened. Do I agree with it? No, I don't agree with it. Trevor Lawrence did this.
Correct.
But I can't fake outrage. I'm sorry. I can't be like, oh my God. He's a weirdo. He's going to do weird stuff. What do you want me to tell you? Your number one pick in the draft. You should be at the draft.
I actually want now Cousins to come walking out of the back room. Here you go. I got your jersey.
In a bad flannel.
Right.
Oven mitts on with 7-layer dip. I whipped up something in the kitchen.
Tell me that wouldn't be great video.
I'd be good. Yeah. They pan and it's Kirk Cousins grilling in foil again. Sure. Why not?
That is your NFL Blitz.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Michigan State point guard Jeremy Fears is declared for the NBA draft while still maintaining his college eligibility. Fears doubled his point total this season, averaging 15 per game. Detroit News beat writer Connor Eargood thinks he'll be back at MSU next season, though. After leaving in the second period in last night's Red Wings win with a stiff neck, goalie John Gibson didn't practice today, but expects to play tomorrow versus the Devils. Michael Bastava has been called up under emergency conditions just in case. Senators still lead the Wings for the last wildcard spot by 3 points. They're also off until tomorrow. The Tigers begin a homestand against the Marlins. Miami off to a nice 8-5 start. Former Detroit pitcher Chris Paddock is on the mound as he faces Cater Montero. Montero and the rest of the team will debut their new orange alternates tonight. You're the 6:41 pitch right here on 97.1. The Pistons face the Hornets as well. Charlotte has to win plus have some help in hopes of avoiding the play-in. Detroit has lifted Kate Cunningham and Isaiah Stewart off the injury report. Kevin Herter has been upgraded to probable. You're that 7 o'clock tip over on WWJ. The Masters leaderboard sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. Rory McIlroy is still your leader at 7 under. Justin Rose and Sam Burns are tied for second. Scotty Scheffler's second round is close to coming to a close. He's 2 over par, though, and tied for 21st. Scheffler was the favorite to win the whole thing. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Good to have everybody in. I want to talk about the Pistons because the next week is going to be a void with the play-in tournament, which you are above. It is beneath you, the play-in tournaments for the poors. But I wanted to ask a question and know if I am looking at it correctly or if I'm taking false meaning out of something. So when Cade got diagnosed with the collapsed lung, you and I both were like, all right, they're not going to fold. They're fine. I don't think they're going to lose the one. And look, they'll be okay. And we talked about the schedule a little bit. But what they went on to do was way different. They just beat everybody. Mm-hmm. So here was my question. With the rest, the fact that Cade got back in time to play a few games, to show proof of life, are the Pistons better off now because they had to look at what life was without Cade? Like we talked all year, they were one of the healthiest teams in basketball. They hadn't had to deal with a lot of bad stuff. And it's like they played without Beef Stew and without Cade for an extended period. JB Bickerstaff, to me, that makes you a better coach. Mm-hmm. Does this make them more dangerous? Because I believe it does. And then the second part is kind of what's the ceiling? Like I have said, the ceiling for the team is the NBA Finals. Like I think they can make the finals. You know, first of all, they'll go belt to ass on the Knicks. They're in the Knicks' heads. I also have repeatedly said, I think there is a softness to the Celtics. Trust me, they're my team. There's a softness there. I wonder if your bully ball would really F with them. Cleveland's the one that scares me a bit, but there's no guarantee you even see them. I wanted to ask these two questions because, look, Rico, in another week, basically, it's game on. I think it's next Saturday or Sunday, the playoffs start. So I wanted your take, and I want to hear from the people because they very quietly went about their business.
Yeah, they became the unspoken team because, Mike, they just won games. And there was nothing to complain about. And then when Cade went down, it was like, wait, is it? Like, no, they'll be okay if he can make it back. He did. He looks like he hasn't lost a step. I think for me, I've raised my expectations for this Pistons team because when you had every opportunity to stumble, you actually didn't. You got better. I mean, Jalen Duren, actually, to me, he's earned whatever money they're going to pay him because he stepped up and said, no, this is going to be my team. And he played like a guy that said, this is my team now. I'm the captain. Cade is gone. You're going to listen to me. A guy like Dennis Jenkins went from being a cute story to, you know what? He may be a reason why this team actually plays well in the playoffs because he can come off the bench. He can do things. So, yeah, I look at this team, and now you're adding Cade back. They got better. I am looking at it. You should make the conference. I mean, you should make the NBA Finals.
Should? Yeah. Versus can are two completely different things. Should. Should. Okay. I'm not going there. I'm willing to say they can do it. I should. Okay. David, where are you at with it?
I mean, you've been okay because I realize it's regular season. Real quick, David, it's regular season. You've been doing all of this. Now it's time to prove it wasn't just us playing bully ball in the regular season. We actually know how to win. And these last few weeks have shown me, yeah, they can win. They had every reason not to, and they still did. I like how they play. They look like they actually like each other. Yeah, I'm okay with saying that.
Yeah, here's what you just said is the reason why I'm not ready to jump to where either of you are. It's because it was the regular season. I get it. They looked wonderful without Cade, but the playoffs is a different animal. And I have to see that Jalen Duren can do that in the playoffs. I have to see that the others can do that in the playoffs. So I'm staying back. I'm still where I'm at. I'm just disappointed they didn't get a second star, and I think their limit is second round. That's just what I'm staying with, and I'm sticking with. I get what you're saying, Mike. I love what they've done without Cade. I enjoyed seeing that. I was like a breath of fresh air, but it's different in the playoffs. We'll see.
248-539-9797. Yeah, I think they can make the finals. I think the conference finals are definitely kind of that goal. I'd be bummed out if they didn't make the ECF. Once you're there, anything can happen. If they got aced out before the ECF, I'd be pretty damn disappointed.
Yeah. That would mean what David said was correct, and it was a team built for the regular season, not a team built for the playoffs. I started the year off thinking like David, but just watching this team and looking at the rest of the East, I don't know if these teams are going to hit that switch and just be like, okay, playoffs are here. We're Boston. We're going to do this. We're New York. We're going to do this. As you said, Cleveland's the only team that I really question. Okay, that's going to be a tough series, but you may not even see them until it comes to the conference finals.
David, what are text returns early here? Well, Kenny gets a few of the calls. I can't ask Kenny about basketball. He doesn't care.
They are 100% better. JB tweaked the offense, and our three-point percentage has gone up. We're totaling more assists, etc. I'm actually more confident.
Okay,
now.
That's one for the more confident bin.
Someone else says this year the Pistons win percentage with Cade is 71%. Without him, it's an identical 71%. So I am right there with you, Mike. I'm more confident with them without him. The Pistons kind of have proved us wrong at every turn. The ceiling is the NBA championship.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Well, crack kills.
Well,
it's never enough for some. If you think you're winning the NBA championship, place your bet right now. You can get plus 3,000 on it.
You know what? You're going to have some injuries. You're going to have a lot of luck. But I do think that they can get through the East.
David, what would you like to put on them winning the championship? What does the church need?
No, I'm not doing that.
No. Hold on. Like, what does the church need? Like, do you need an? No. Listen, you got a new coat of paint down there. We saw the woodwork. What do you need? You need like new speakers? Do we need a new Kenny G flute or whatever? What do you need down there?
I know what they need. They need a tricked out AV room with a 100-inch TV in there.
That would be amazing. Those 9:30 games would look even better.
No, right. I think they need one of those new 100-foot screens in the AV room.
So Pistons, what amount of money? Like, do we need to get your uncle on the phone? If we bet the Pistons to win the title at plus 3,000, what do you need? You need 15 grand. What do you need? What do you need in order to make an improvement? The Pistons could be the shepherds of greater life. I will place the bet, and then that bet is anointed. I mean, that bet has some serious spiritual cheddar behind it. What do you need?
His uncle needs a third and fourth bow tie.
I don't even think that's physically possible. The poor man has to breathe.
It isn't.
But I'm serious. Like, I will make this bet, and then we all just get behind it. I think it's insane. I don't think they can win the championship.
No, they can't win
the
championship.
But if they did, I want greater life to benefit. I will place the bet, and you keep every dollar for the church. But what does the church need?
Just feel a little weird that the church is going to benefit from a bet. That
Why?
just feels a little weird to me.
Why? I mean, there's all kinds of betting in the Bible. Go read it. Remember that illegal dice game in Nazareth? Come on, chapter 7.
Yeah, and they ended up Yeah, that wasn't the dice game you wanted to be a part of.
Okay, listen.
They were basically gambling over Jesus' clothes.
I made a joke. There's actual gambling in the Bible?
Yeah.
With some things.
Yeah.
Look at me go. The point is,
you didn't want to be a part of
that's
this
the
gambling.
bad kind of gambling. In the New Testament, this is the good kind.
That was the New Testament.
Okay. Trouble. Whoa, he has trouble with the gospel.
Oh my God.
Oh boy. All right.
what?
David, do me a solid. Can you call your uncle right now?
What are the Pistons' odds?
If the church
plus
received
1,800
to win it all?
Yeah.
It's not, I thought it was plus 3,000.
Not anymore. It's plus 1,800.
Oh,
Cade's
because
back.
Cade's back. Okay, so 1,800. All right. Ask your uncle if you received a gift from Apostle Cade, what would the church need? What would that gift be used for? And it can't be for him to buy a new wallet or a fancier car.
That wouldn't happen.
Well, you had lots of pastors into that line of work. What could we provide?
I'll find out.
Because I'll make the bet, but it's got to go to Greater Life. I don't want the money. I think the church storyline is much more intriguing. Could I get a picture at the church as the provider of the gift?
Oh,
I'm kidding.
Wait,
I'm kidding.
No. The Valenti Nursery.
Yes.
Because you love kids.
What are
It's
we
all
gro-
about the kids.
What are we growing weed in there?
It's a nursery.
David, can we have a grow room at the church? 248.
We're really going to have trouble with the gospel now.
Because you know, in the New Testament,
Whoops. 248-539-9797. I'm just saying, if you believe they're winning it all, Texter, go get that plus 1,800. I'm willing to do it in the name of the church. I don't think they're doing it. What are they to make the finals?
to make the finals,
Just to make it. That one makes more sense to me. Okay. Can I get plus 900? Actually, it'll be lower than that. To win the East, it might be plus 500.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think it's that much to winning the conference.
Yeah, what do you got for me? Hold on. All right, where do I got to be? I'm interested.
To advance to the Eastern Conference
plus
Finals.
450. To win the Eastern Conference is plus 450.
Yes.
David, I'll let you make the
Your
decision.
Boston Celtics are still plus 160. Cleveland's plus 330. Pistons plus 450.
David, I'll let you and your uncle make the decision. I will place the bet, but it's got to go to the church. I'm not asking you to bless it or pray for it, but if we got texters saying they're going to win it all, we should at least be able to have some fun with that zany idea. I don't think that's happening.
I think we should go for Eastern Conference win.
Yeah, but remember, man, them churches are expensive. They put that basket around at every damn turn. Plus 450. I mean, I need to know what they need down there. They need a new bass guitar? What do you need?
I told you. That AV room needs upgrading.
No, that's so David can watch sports and skip
No,
out on.
Mike, it's the best of both worlds. I'm trying to help David out.
Is that what you want?
No, that's not what I
You
want.
notice
no.
he ain't say no.
Yeah, but he don't run the church.
Right, but he can't
He's
ask.
like his uncle's intern.
No, but he can't ask for it. But if we happen to bless him with one, he won't turn it down.
Like, oh, man, it's crystal clear.
You know what? The Lord knew what I wanted.
Okay.
Thank you, Lord.
I can.
And it's a Sony.
Wow. All right, Northville Lumber, largest Trex outlet in the country. Nobody's been doing it longer. Price, service, selection. If you are a builder and you're not shopping at Northville, you're out of your damn mind and you're out of pocket. Call Northville today, and better yet, stop by the brand new showroom. It's the size of Lambeau Field. Call Northville Lumber or stop on by, take home some samples. It's northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Okay, before I get to the people, David is receiving several missives from dignitaries of the church. We are talking about the Pistons. I have made the comment, the way they played without Cade increases my confidence. I think they can make the NBA Finals. Rico says they will make the NBA Finals. Now, David still has some doubt. But, of course, that was never enough because we received several texts saying, no, the ceiling is they can win it all. I think that's crazy, but it gave me an idea. The playoff run could be sponsored by Greater Life. I will place a bet to win the NBA championship, and it will be in the name of Greater Life Church on Tireman. What we need is, what does David's uncle, the pastor of said church, and a lovely man, what do they need? Do they need a new Kenny G kazoo or whatever the hell he plays? Do they need new AV equipment? What do they need? And I will place a bet in correspondence with the cost of said item.
Every good church needs a kazoo. I'm going kazoo.
I don't know what Kenny G plays. What the hell is that thing? It looks like a flute.
The sax?
That's not a saxophone, is it?
Yeah.
Looks like that stupid flute in the game Zelda from '87.
Every good church needs a kazoo. Rico Beard 2026.
David, you're receiving many texts from dignitaries of the church. What are the missives saying? What? Okay. Uh-oh. David?
I am receiving some text messages. Yes, I am. Someone, a deacon in the church, simply says, y'all killing me right now, but we need some pews.
Are pews a need?
That's what he's saying. I don't know. That's
now,
the
what is the cost per square foot of a church pew?
I have no idea.
David, I have to calculate this out.
You know what? Let me find out for you.
Can you do that for me?
I will do that for you.
And where do you go? Pews R Us? Like, where do you just order new pews?
Home Depot.
All right, Rico, that's pretty good.
I'm done. That's the line of the week. That's fabulous. Go ahead, David. By the way, how many deacons per church?
It just depends. I do have somebody else in the media department that is texting me saying, I'm making a phone call to Paulson's right now.
I'll take care of it. I will place the appropriate bet. And then we can deliver a blessing to the church while the Pistons deliver a title to the city. I'm trying to put some good vibes behind this.
But if they
wow.
If they miss the finals though, we remove a pew that's already there.
Yeah, we take all the seating away.
Right.
If the Pistons don't deliver, everyone's standing at Greater Life.
You want to know why you're standing today?
Right, the folding chairs in the basement.
Yep, and you do a blame Cade sermon. Right. Go ahead.
I don't think you need to put Sister Johnson in that chair.
David?
Oh, wait, here you go. New pews between $200 to $2,000 per row.
Okay.
So about $100 to $300 per foot.
Okay, so it would depend. David, how luxurious do you want these? Do you want like beverage cup holders in the pew? Maybe.
Not at all.
No?
About $800 to $1,200 for benches with quality, but it can reach as much as $3,000 for ornate and custom designs.
That's what we need. We need GL carved into the sides.
So you're looking for the Don Juan pews?
I think that's yeah. Okay. I don't think you're putting pimp cups in a church.
Not pimp cups, but just
Yeah, listen. So David, if we did a bet and let's rough this out. Let's say it's plus 2,000 to win the championship. We put $500 to win $10,000, and we could buy how many rows of pews?
$10,000. You could buy.
Could they have a 97.1 logo on them?
The 97.1 section. You know what? Maybe we just take over for where the choir sits.
Works for me.
And we
they
buy
sound
those.
horrible anyway.
What if we upgraded the
You
choir?
Wait, did you say they're horrible?
I'm joking.
Instead of amen, it's an Odyssey station.
That's right. Beep, bop, bop, boop, bop, beep. Corinthians. All right.
Wait, is that a cookies on that little church fan?
Costa's head just floating above with an angel.
They take off Martin Luther King and it's a picture of cookies.
I like it.
Mike, you better be careful. They're going to start making you do reads at that church if that's the case then.
Oh, dude, I would crush it. Do you know how much product I could move for Greater Life?
Greater Life brought to you by FanDuel. Free bet.
Get your prayer bonus. Let me tell you about Stu. Let me tell you something. If Dionne Warwick can hawk prayer beads, wait till you see what I'm capable of. David, we will be moving so much holy water across these states.
People are loving your home to pew.
Do you know you can buy used church pews?
Yes, I do know that. Yes.
Didn't know that.
Yes.
Slightly used?
Yeah.
Listen, David, what other texts are you receiving?
I'm receiving nothing else from individuals that go to GLA. So
Okay, all right.
I have no idea.
All right.
Somebody texted me and said the pews will be made with Northville lumber.
Yeah. Oh, listen, we'll get some good Trex in there. Maintenance free.
I am so uncomfortable right now.
They got some great new fiberglass stuff. It looks real. It's incredible. Listen, David, talk to your uncle. I'll place the bet. I think it'd be a fun bit.
Yeah, I like it. And David, if not, if you want to do something with the basement and stuff, I'll tell Matrix.
There it is.
You go.
What says, good Lord, we have lost cabin pressure.
No, we have
I'm in
not.
trouble with the gospel drop right now.
Okay, well, unfortunately, that's already happened. All right. Just listen.
That was funny.
I was
And
totally.
the Lord is free.
Yeah. Listen, David, think about it, because when I'm back and the playoffs are starting on Monday the 20th, buddy, we could be holding this ticket, and the people will absolutely get behind this because it's for a good cause. This isn't about us winning money. This is about the church. We blend.
Wait, so if we win, do we go down there with like the big check or?
I would. Just to be a jerk about it, I would. I would have a Publishers Clearinghouse with a Mario and Luigi logo on it to hand it to you.
So right before we do an altar call, hold on, we'd like to bring Brother
Yes.
Valenti up.
Yes.
Mike, the floor is yours.
And I'll be dressed as Mario. Then I will hand David the check. Yeah.
I do not play that game.
Wait.
Do not.
Can the band
Do anything.
can the
Why?
band play that song?
Oh, yeah, they can play anything.
Yes. Kenny?
I said no.
Kenny?
No, I don't know.
Come on, Kenny. There we go.
David,
Can the
David.
band play that?
Sure.
What?
Sure.
Can you imagine that day, that mass? There'd be a line out the door.
It would.
Listen, I don't know what kind of donation program they got, but if we're rolling in with 10 grand because the Pistons won the title, I think that buys us some good favor at Greater
I want
Life.
you walking in there with a gigantic winning ticket, crip walking down the middle of the church.
Sure.
Yeah, as this texter says, as the choir wears 97 won the ticket choir robes, is Mike Enrico's face on it.
That's right.
No, I want the Jim Costa church fan. I'll pay extra for that. I don't know if you've seen those, Mike, but basically it's just a church fan, and most of them have like a picture of Martin Luther King on them. I want Jim Costa's face on there. I want that sad Costa driving home
Red Wings
from the
sad
Red
Costa.
Wings. Yes.
I'm game. I just need clearance from David. I need to know what they need.
I will get that information.
Okay. This is exciting. I will get to your phone calls. But I'm serious. I think it'd be a fun bit. I don't know. David's not as convinced. David, what are your reservations? I'm trying to give the church money.
I think it was the
just
Italian
uncomfortable.
music that made him uncomfortable.
Oh, what would be wrong with that?
No, nothing
I'm
would be wrong
sorry.
with that.
My people's music offends you,
it
huh?
would be much better than what he plays over here. They would sound like a real band. Okay, we wouldn't play that.
You know what? I'm going to read something.
It's probably
Please
for the best.
do.
And guess what? Here's somebody that... And you know what? If Greater Life needs their basement work done, they need to call Matrix
Greater
Basements.
Life gets a man cave.
They can get a man cave. They can get a prayer cave. They can get whatever they need cave.
The prayer lounge.
Yes. Why? Because Matrix Basements can make a prayer lounge if they wanted. Yes, they could actually do that. They can do that for you. Go stop it. Go to matrixbasements.com right now. Schedule that free consultation, and they'll come up with a design for you. And the next thing you know, you're going to be sitting in your brand new man cave. they'll take a totally unfinished basement like they did with me, and the next thing you know, you're going to be loving it because you're going to be watching baseball and football. It's going to become the place to be, and don't worry about it because there's a strong return on investment that comes with a finished basement. Their award-winning design staff is truly the best. So go to matrixbasements.com, and you'll find out it's a design that will pay off.
All right, I'm going to get to the people, but David, I just want to tell you, I am seeing a couple plus 2,400s to win the NBA championship. I will make the bet in the name of greater life, but I need to know what we're buying the church. I don't want the money. I want the radio bit. You got to tell, I mean, David, now I can't do this and then you keep the money and then your uncle's calling me going, where's the blessing? And I'm like, I gave it to David. That's going to cause a whole scene.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
Yeah, don't do that, Dave.
Get your uncle on the phone.
Let's see what happens.
I need to know what you need down there.
Don't need you.
And with if you allow this, I'm going to make sure Rico buys one of those fans he wants, and we'll put Costa's face on it. Could you get that down there?
Oh, I can get that happen. Yeah,
I want that.
We
I'll
can do
pay
that.
for that right now.
We can do that.
You got to
Make sure you don't hold back on the money, David. Don't pull an Ananias.
Okay.
I don't know what that means. We'll go to Johnny, 97.1. Johnny, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Mike? What's going on, Rico?
Hey.
Hey, I want to let you guys know, the bet's in. I made my bet. I put $500 on them. They're going to win. And I don't know why David's always acting scared. I played basketball. Basketball in the playoffs, I know it's different, but the Pistons are playing the same way all season. And nobody, even the BetMGM ad I just heard, thinking the Knicks are going to beat the Pistons for the East, and they're like, oh, only the Boston Celtics are in their way.
Yeah, I didn't understand that either.
Why is everybody just not looking over the Pistons, man? That's crazy. All right, Cade goes down. Dennis Jenkins steps up. Then you got Ron Howe in the hustle, man. I don't know. I have a lot of faith. I think we're going to surprise everybody because
how would it be a surprise? We're their number one seed. How is that a surprise?
But hold on.
Wait. Why is David scared, though? Why are you scared to make a decision? You're not a
I'm not scared to make a decision. My decision is we lose in the second round as of right now because every other team plays differently in the playoffs. I know how we play, but defense ramps up in the playoffs.
You know how we played last year. We are different. I understand Duncan Robinson's not the greatest, but he's draining them. I'm telling you, man, we are going to win it.
And Malik Beasley was draining him. And what did he do in the playoffs last year?
Well, it doesn't matter. He wasn't paying his rent.
God, that's last year. I'm talking about right now.
Johnny, I'm doing all I can to get David to let me place this bet in the name of the church. Now, Johnny, I don't think they're going to.
I'm Catholic. Let's do it. And I'm not trying to cut you off.
No, you're fine. Maybe if Greater Life thinks they're too good for my money, I'll go to a different church.
Wow.
How about that?
Wow. Mike has hit the transfer portal.
I got a little beef with you. Where was my Florida Derby bet? I didn't get it on Cash the Ticket. I didn't get it on here.
We didn't
get nothing from you,
Johnny. We didn't offer picks. I'm sorry. I
know. I love the horse stuff with you.
I know. I'll have the Derby stuff ready. I promise. We'll annoy Rico with that.
I love it.
All right. My other thing is for you. Let me go. When Mike gets a guarantee besides the Michigan and Arizona, because he had two there. He had two teams.
Yes.
When he was all in on the Lions, number one seed, we crapped the bet.
I know.
When Mike doesn't believe in the Pistons, not because you don't, you're just like, I could say they're going to get in and go far, but not the finals. You watch. You'll be surprised, just like the NFC title game. You didn't think the Lions were going to go.
No.
I'm just saying, I don't know what it is with that.
I know.
Everything you say is opposite, and I do it, and I win.
So hold on.
It's cosmic.
You're upset with me for not believing, upset for him.
Because I helped Johnny. You hurt Johnny. There's a difference.
Well, I said David, I'm not mad with you, but every time it feels like you're just it's like, just go all in with us. Push the chips in, man. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, Johnny, I'm with you. I think this team should be in the final.
You know what, David? You should go back to New York. I got plus 2,200 right here. I'll do it. Give us something to root.
I just want the Costa fans. And the look of what is this?
I wouldn't be able to keep a straight face if those fans are in there.
I might
Costa with laser eyes.
No, maybe maybe David's church thinks they're too good for my money. There's also that.
That probably is.
Listen.
No one. We're not too good. No.
Well, then lock it in. I need to know by the time we leave today what you need from me. We'll go over to Brian, 97.1.
Oh, go ahead.
Hold on, Brian, 1 second. Yes, Rico.
I was about to say, or maybe if you get this, Mike, you can cater the communion.
We could do that. Little chicken parm for everybody. We've upgraded from the stale bread. Let's go over to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, guys. Hey, first of all, I think any Pistons fan, we have to take 1 minute and pause and realize just 2 seasons ago we won 14 games, right?
Yes.
And this thing with David, with what happened last year, I don't think Karl Anthony Towns or Brunson or Tatum those guys aren't better than they were last year, right? But I can tell you Jalen Duren is a hell of a lot better than he was last year. Osar Thompson is a hell of a lot better than he was last year. Cade is a hell of a lot better than he was last year. We have kids playing on this team. And going back to the faith theme with David's church, these injuries to both Stewart and Cade were, in retrospect, blessings in disguise. We had at least, the obvious one is Dennis, but 4 other guys, in my eyes, stepped up during that time. We found out, you know what? We got 5 more fouls in the post because Paul George actually belongs in this league. Kevin Huerter got his act. I'm sorry, yes, Paul Reed. Kevin Herter got his act together a little bit. He couldn't hit the broadside of a barn when we landed him, but now he steps on the floor and he looks like he belongs. Holland has stepped up. I would say Osar, out of necessity, has stepped up his game, even on the offensive end where he's clearly
So where do they go?
A work in progress.
Are you like me? They can make the finals, or do you expect them to?
Oh, I think they can make the final. There's a lot of, variance. Listen, Halliburton doesn't tear his Achilles last year. We don't know what happens. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of variables, but they certainly can make the finals. And what they're doing is not a fluke. They're a deeper team than they were when Cade and Isaiah went out. And I think they're a more confident team thanks to that.
Yeah, and look, to David's point, and I'm not arguing with you, but like there are plenty of places right now where you're the fourth choice in the East by the betting odds. I don't agree with that. I think that's disrespectful. I'm just making a point. Being the number one seed and then being the favorite are two separate things. You are decidedly not the favorite. Now, whether that's slander, whether it's accurate, look, I think they can go on a real meaningful run. I will be very disappointed if they're not in the Eastern Conference Finals.
No, and I think Vegas is looking at this very pragmatic, the way David is. Until this team shows what you can do in the playoffs, we're not going to give you these odds. We've seen what Boston can do. We've seen what the other teams can do. So we feel like they could rise to the occasion, where I think that this could be a value pick, that if you take the Pistons right now, yeah, you'll be thanking yourselves down the line when they're in the Eastern Conference Final, a game away from making the finals.
David, text communications, please.
Manifest the championship. The Pistons are going to win. I know, Mike, you're a realist just as I am, but this time I'm going to believe because this is not the Lions. Ron Holland's growth is a lot like Kawhi Leonard when the Spurs won in 2014. See, that's where we got to stop this stuff.
Okay, that's...
Did he just compare Ron Holland?
We got to stop.
Boy.
See, I love my Pistons, but that's when we got... Come on, fans. We can't be like that.
That's why they're called fans, David.
Someone says, start a collection from the listeners. 10K at 2,400 is 240. That's a lot of GD church pews. Chris in Howell.
I'm trying to make it happen, but I need the permission, and I need to know what they need down there. Yes, sir.
Is anybody at all concerned about the elephant in the room, I feel, which is J.B. Bickerstaff and his history in the playoffs?
I mean, any coach who hasn't gotten it done, sure, you can say it. I do think it's a different team and a different...
Sure, but, that Cavs team that he took...
Yeah, but didn't three of their starters die in the second round last year? I'm spitballing
last
here.
year. I'm talking 2 years ago.
Oh, Jesus. I got to go look. Okay.
That's after he got fired from the Cavs. That's how we got him. Thank you, Cavs.
Fair. Thank you, Cavs.
I just wonder, because that's been his biggest bugaboo.
Oh, boy. Way to kill the vibes, Ev. Thanks a lot. I'm trying to help the church, help people, and look what you just did.
So he's basically saying he's Doc Rivers.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I mean, and again, I don't want to hear, well, Doc has a title. The Celtics built a fake team. Give me a break. If Doc didn't win that title, he would have been launched into the Artemis space station. David, go ahead.
Can the pew have TJ's face on it with a bubble that says, get there, Scott and Carlton?
I don't think that's going in the church. Why not?
This row brought to you by Rumble Rumble Brisket.
Right.
And then one more here says it comes full circle. David of Greater Life prays for Cade. Cade leads the Pistons to a championship and gets them new pews.
Mm-hmm. Don't you understand?
And chicken parm for communion.
I'm being serious. I'm asking a question. Can you upgrade the communion service, or are you locked into that one particular menu?
You're pretty locked into that one particular menu.
Yes. Can't get a little warm focaccia or something. We got to stick with
you could
as long as it's bread. Is that legal? I'm asking.
No,
it's supposed to be unleavened bread.
Correct.
What, do you got a problem with leaven?
The only way you can have it different, some people choose grape juice, but if you do the wine, that's the only difference, and that's how you spice it up. Okay. I shouldn't say spice it up. Wow, that's bad.
Uh-oh. 248-539-9797. All right, FanDuel. Hey, maybe you're going to bet in the name of your church. I don't know. Do whatever you like, but they got a mulligan bet for the Masters. That's Evan's department. Don't look at me. But the tourney's rolling, whether you got an exact at play or a win bet, maybe you want to dive in live. FanDuel will give you an opportunity. If you lose, you can fire away again. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. Claim your mulligan bet back token. 21 and up, present Michigan. The opt-in is required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, David, couple of texts. I've got a couple housekeeping items. Then we're going to get to a Masters Blitz, something as we do set the stage. Sunday is one of the better days in sports. The Sunday at the Masters, it's peaceful. Lord knows if the weather's like this, we'll be on the couch watching that. But what do the texters have to say?
This is a pastor texting in from Dearborn. He says, we'd happily take the money. We even find somewhere to put your picture, Mike.
Thank you. Listen, I'm ready to do it. Now, David did during the break explain something, and it takes it to a different level. I thought we were going to buy like a new kazoo or saxophone and some pews or something. David goes, well, we'd probably put the money towards a new roof. You know what a roof's going to cost on a church? That's a $100,000 job.
That's why it's going towards it.
Well, my God.
Better place a nice bet.
Rico,
and they better win.
There's betting, and then there's bet. I mean, come on.
Boy, Mike, that's real nice of you, man.
I know, Kenny. Right, I was ready to hand the church $10,000. Like, what are you buying with that? You get like 3 roof tiles.
You said you found it for like plus 2,300.
You can find plus 2,200 or plus 2,400 a couple different places I went.
So what? That's how much would you have to put down in order to get to that $100,000?
Hey, Harvard, watch when you get to that number. You're not going to like it. David, go ahead, buddy.
Someone says David definitely needs to go all in with the win, and if anything happens, he will send into the clouds. Wow.
Jeez.
Okay. Someone else says, guys, I'm laughing so hard at Mike's Bible stories that I'm falling out of my chair.
No. It was an innocent mistake. I didn't realize. Okay. This is bad.
The playoffs is a different animal, and the Pistons defense is going to smother every team in the East. Outside of OKC or San Antonio, that would be a different story.
No, you put $50 down. You cover the roof.
Are you on crack? Oh. Am I the only one who just heard that?
No. I don't think that would cover it.
Rico, $100 wins you $2,400.
Hold on.
Yeah. Hey, why don't you re-rack the abacus and give me a call when you're ready?
Let me know more about the Artemis, please.
The founders are ashamed of you. Carry on.
2 things that bring me joy on this show always is Michael's Bible stories and then the annual Kenny's Flushometer Stadium food segment. You guys are making me laugh today.
That's the design. It's miserable weather. It is Friday, and we're in a good mood. And honestly, there's nothing left to say about the Wings. So, yeah, we talked about their post-game comments. The Tigers we handled yesterday. That's the benefit of us being on the same day as the game. The other shows talk Tigers today. I'm done with that. They just need to play better. And then, yeah, we talk Pistons. Like, I'm amped up for it because when you get through this nonsense week that's coming up, the playoffs are here. And I do think the way they played without Cade, it does give you more confidence. And I do think they can make the finals. I don't agree with the odds that they are the 4th choice. That's to me, that borders on disrespect.
I think that's just a little bit of they haven't seen the Pistons do it. Yeah, I just had the decimal in the wrong spot.
Yeah, I'd say so.
$5,000.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
Yeah, no.
You'll get that from the ponies this weekend.
No. Rico, to buy a roof, I offered to buy a saxophone or an AV TV. This guy wants a new one. I mean, I haven't built a church.
I said towards it. I didn't say the entire thing.
Think of how blessed you would be that you know that you have provided a roof for this church. Well, so when it's raining, they're going to think of you. When it's freezing outside, they're thinking of Uncle Mikey and how he provided for this church.
Dude, you're going to heaven like twice now.
Man, you getting your own subdivision built. Yes.
This is interesting.
You're going to be right next door to Peter. Like, how did you get here? I built a roof for a church. Hey, that's you? Oh, I heard about you.
First of all, who's Peter? Like, I would need to look up who you're putting me next to.
He was like the main disciple.
So he's like Tom Hagen in The Godfather. He was Jesus' wartime consigliere.
And to the Catholic people, that he's the beginning of the Catholic Church.
All right. Look, you're explaining.
So, yes, he's Tom Hagen.
All right.
Except
I love Robert Duvall.
He was wartime. They came to attack Jesus, and he sliced off somebody's ear.
Really?
Yes.
He's about something, yeah.
I dig it.
Yeah, he's about it.
So he's an OG. Like he's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Mike's rationale. I love Robert Duvall. Yeah.
This is great.
Like, who? But who are you, Peter? I don't know who you are.
Well, you can't just throw a name out there. I got to know what the hell they're about.
I thought you knew that from just Sunday school.
Bro, no. That was Sunday school was like 35 years ago.
Okay, I thought that was easy.
Nah.
Okay.
Someone says,
I was thinking of the Giants game later that day when I sat in Sunday school. I couldn't get out of there fast enough.
You'll be next to Noah. Remember him?
The Ark.
Thank you. We'll move your house.
I'm smart.
The original Boats and Hose.
No. This has nothing to do with the transfer portal. No.
always too far, Kenny. Always too far, man.
Wow.
Kenny, go bet on some races.
Okay.
The guy's hit 2 doubles at Keeneland. He's on fire over here. Go ahead, David.
Someone says, here's where to pay for the roof. Put $100 on the Wings winning the cup.
Okay, let me ask this question. More belief. Wings to make the playoffs at plus 1,100 or Pistons to win it all plus 2,400? I actually believe in the Pistons more than the Wings.
Pistons all day.
So why am I only getting plus 1,100? Yeah.
A 6.8% chance of making the playoffs. Maybe Vegas knows.
That doesn't feel value-based. I think the Pistons at least are a value.
Pistons are value. Oh.
Who are you most afraid of? Oh, let me change that. Detroiters get very sensitive if you say who you're afraid of.
Nobody.
Who concerns you the most?
In the East?
Yeah. Who's the team? It's not the Knicks. You know you're going belt to ass with them.
No. The only thing about the Knicks that I would be worried about is that instead of just being better than them, you come down to their level, you make it personal, and then you end up doing something stupid. So that's why I'd be worried about the Knicks. You're better than them, but I could just see a fight and all of a sudden Beef Stew's gone for 2 games. That type of thing. But I still say the Celtics.
Someone is texting in saying the church needs a retractable roof.
Oh, I like it.
Wait.
I like it like the Sky Dome.
Do you know your attendance was skyrocket the beautiful summer days? Oh, yeah.
Wasn't Well, actually, you know what? Let me avoid that. It's a Friday. I'll say that to you off the air. I had a question and it would be taken the wrong way. All right, good place to stop. We have a Masters Blitz next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Victor's Home Solutions. The Tigers placed outfielder Parker Meadows on the 10-day injured list with a concussion and a broken arm. He also received 5 stitches inside his mouth. Evan Petzold said there's no timetable for his return, but he will miss significant time. Juanso Perez has been called up in his place. He's been swinging a decently hot bat at Toledo with a couple home runs and 4 RBIs. The Tigers start a 6-game homestand tonight. The Marlins up first. Miami sends ex-Tiger Chris Paddock to the mound. Detroit will counter with Keter Montero. It's a 6:40 first pitch right here on 97.1. The rest of the lineup looks like this. Kevin McGonigal leads off and plays short, followed by Torres and Colt Keith. Green, Dingler, Carpenter in the middle. Spencer Torkelson bats 7th at first. Wenzel Perez is in there hitting 8th and playing right, and Javi Baez back in center field and rounding out the order. The Mariners revealed Ichiro Suzuki's new statue outside of the ballpark today, but the bat in his hands was bent and broken. Wings goalie John Gibson should be fine to play tomorrow after departing early yesterday. Michigan State point guard Jeremy Fears is declared for the NBA draft while still holding on to his college eligibility. The thought is he'll likely return to East Lansing next year. The Pistons play on WWJ against the Hornets. Kate Cunningham and Isaiah Stewart are off the injury report and ready to play. It's a 6:35 pregame there. The Masters leaderboard sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. Murray McIlroy is in first at 7 under. Scotty Scheffler is struggling. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, it's the Masters. Everyone's going to watch it, even if you're fringe about golf or don't care at all like me. It's a wonderful event. So with that, we're going to do a little Masters Blitz. Evan is joining us. David.
A tradition like no other.
Hello, friends. Okay, so what
Would
the
you
hell
like
are we doing?
this tie? We're going to go through some things. There'll be some questions. There'll be some trivia. Since Evan is joining us, he should know a lot about the Masters, we think. So let's start here because there's a question within this. They're going to make $70 million in merchandise this week. $10 million a day.
It's not bad.
$1 million per hour, 16K each minute, $277 every second.
Oh, my God.
But within that, a question I have for you, Evan, because the gnomes are very popular. They're going to sell 1,000 gnomes. They're available per day.
Like garden gnomes?
Garden gnomes. They're available per day at $59.50. That's a $10 increase. Why are these so popular?
It's the hottest thing there. It's the most exclusive thing that you can get there.
So your garden gnome is better than anybody else's because you got it from the Masters?
Absolutely. And they change every year, Rico. So it's not like the 2020 version is the same as this year. It's an exclusivity thing, just like anything. But it's a garden gnome. It's pretty cool. I don't think I would display that because go on eBay and see how much those things are.
They do this with Kentucky Derby bottles. So Woodford Reserve is the official Kentucky Derby bottle.
Mm-hmm.
They have a local artist do a bottle. So you got to get it in the window that it's available or it's gone. And then you get hyenas trying to sell it for a lot more money later. It's the same thing.
I would be said hyena, by the way.
Okay.
Well, if you're lucky enough to get in.
Yeah, and I had a buddy that went down there. They said it was like Cedar Point lines to navigate through that store.
This thing?
Yeah, dude. It's just a garden gnome. But what's the price?
Wait, last year's is $500.
See? 100%.
This year's
$59.50 each.
Yeah, that's a good profit.
Or you can get it for $730 on eBay.
All right. Hey,
and it's just a
get one of those for
guy
the
in
church. Look great out front.
This is okay.
Welcoming.
I'd rather get a chance to get in there. 1 in 200.
Whoa!
1 in 200 chance of winning to get a ticket. You have to apply a year in advance.
Yep.
And the ticket prices went up from $140 to $160 this year, which is not bad, but you still got to get a chance to buy that.
Yeah, I was doing the math. You got to think. Okay, so you get the tickets. That's reasonably priced, right? But then you got to fly there. You got to fly back. Probably got to get a hotel, I would imagine. And hotels there aren't cheap. They said that they were renting houses for the week for 6 figures around the golf course.
I absolutely
I can
believe
see that.
I totally believe that. That's look, I know it's a separate topic, but whether it's the Masters, the Super Bowl, the Kentucky Derby, some of these legacy events are becoming so unreachable, or even if you can do it, it's such a pain in the ass you choose not to do it.
I was about to say you could probably do the same. Not as much, but like for the Dream Cruise here. Just you know what? You can have the house. I'm leaving. I'm going on vacation.
Oh, you're right. Absolutely. Not
But-
for $100,000.
No.
Yeah, dude. Get you one.
Right. You wouldn't put it outside.
No, that's my point. They're an indoor decoration or
Imagine
something that
if
goes
the
in
kid.
a box.
Imagine if the kid broke that.
I bet you there's some very wealthy folks that have those out front of their home. Or their second home or third home.
For sure. Let's get to a couple questions here for you, trivia here.
Ooh.
Regarding some facts. 1997, we all know who won the Masters, right? Tiger
Eldrick.
Woods.
Yes.
Sure.
His first one.
Tiger Woods.
He wore red.
But Evan, what did he open up the front half of his first round with?
Oh, wasn't he like 3 or 4 over?
He had a 40.
That was before. Yeah, so 4 over.
He had a 40 on the front
Isn't that
side.
great?
His dad was still alive. He was a focused golfer.
Yeah, his dad was in the RV.
No. Seriously. His father predicted all of this.
Oh, I know, but his dad was in said RV that was parked while Tiger was practicing.
We've lost cabin pressure.
You've seen that documentary, right?
Turn his thing off.
Huh.
Well, you know what? That leads me into the next fact here.
I'm
and
dominating
trivia
this.
question here. One Bubba Watson won in 2014. Where did he celebrate and where did he eat after he won?
Oh, did he go to Hooters?
No.
Chick-fil-A.
Waffle
No.
House.
He did go to Waffle House, yes. I was thinking pancake waitresses was Tiger Woods.
One of the
So I
most
went into the Waffle
one of the
House.
most atrocious meals I've ever had in my life.
Waffle House.
I loved it.
Spring training like 20 years ago. I'm like, this is what people rave about?
You know what?
My God.
We're simpatico here. Yeah, I was.
It was-
like,
I would not-
you understand what you're getting walking into the place.
No,
and
you
then
don't,
judge
because
it based
the
off of
menu's
that.
like hieroglyphics. It's smothered and covered and blothered.
And now you just
People have used the menu before.
It's
and now
atrocious.
you just watch Waffle House videos.
The only
for
thing
fights.
worse, the only
Wow.
worse that I've ever had is one year going down to the Derby was that nonsense chili in Cincinnati.
Skyline.
Took 3 bites, walked out. I left a tip on the table. I left a full plate of food. I go, this is one of the worst things I've ever eaten. I left.
I really could never see you do. I would have just said, Mike, don't do this.
I was with a group. This was not like
pure pressure.
Did all the group leave as well?
Yes.
Because I would have said, guys.
No, Mike's sitting outside. I'm
Yeah,
not eating
no.
that.
I just left my friends and started driving up 75.
I mean, you could have sat in the car.
This sucks. Yeah, wow. And no, everyone's like, are you enjoying it? Not. It's terrible.
Sweet
See ya.
chili. Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's disgusting. Absolutely
But
disgusting.
they love
Try
it.
it.
No, you
No,
wouldn't.
It
you
looks
wouldn't.
sloppy enough for me.
No,
You've
it's,
never had
dude, it's
Waffle
got
House?
like cinnamon
No,
in
the
it. Okay,
Skyline.
let's get back to the
No, we're
Masters.
talking Skyline chili, not Waffle House. Waffle House is
Skyline's awful.
All right.
All right.
Waffle House is you just
All right.
Masters,
there's
please.
nothing left open.
Trivia. The A-Man corner.
Yes.
Don't answer, Evan. This is not your part yet. Refers to which holes on the course, fellas?
I'm gonna say
It's a corner of the course.
So I'll say
16th.
no.
9.
I'll
No.
say 14.
12.
I said which holes? It's multiple
Oh.
here.
Mike was close. He got one of them.
He did. He was closest.
What did you say? 16?
No, he said 12. He just yelled 12.
So what?
It is
12.
11, 12, and 13.
So I was off.
It's
by
just
one.
so that's the part of the Masters that drives me crazy is how snooty it is.
They got names. There's names for these horse tracks.
Oh,
And
we're
such.
live at Bob's cabin. Shut up.
He's got a cabin.
Well, that leads me to a couple things. First, the dedicated bridges. Evan, could you name?
No, absolutely not.
Wait. There's a cabin on the course.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
where they
it
do
is.
the interviews after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they call it like Butler's cabin or
Yeah.
something.
Just hanging out, man.
It's ridiculous.
And to that point, they're called patrons, and I call it fans there.
I
Do
hate
not
that.
call them a fan.
I hate that.
Why, Evan?
I don't know.
Are there rules here? Running is forbidden.
Yeah.
Backwards hats are forbidden.
Keep it orderly, man.
I'm out.
Denim is discouraged.
Absolutely. This is Mike's dream.
No, wait. No cell phone.
No phones.
As well
Yes.
No.
Why is it like this?
Well,
They
let-
want to keep an orderly thing going. Respect.
So
I don't
that's why I'm not allowed there. Respect.
It's a
huh?
bit.
You know, Tiger ruined it for everybody.
It's probably a bit much, but you got to appreciate the no phones.
We'd like to spotlight the singular black fan at this event.
No phones, no denim, no blacks. That's the way it is.
I'll be at a NASCAR event next week.
Oh, goodness.
Evan, could you name the single round Masters scoring record?
How is that not a Chappelle skit back in the day?
64.
Nah, 63.
Oh.
And it's tied by Greg Norman and Nick Price.
The Shark. I don't like Nick Price. I'm over him.
You don't like Nick Price?
I don't know who Nick Price is.
All right.
I know who Nick Van Exel was.
Oh, sweet. Cincinnati
Cincy.
legend.
Oh, yeah.
Nick Van Exel.
I bet you he liked Skyline Chili.
Okay. Can we please?
Well, speaking of Skyline
Probably
Chili, let's
did.
talk about a guy that is from the state of Ohio, and that is Jack Nicklaus,
who
holds the record for most Masters wins at 6. How many runner-ups does he have, Evan?
Oh, isn't it like 8 or something?
I was going to say 12.
It's a big number. I know that. Also, did you see his
No.
tee shot?
3?
It's 4.
Is it 4? It's still
if he
a big
doesn't
number.
win, that's it.
Well, hold on.
He's the Danny Hurley.
Could have had a double digit.
Didn't they have one of those sad old man tee shots a couple of years ago, and he almost killed somebody?
That was this year.
That was the
No,
other day.
This was years ago.
I remember that one.
And,
as
and
well,
it was
yeah.
the guy looked like the crypt keeper. I'm pretty sure his hip blew out of socket swinging the club. He damn near hit a kid in the head.
Watch this year's.
Was it Jack?
Yeah.
He was 90 this year. And
Gotta
it was-
stop.
He almost failed going to the tee.
Come on, what are we doing?
Yeah, enough is enough.
What
he
are we
can
doing
wave
here?
his hat like Jimmy Dugan and then call it a day.
Oh,
Yeah.
good reference.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
That tradition has to end. They have to stop trotting out the old guys at the first tee.
Well,
they have to stop
once
it.
they're incapable of swinging a golf club without potentially murdering someone, you're done.
It gets very uncomfortable.
And then final one here, the green jacket, everyone knows goes to the winner. Evan, who was the first one to start that tradition?
Bob Green. I don't know that answer.
What?
Oh, I thought maybe that's why he wore a green jacket.
Sam Snead.
Isn't
Sam
that the
Snead.
guy who damn near killed?
1949.
I think Sam. What
Maybe
year
it
did
was
Sam
Sam
Snead
Snead.
die?
Oh, it could. You're saying it could have been him later on with the tradition.
I think it was him, and he died the next year.
Jeez, the things you remember about golf.
I know, Evan. It's not my thing.
There's a famous video of a lady on tour that hits a person, tees it up, hits the same person again.
I remember that.
And you hear the person say, "Stop doing that." She hits her twice, the same person, while she's having aid being done to her.
Oh
It's
my
wild, dude.
God.
That's
That's
You know, I always
unbelievable.
like reading. Like I just saw, it was a story. Somebody found one of the green jackets at some thrift sale and bought it and had no idea what it was. Just thought it was a green jacket.
No, and just wore it casually on a
Come to
Wednesday.
find out, they end up selling it for 6 figures. Maybe they could buy a few gnomes.
There is an interesting fact about the green jacket is that when you win it, you can wear it wherever you want that year.
And then it stays there.
And then it stays there. You can only wear it there on the course.
You can't take it home?
No.
You can get a replica, but not
How
the one.
How absolutely
Are you serious?
ridiculous.
Yeah, tradition, man.
You won the event.
You won the event.
You won the event. You didn't win that jacket for good.
What nonsense.
So I have to then go out and buy a replica jacket.
Yeah, we don't need you wearing that out and about when you're 2 years ago's champion.
That is your Masters
Wow.
Blitz 97-1.
Fanatic Sportsbook is turning up the heat and have introduced a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets, and it's available across the NBA, MLB, and NHL. So here's the deal. You tap into the Fanatics Sportsbook app. You build your squad from the sport that you want. You pick your market, your points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, and finally, you set your targets. So if you like hoops, you can pick 4 players to combine for 100 points. Then sit back like a GM and watch your squad go to work with live tracking every step of the way. And here is the difference. If one player doesn't perform, don't worry about it. The rest of the squad can pick up their slack. So your bet stays alive all the way to the very end. Track it live, cash out whenever you want. Squad bets only on Fanatic Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. You must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
All right, David, a couple of texts, and I just want to revisit what was in Otto's update regarding Parker Meadows. And I have a quote from AJ Hinch, and I'll tell you what I'm thinking. It doesn't mean I'm right, nor am I reporting it. I'm just what it feels like, sounds like, seems like. So David first, and then I just briefly on the Tigers.
Big golf fan. Lately, every year, I feel the Masters is getting more and more, as what my kid says, cringe. Why is it still called the Masters? Just not comfortable with that name. Someone else says,
You wouldn't know, like the conversation I just had with Evan, and Kenny was laughing. I was like, that came across wrong. But I'm like, so who are these Masters?
Uh-oh.
Like who's, because it's named after it, and Kenny just started laughing. I was like, you know what?
No, what I will say is this. Like I made the comment during whether it's the Super Bowl, the Masters, the Kentucky Derby, whatever, like these signature events have been put so far out of reach to 99.9% of people. And I mean, look, like I've been very fortunate in my life. I've gone to 4 derbies. I haven't gone since COVID because whatever happened has dynamically and offensively changed the pricing and the hoops you need to jump through. It's like just because you can do something doesn't mean that you do.
You should. Yeah.
And it's like, look at the hoops you have to go through to even attend the Masters, the hoops you would have to go to. It's before you cut the check, like getting Super Bowl tickets. Good luck. It's the same thing with the Derby. And like they're taking the most special things in sports away from people. It's not even for people anymore.
Well, no. They take it away from the real fans, from the people who really will enjoy this and say, as you stated before, if you're a football fan, your Super Bowl is the championship game, not the actual Super Bowl. But for your Lions fan, it's the NFC Championship game because that's you haven't been priced out as of yet. But the Super Bowl, it's for corporations.
If the Lions ever made the Super Bowl, it'd be the most expensive one in history. Be a 5-figure ticket just to get in the door.
And people would pay that. But
oh yeah, no, I'm just saying it'd
be a lot of foreclosed homes because people would be putting up mortgages.
Oh boy, David, and then I'll get to this Tiger.
I'm with Mike. Waffle House is disgusting and overrated. That is from Jason. And one more, Skyline Chili. Don't know why they're still in business.
Same here. It was one of the worst things. I was just like, this has got to be a sick joke.
That Waffle House, I had such a bad experience. It was my stay was quicker than yours at Skyline Chili.
That's saying a lot.
Nope.
AJ Hinch on Parker Meadows. There's a lot of concern for him. When we got out to him, it looked like he bit his lip or the inside of his mouth. There was a lot of blood. He was out of it. We're going to get him checked out for everything, but this one worries me. Then you find out we're dealing with a broken arm. We're dealing with other things. He's gone long term. Here's my question. Look, they did exactly what I thought they'd do. They were never going to push the button on Max Clark. So when Seal is up here. But they're going to be forced into a decision on 2 angles. A, when Seal / Baez and what that looks like in center. And then if this team struggles a little bit more, they're going to be forced into that Clark thing. Because to me, if you're talking about a broken arm, you're talking about teeth, jaw, the whole bit. Look, that might be the end for Parker Meadows. He can't stay healthy. He's clearly not their center fielder of the future.
Right.
Rico, I'm
You're
sorry.
looking at that minimum, 6 weeks gone? Yeah.
Dude, it's extended period of time is the only thing. You're dealing concussion. You're dealing broken arm. It really makes you wonder. It does. Where it's like, is that it for Parker Meadows? And by the way, the lineup tonight, here you go. McGonigal's batting leadoff. Glaber second. Keith, Green, Dingler, Karp, Torque, Wenseal, Harvey. Here's the other one. Your old friend is pitching for the Marlins tonight. If you don't beat this stiff, you got real problems. Chris Paddock is on the mound tonight. Come on, man. By the way, I like the orange jerseys. They look nice. I dig them. I know people, I'm a traditionalist, but I like cool stuff.
I like the orange over the blue.
Okay. No, I dig it.
And it's not because they've lost in the blue. I don't know. The blue ones just look cheap to me. I like these orange ones.
Okay. But I wanted to throw it out there. David, go ahead. Or Kenny, go ahead.
I was just going to say I don't like the orange. Not because I'm a traditionalist. They look like spring training jerseys to me.
That's fair. I can't argue that. There's an element that any of these alternate baseball jerseys you default to well at spring training. I think the colors are cool. I think the logo's awesome. Like the Tigers have a lot more to work with than other teams. If you're the Baltimore Orioles, you got some stupid looking cartoon bird. What the hell am I doing with that?
You come out with the Be More and you change the colors.
Sweet. David?
You're going to design everybody's jerseys, huh, Rico? I love it.
No, it's just I like the Be More, but it's just like, why is it green and yellow? Huh? That's why teams always lose me when they go to these weird
it's supposed
colors.
to be related to something in the city, right? So I have no clue.
Like I said, the city connects. I like the Reds. I like the Padres, but it's weird. Once again, not your colors
now.
Okay,
I have to buy a jersey now because he likes it. So,
and I like the script Atlanta with the lowercase a.
I think you would like anything Atlanta.
No, not necessarily.
Text here says Waffle House is delightful. Those cheesy scrambled eggs will change your life.
Yeah,
no wings
for the worse.
Like I said, bro, it was. They screwed up a glass of water.
Okay, David Reed.
Wow. Okay.
What do you mean there's no filet mignon here?
No, that wasn't it.
Just move on, please.
Tex here says, I absolutely love the orange jerseys. Something new, something different. I love it.
Yeah, I listen, of all the goofball jerseys that are out there, I think Tigers look pretty classy. I don't mind it. Yes, they have an element of spring training. That beats some of the other guys that look like they've been dressed by, Mugatu in the Derelict collection.
Someone says, I think Augusta National makes it so difficult to get tickets because they do not want, not you and Rico, they don't want Kenny in there.
Okay, I think that's an unfair Kenny shot. Wow. Jeez. No, but you get what I'm saying. All sporting events, and look out here, you can even extend this to concerts. Like when Taylor Swift was in town a couple of years ago, you were talking about the median price for tickets being several $1,000s. These events, it's gotten very weird post-COVID. And I just can't rationalize it. I mean, it's even stupid stuff. Like, that's not stupid. Let me retract that. Like, okay, yes, I like horse racing. The Belmont Stakes is not the Kentucky Derby. Yet the pricing, since the event has been at Saratoga because they're redoing Belmont, you laugh in the face of your ticket rep. You're just like, keep the tickets, bro.
Yeah,
crazy.
Because I think after COVID, Mike, they realized that people will pay money for some stuff that we never thought that they would pay. And until all of a sudden we just stop paying for these things, because you're right, concerts is like, wow, I would really like to go to this concert. You look at the price, nope.
You know how unforgiving
I'll
it
just
is
go to
with
Spotify.
You know how unforgiving it is with the Kentucky Derby? You think it matters if you have a horse on the card and a graded stake or even the Derby? Still got to buy your ticket.
Really?
Ain't no freebies.
You just taught me. I just figured if you got a horse in there, you're
they don't give an F.
So basically, Riley Green, you got to buy your ticket to get into the park tonight.
Pretty much. Pretty.
That shocked me.
But I'm batting third. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Now I'm not telling you if you're the right. Like if you are, I won't even say their name, but like if you're a certain person
like
in
Bob
the industry, certain people get certain things done for them. But for the 99.9%, dude, you could have a horse in $1 million race in the undercard. What the hell are they doing for you? I don't give a damn. It's out of hand. These events are out of control, man.
No, I'm with you. But
Imagine
right,
if the Wings made the playoffs. You know what those tickets would cost after 10 years?
We were actually looking at, we were just looking at Pistons potential for, we don't even know who they're playing in the first round. I was looking with Kenny, and it's like, wow.
What's it looking like?
What was it, Kenny? What was it, 350 for the lower?
Yeah, it was in the 300s for the lower bowl. If you want a seat that actually is not absolutely
you know what? Let me be very fair. By NBA standards, that's actually not that bad.
But last year, I looked at the same tickets, and there were at least a couple $100 more because it was the first time that they've seen it.
Now, as they go deeper in the playoffs, the tickets will get insane.
Right.
But I'm just saying, by NBA standards, go look at what Knicks tickets cost or Celtics tickets. It's a whole different deal.
I think the most expensive ticket Detroit will ever have, an NFC title game at Ford Field.
We almost found out what that could be.
We almost did, but that day.
Well, then you had Jalen Daniels' baby.
Thanks, David. Appreciate that.
I'm sorry. You're upset. I'm sorry, King. My bad.
Those clowns were debating which team they wanted to play.
Okay, then.
Read something.
Imagine a world where you can live, where you can leave your home and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Picture this. You're at your kid's soccer game, but you're actually streaming the other game in 4K. Just like that, you're in the airport, download a cozy family comedy and a snap with the Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like the places you really wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. And now you can cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit xfinitymobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet requires savings based on promotional rates of 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 regular rates of 2 lines of T-Mobile. Experience more. Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes and fees are extra. After promo, regular rates apply. To get started, call Xfinity. Visit xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today.
Okay. We will get to – I want to get back into the Pistons a little later. We did talk about the Wings briefly. And, look, we talked about Mo Sider's comments as well, which were – part of it was taken up for Larkin, but the other was the whole outside noise part and, we don't care what you guys think about us. And it's like, okay, guys, appreciate the win. You have a 7% chance of getting in. 7. I mean, you could win out and still be nowhere close. Now, they have games that are... Oh, I was going to get into the Wings. We're going to do Who Said It? All right.
Do whatever you want.
Hell with it. We'll get to the Wings into 5 o'clock. They're not going anywhere. I'm really fired up about it. I'm sorry, boys. Go ahead. Break my balls with Who Said It. Let's go. Damn it. I was so excited to get back into the Wings. Okay, fine.
We don't have to do that.
No, it's fine. I didn't realize we were doing it here. I'm sorry.
Who said it? Outside noise.
Yeah, we don't care what we think about you. Mo Sider.
German guy.
We'll get back to that.
Hell with
Eligibility. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
All right, so Rieger. Wojo did work this week.
He did.
All right.
Also, Stoney was on this week, too.
Good Lord.
All right, here we go. Number 1. What he did for this organization as a player and then as an executive should be nothing but praised.
What he did for this organization and a player should be nothing.
Was Mark Ryan
Yeah,
on
he
it all?
was. I'm going to go Mark Ryan.
Yeah.
He was on with Jansen.
Okay, that's it then.
Is he talking about Yzerman?
Yeah, he's got to be.
Then he needs to be drug tested before he comes in here next week. I'm talking full-blown bleep in a cup drug testing. It should be nothing but praise what he's done as a manager?
David,
Executive?
Is that what you said?
Read this
I'll
one
read
more
it
time.
What he did for this organization as a player and then an executive should be nothing but praised.
Look, unless he pulled the okey doke and they're talking about Joe Dumars, which would make much more sense because Joe brought a championship and 6 ECFs.
Yeah.
But I don't know why Joey D would be brought up in the.
If they didn't pay, they didn't play the Pelicans this week.
I will go with you on this. I just don't understand the context of the opinion.
Because I'm trying to think who else.
It could have been Gator. He had a couple of weird takes this week that I remember, but I don't think that was one of them.
So we're all locked in?
Yeah.
Yep.
They were talking about Joe Dumars. Who said it?
Okay.
So what this was, they were talking about criticism.
Oh my God, I had it right there, but I never would have found my way to Doug.
Yeah, they were talking about criticism, and Doug was saying he didn't get the criticism that Joe Dumars got because of what he did, and he says he understands the criticism for Yzerman.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what he
I
was
mean,
saying.
Dumars, listen, I think both got criticism that was deserved. But the fact that Joe lost his job, the fact that Joe brought 6 straight Eastern Conference finals and a championship, should have been 2, and the fact that he had less rope than Yzerman, I'm sorry, that's a laugh factory. It's an absurdity. But people want to do revisionist history with it. Like, yeah, Joe, towards the end, it got bad. It did. But look what he built.
And then look how he got hamstrung at the end. Like,
Right. Well, Karen didn't want to spend money.
I want to go get this guy, so.
Number 2, they're not moving their captain. They're not moving them unless he takes action.
Kenny looks like his head's going to explode.
They're not moving their captain unless he takes action.
He's stuck on the take action. That's what he keeps repeating back here.
I'm not sure. I really wish you would have thrown a few more words in there. Like, there's really not a lot to go on here.
Well, that means that it's somebody who doesn't say a lot of words, which tells me it might be Jansen.
See, I'm thinking it's Rieger. Talking about a trade with Toronto.
Wait. Morning Show did this weird Brady Kachuk thing. And then it became a fight that every time people on the show brought it up, it's that Brady Kachuk would have to demand a trade. Like, why are we talking about this? Read this one more time.
They're not moving their captain. They're not moving them unless he takes action.
Tom Milliken. Now, I'm not using the jank because I'm not sure that I heard that. I could sit this out.
No, I trust you.
But I feel like it was on that show because I didn't quite understand. And then I thought it was Tom who basically was like, no, he'd have to demand a trade or this is stupid. Tecumseh, something of that nature. Best guess I got, brother. It doesn't mean I'm right.
I'll trust you. I'll go with Tom.
I'll take Jansen just to be different, but it could be either.
David, who said it?
Yes.
There you go.
Fun fact, that's the most I listened to that show all week.
Guys,
I listened this morning.
Let me bring you behind the curtain here. To see Mike's brain process that.
I'm proud of myself.
Was amazing.
I'm proud.
I'm sitting here like, oh, I got him. He was like, oh my gosh, you needed more words. And then it clicked.
But I understand if I don't get a point for that. Because I technically heard it, but I wasn't sure. Like, I'm okay if I don't get credit for that.
No, we talked it through.
I can't believe I got that. All right. Well, I'm done for the day. David, go ahead.
Number 3. It's just good for the Big Ten to finally get that title again. Oh. Good job for the Big Ten.
That feels like Wojo, doesn't it?
It's just good for the Big Ten to finally get that title again.
That could be another Doug.
Oh,
no.
Doug is big on conference pride.
Right.
Or who has been the happiest person at this place all week?
Rieger.
I think I'm going to go with Rieger on this one.
You read that again, please, David? I'm sorry, bud.
It's just good for the Big Ten to finally get that title again. Good for the Big Ten.
I'm switching to John because I don't think David goes Doug twice.
See, Rieger, if I'm hearing it in Rieger's
finally,
voice,
right?
Because I hear it as patronizing, too. Like, good for the Big Ten.
They finally got it. It's been since 2000. Now, yeah, I got Rieger.
All right, I'll go with you on this. David, who said it? Oh, my God, it was who I originally guessed.
Oh, no.
Yes, and what he was saying there was he was asking Rieger, have you heard any Spartans saying this? Because if they do, they're lying to themselves. Copium is what he was talking about.
Oh, my God, I can't believe I did that. Damn it.
You only worked 2 hours this week.
Yeah, real lasting impact. And he couldn't even read the schedule right. Poor Rieger was down at LCA and Wojo
showed up here. Right. That's actually the second time.
Number 4. I feel bad for Dylan Larkin because he's playing well.
But
that's it?
That's it?
That's it.
Sports.
Who would feel bad for Dylan Larkin?
Gator.
All right.
Gator would.
Gator would.
I don't think Costa would because Costa's open to the discussion of trading him. He just wouldn't trade him. Now, then who would feel bad for a guy making $8.5 million a year? Probably Gator.
About to say, Gator, would Mark Ryan feel bad because he's new here? He doesn't know.
I try to block that out of my mind. I'm going to go Gator.
I'll ride with you guys on Gator.
I'm going to go Mark.
You do that. No, because. All right.
We'll cover our bases.
Oh, man. All right. David, who said it? Yeah!
You got it.
Yeah, tuck him in at night, Scott. Guy makes $8.5 million a year. I feel bad for him. I'm out of compassion. Make the playoffs.
One more.
Yeah, go help him into his onesie. Feel bad for him.
I grew up here. I love the Red Wings. I know the tradition. If you're 26 years old, they haven't made the playoffs since you could drive a car.
The whole I love the team. They're my team. We got to get Costa like a little cape. That sounds like Costa. He always does the bona fides about how much he loves that team. Yeah! Oh, I have tickets. I own a cat. Shut up, you.
And just to let you all know, I will never use Mark Ryan.
Thank you.
Okay. You may have to next week.
That's who said it.
All right, Marant Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Tax refunds hopefully hitting. Maybe you're looking for a vehicle, 26 Silverado 4x4 crew cab, V8 engine, starting at $249 a month, or lease the 26 Equinox at $235 a month, both leases, 24 months, $999 down. And if your current vehicle needs attention, you know what to do. They offer free loaners with all scheduled and certified service, MoranExpress.com. Stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Oh, this is old school, right? What is this, 1994 Fox theme?
Yes.
Jeez, I believe where they had the robots. Summerall. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Summerall,
takes me
about
back.
3 bourbons deep. Sure.
Well, John.
So let's get into it here because Jordan Schultz is reporting the expectation among many NFL teams is that the 2026 draft will be one of the most trade-heavy drafts in recent memory, according to multiple league sources. So I'm going to give you just a couple more rumors on that.
Can I tell you why?
Yeah, sure.
I don't think people like this draft.
Think you're right about that.
Couple articles you read, and again, according to player personnel people, they're talking about there might not be 15 guys with a first-round grade.
Well, that's just it. I don't think the people don't like the draft. I don't think there's enough standouts where you're like, well, if I can trade down, guy number 2 is about the same as guy number 6. So not that big of a deal, and I can get extra picks. So,
and it's also a garbage quarterback draft. So that really takes a lot of starch, too.
There's a 1-quarterback draft. So, yeah. So, Jeremiah Love is the big piece. Like, does people really want him? If not.
And if you're a team in the mid part of the round or the end of the top 10, maybe you're seeing a guy that you actually love, like a defensive end, like this rumor. According to Ian Rappaport, the Saints and the Chiefs are looking to trade up for Ruben Bain. Saints are at 8. The Chiefs are at 9. So,
I mean, I guess I understand it for the Chiefs. I don't get it for the Saints.
Yes.
The Saints are just not ready to win at a Super Bowl level. I don't know why you're trying to move up. You have pick 8. You have so many needs. Look, if the Chiefs believe that Ruben Bain unlocks their pass rush, extends the career of Chris Jones, reignites, fine. But gee whiz, the Saints?
Yeah, I think the Saints just sound like they just want to be relevant. They want their name out there. But then again, the Saints do Saints things, and it doesn't make sense. But, yeah, you can't afford to give away a number 1 pick next year or even a number 2 pick next year when you're starting pretty much all over. Your quarterback you don't have. You need to save that stuff. But, yeah, Bain moving up. But the thing is, David, you could move up if you're the Chiefs. And he still could slide down to you at that spot.
That's true. And if they do not trade up, there's another report out there saying the Chiefs have done a lot of homework on tight end Kenyon Sadiq. That makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, he's this year's freak show. He's like Tyler Warren. I mean, he's just that 40 time he put up. And
it's goodbye, Kelsey. This is it for you.
Thank God.
Don't come back.
Oh, don't worry.
We'll buy tickets.
Don't worry. They'll find a way to put his ass on TV, just like his annoying-ass brother Jason. Why is Jason Kelsey on Masters coverage? Do they not realize people do not like these people? I'm sorry. I know that's not the topic.
He's got a high Q rating, Mike.
What? No, he doesn't. No one likes him.
He's out there. Apparently somebody likes him.
No, you're not getting it. No one likes him. They're making a mistake. It's okay to say it. Go read it.
They are making a mistake.
It's outrageous.
You mean to tell me that the Masters people and TV networks are making mistakes?
Well, the problem is they're also thinking about putting him on their number 2 broadcast team.
Thank you.
During the NFL season, no one wants him. Well, somebody may want him, and I think you guys consider Caleb Downs one of the higher prospects in this draft.
Yeah.
Cowboys are looking to potentially trade up for Caleb Downs, which could be a nightmare for you, Michael.
No, the Giants never do what I want, so it doesn't matter. I love Caleb Downs. He's the best player in the draft. But look, he'd be brilliant for Dallas because they're just 1 or 2 defensive pieces away from being ready to rock. They've shored up the front 4. Look at how they rebuilt their line.
So who would the Cowboys trade up? Would they trade with like the Titans?
They're just looking to see as the draft goes on if Caleb keeps falling.
But here's the thing, Mike. Even if he does, I give you Sonny Styles. I know he's not Caleb Downs, but I think you'd still be the same.
You can have him.
Really?
I want Caleb Downs. I think Caleb Downs is the smartest football player in this draft.
I agree. No, I agree.
And in Harbaugh's system, generally, you need a stud safety. What's the biggest hole in the Giants' defense? Safety. Our safeties blow. They're trash. They're offensive to trash. They're garbage is trash. They're bad trash. Our safeties are horrific. Tyler Nubin.
Get the safety.
More like Tyler Boobin. He sucks.
Get the safety from Toledo.
You know what? Here, Rico's going to answer for my team the rest of the day. We're good.
They're offensive.
We're good.
Trash.
Rico's running my team. We're done.
Tyler Boobin?
Tyler Boobin.
I simply asked the question.
I hate them all.
That's it.
I want Caleb Downs.
I don't want to run your team.
I want Caleb Downs. That's it. I want nothing else. I just want Caleb. It's like Christmas. That's all I want.
So I want to know.
They're going to take Carnell Tate. I'm ready for it.
And that's what I'm trying to do. Because you have high expectations. I don't want you to be disappointed.
It's the life of a Giants fan.
So I want to know your thoughts on this because we had a discussion regarding him last draft, which is Travis Hunter. Reports from Jacksonville is that they're going to make him a full-time cornerback and just sometimes use him as a wide receiver.
I said that last year. I mean, I'm not trying to be that. It's like, don't do both ways. And it was a wide receiver. Yeah, it's cute. You're selling tickets and everybody's going to be down there and you're going to burn this kid out. What did they do? Burn the kid out. Now you realize his best position is corner. And if you want to run a couple plays for him on offense, sure. But kid, make your money on the defense side of the ball. I'm glad somebody saw the light early.
So
He's right, you know.
I'm going to give you a list here of the draft attendees because I have a problem with something that's happening here. David Bailey, Bain, Downs, Falk, Colton Hood, Makai Lemon, bunch of guys, Ty Simpson, Sonny Styles, Carnell Tate. One name you don't hear is the number one selection in this draft, Mendoza. Why doesn't the NFL force him to be there for the NFL draft?
I have the answer to that. They can't. He's not an NFL employee. He doesn't have to be there. He's not getting paid for it. So they can't force him to do that. So he's going to say, I'm going to spend it with my family down in Miami. You know, it'd be funny if Cousins just kind of walked in and handed him the jersey. That would be funny. You need him there, David, in order for this draft to be something. Maybe he doesn't like Pittsburgh.
It's the number one overall selection. You should be there. You should be there to walk on the stage. The city that hosts it deserves to see the number one pick on that stage.
I can't argue that.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No. I'm just now, you know what? If the Steelers had the number one pick, then yes, he needs to be there.
It doesn't matter who has the number one pick. You're selected. You should be there.
Look, it's not the first time it's happened. Do I agree with it? No, I don't agree with it. Trevor Lawrence did this.
Correct.
But I can't fake outrage. I'm sorry. I can't be like, oh my God, he's a weirdo. He's going to do weird stuff. What do you want me to tell you? You're number one pick in the draft. You should be at the draft.
I actually want now Cousins to come walking out of the back room. Here you go. I got your jersey.
In a bad flannel. Right. Oven mitts on with 7-layer dip. I whipped up something in the kitchen.
Tell me that wouldn't be great video.
I'd be good. Yeah. They pan and it's Kirk Cousins grilling in foil again. Sure. Why not?
That is your NFL Blitz.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers begin a homestand against the Marlins without Parker Meadows. He was placed on the 10-day injured list today with a concussion and broken arm. Following yesterday's collision with Riley Green, Meadows is expected to miss some significant time. According to Evan Petzold, Wenzel Perez has been called up to replace him. He's hitting .250 in AAA this year. A.J. Hinch says that Max Clark was not in consideration for a call-up. Quote, "We've been very consistent with him, needing time to continue the development," end quote. Hear the 6:40 first pitch right here on 97.1. Which pits Cater Montero and Chris Paddock on the mound. Michigan State point guard Jeremy Fears is declared for the NBA draft while still maintaining his college eligibility. Fears doubled his point total this season, averaging 15 per game. Detroit News beat writer Connor Eargood expects him to return, however. After leaving the second period in last night's Red Wings win with a stiff neck, goalie John Gibson didn't practice today, but it's the expectation that he will play tomorrow against the Devils. Michael Pastava has been called up just in case under emergency conditions. The Pistons face the Hornets tonight. It's the first game against each other since that February brawl. Charlotte has to win, plus get some help in hopes of avoiding the play-in. Detroit has lifted Kate Cunningham and Isaiah Stewart off the injury report. Here's the 7 o'clock tip over on WWJ. The Masters Leaderboard, sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. Patrick Reed and Roy McIlroy are tied for first with a 6 under. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Good to have you. I've got a couple things, Rico. We can go fun. And I don't want to call the second one serious. I think it's just more informative. How do you want to play this at 5 o'clock? Your dealer's choice.
Fun or more
or
serious?
Informative?
Let's have some fun.
Okay. So the fun one would involve the Masters a little bit. So I'm always interested is like the Masters seemingly is this number one item. It's largely unattainable. You got to enter a lottery just to have a shot, unless you know a guy. But everyone's got their version of the Masters, like an event you don't think you're ever going to get to, but you just would die to go. So I was kind of interested because, like, I was talking to Karsh when he got off the air before we got on, and he's like, "Mike, I got a question for you." I go, "Yeah." He goes, "They did some topic about, Augusta's the most beautiful, venue, and they got a lot of calls about the Kentucky Derby." And I explained to him why it is that way. Obviously, if it's a year, it's not raining. But the way Churchill's laid out, it's like a coliseum. I mean, you're there with 150,000 people, and it's not like the Big House. It looks regal. It's different. So I said, no. I mean, I've been down there for a couple where the weather was beautiful, and then I've been down there for a couple where the weather's been a hellscape. But I wanted to ask, not about the beauty element of it, is what is that event? Is the Masters the event for what percentage of people? But if not that, what? Like, what would your event be? And your Mr. Event. It can't be something you've already done.
No, I think the event for me is still a Super Bowl. Like, I've never gone. Just in the stands.
When it was a fan.
No, when it was here in Detroit, I didn't go. But, yeah, just go to a Super Bowl.
See your team play in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Or even if you just said, you know what, here's some tickets to the Super Bowl, I would still go.
You would.
Because I would like just that experience of actually being at the Super Bowl.
See, it would annoy me my team's not there. But okay, Super Bowl is yours. Kenny.
Unless it's a team I absolutely can't stand, then no.
But like Kenny, great example. All right, like your version of the Masters. The event you would die to go to, but you haven't been able to go yet. Or you don't know that you'll ever be able to pull it off.
It would either, if it's not a Stanley Cup final game, which would be, I mean, that's the dream, it would be the Super Bowl. But yeah, I think for me personally, if regardless if the Wings are there or not, as a hockey fan, that's one of the sacred events of the year. So, and it's always the most intense hockey game you're going to watch.
And you don't think you'd get there?
I think it would price me out. And I think at a point it'd be like, all right, I can go to this, sit in the nosebleeds, have a decent enough time, or I could, have a great watch party at my house.
Or I'll pull some strings and I'll get you there. There's that.
All right.
But no, okay, so just a Stanley Cup final, like a Game 7.
If there was a goal, that's the dream. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Tickets are going to be.
I want people to. The whole point is the Masters is a dream for so many.
Yeah, like the Rose Bowl, we did. Not together, but we were out there.
Yeah, that was one. And that's still a signature thing. I think the sad part is younger people now that the Rose Bowl doesn't mean anything. It's not what it was, but I won't go down that road. But the Masters is going on. It's the dream. It's like the gold standard event for a lot of people. It's a lot like the Kentucky Derby. Cool. But what is your version of that? David, pick one. Give me something you want to get to. You don't know that you'll ever make it.
Well, see, it's the thing. I think I can actually make this one.
Then say it. It's okay.
It's way off the beaten path, and you all are probably going to be like, what? But it's the Daytona 500. I've seen it on TV so many times. I've driven by it. It's just something that I've always wanted to go to. I don't even care about racing. I never watch it except for this. When that comes on, I watch it, and I want to get down there for one, a Daytona 500.
I would have never guessed that.
Why?
I just love it every time I see it on TV. That's the only race I watch.
Huh. Now, I've heard people say the Indy 500.
Now, I'm good with that.
The Daytona.
Daytona, yep. I told you it was off the beaten path.
Kenny is out of hand, man. My God.
You know what? I have another one now that because the Masters, you got to apply. The same goes for this, and this is I can hear you saying it now, but I don't care.
No, just say it.
The San Diego Comic-Con. You have to apply.
That's the big one.
Years ahead of time. That's the one where all the A-listers. That's where Robert Downey Jr. comes out and says, "I'm going to be Dr. Doom." Like every big time person shows up for that one. But you have to get on a waiting list for years.
Just so I'm clear, you have to enter a lottery like the Masters to go to a Nerd Bowl.
But this is the ultimate. This is
fascinating.
This is the ultimate. See,
are you on the list?
Okay, there was no judging with your stuff.
I haven't offered mine. Are you on the list?
No.
Why? Now, why wouldn't you do that? If you know there's a waiting list and you know it's your goal, why aren't you on the list?
I hate the disappointment. I've been on the list before, and it's
just get on the damn list.
Just stay on the list. You know how many people stay on the list year after year for the Masters? They never get.
I had a buddy who waited 15 years to get picked in the Masters.
There you go.
And it was only a practice round. But it was to him, it was Valhalla. Get on the list. Go on the list right now. Put your name on the list.
You know what? I'll do it during the big finish.
Put your name on the list. But what is your version of it, guys? We're all sitting here. This weather is misery. We got nothing to look forward to. Pistons don't start the playoffs till next week. The Pistons are the Wings are a 7% shot to get in. The Tigers stink right now. Work with me. It's Masters weekend. Our weather sucks. We're going to be watching the Masters. What is your event or is the Masters the gold standard? The event that you just are dying to go to, but you don't think you're going to pull it off.
I know for Evan, I think that's his.
Masters?
Yeah.
It tracks. I mean, he's a huge golf guy. Huge.
See, I will say something because you all brought it up earlier, and it used to be mine, but because it's not the same, I don't care about it anymore, but it's the Rose Bowl. It's not the same when it's not Big Ten, Pac-12.
David, I would offer you this. It's a casualty of where sports has gone. The Rose Bowl, that's why I'm so thankful. I'm so grateful I got to do it before it got bastardized to take my dad and go in 2013. Like that was the last of the real Rose Bowls. Now, if you're in a playoff game in the Rose Bowl, like Michigan was, you'll get a sense of it.
Yes.
And the game's going to be super important, but it's still not the Rose Bowl. It's just different. And old head Michigan fans, they know what I'm talking about. If you've made that pilgrimage and you've gone out, it's a bygone era. I don't know. Maybe you disagree. For me, I feel like that's kind of collateral damage. It's gone.
Yeah, it won't mean the same. I mean, right now it's a bowl game. It's a part of the playoff package. But at the time, it was Big Ten, Pac-12. It's
New Year's Day.
Yeah.
3:30 kickoff.
Sunsetting in the third quarter. Yeah.
Now, mine, I crossed one off the list. It's hard for me because a lot of the things I want to do are during football season. And I do my level best. I just don't take time off. I just head down and we go, right? We're on that bull run. But one of the things, like I was able to go to Death Valley a few years ago. one of the things I've got to do, because I keep putting it off and I keep waiting. And then you wake up and you're 45 and you're like, okay, dude, you're closer to dying than being born. You got to get this done. I've always wanted to go to the Breeders' Cup. The Breeders' Cup is better than the Kentucky Derby to me. I mean, it's 16 or 17 of the richest races. It's the richest 2 days in American racing, and they always choose a different location. And I had a 2-year window to go to the track I've wanted to go to most, which is in San Diego.
I was about to say, I thought it was always in San Diego.
No, it's on a rotation. Oh. So Del Mar is one I've always wanted to go to because I've never been to San Diego.
That's nice.
I know and I didn't do it, and I kicked myself. It'll go back there, but they're going to be at Keeneland this fall, and then it's going to be at the brand new Belmont Park in 2027, where they blew $500 million to renovate the place. I've got to do that, but it's football. Like, the minute I come back from Saratoga mid-August, basically straight through, it's like, no, we work. That's why I take all my time off now. Get the hell out of it. Look at this mess. Looks like, I'm pretty sure Batman just flew by outside. I mean, it's nonsense.
Look at that. We'll both be going to San Diego.
Listen, I'll drop you off at Comic-Con. I'll be at the track all day. I'll come and get you. The Breeders' Cup is one, and is it a pain in the ass to go to? They'll start marketing tickets for the Breeders' Cup at Keeneland in like June. But I've got to do it. I have to. It's just what it is. So, and that's part of, like, I've had the conversation with you.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going, this is way off the beaten path. Sorry, guys. But like I've said it to you, is like, I don't know how much longer I want to do the Friday show, the kickoff show. Like, I mean, I love Boomer and I love doing it, but it landlocks you. Right. It's the same thing with the podcast. I'm non-committal about doing the podcast this fall because there are things I need to do, especially while my dad is above ground and not below ground. There are things I need to do.
I know, I understand, because it was, like I said, it was kind of cool this year going down to that Monday Night Football game down in Indy, and I'm like, you know what? I got to go out to a game out in Santa Clara. I got to do it. I've never been out there. I got to do at least one game out there.
Yeah, so no, and I know that none of the things we just brought up live up to the Masters, because the exclusivity quotient of the Masters, I don't know that anything approaches it. The Derby, it's not exclusivity, it's expense. It's different.
I was about to say maybe Wimbledon.
Okay, I don't know enough about it.
I'm just trying to think of it like an exclusivity type thing.
You'll have to talk to Stoney about that one. He's a big tennis guy.
Boys, I realized I've missed mine now.
What?
One of what could have been mine is when Georgia went back to back. If I could have gone to one of those games.
Well,
that
you
would have
also
been tremendous.
missed out. You were supposed to go to Georgia Clemson, and you didn't do it.
Yep.
You didn't do it. I pushed you to do it as hard as I could.
Why didn't he go?
We'll get into it. 248-539-9797. But your version of the Masters, and if the Masters is the gold standard, yeah, I totally understand it. But you need to go to Santa Clara.
Oh, that's
just do it.
I just got to wait for the schedule. But no,
put the time in right now.
I can't because I don't know the days yet.
Take every Friday. You won't miss anything. You'll be fine. I'll be right here.
I have to do Lions pregame show.
I will trade you. No, F that. You go to. I want you to go to the Niners games. I'll trade out every Friday. You just give me October 30th so I can go to the Breeders' Cup.
I just need to go to one.
All of them live from Santa Clara.
Yeah, I'm not going to Australia or Mexico City.
You can have that. See, I have no interest in going overseas to watch the NFL.
No, I can watch it right here.
Like, I know Lion fans are going to bankrupt themselves going to Germany. Maybe I'm a weirdo. I have no interest.
I don't even know if Lions fans will bankrupt themselves to go to Germany because, I mean, I guess unless you just wanted to take a European trip and it was the best of both worlds. But other than that, I can see that here.
Yeah, I got news for you. If I'm going to Europe, which I've gone once and it was for work, I ain't trying to watch football game.
All right.
I want to go see things. I don't want to watch stupid football game.
Right, and it won't even be a great game. It's like, and you're playing the Jets.
Yippee. 248-539-9797. All right, if you're in an accident, it can feel like you are on your own. The insurance company, they're not your buddy. The paperwork's a nightmare. That's why you got to call David Femininio. Only Femininio Law has the accident response team. You need action, you need it now. Counselors keep life moving. Medical and forensic experts lock down the case before evidence goes somewhere. It's smart, it's fast, and it is built to win. Get David, get paid. That's not a tagline, it's a playbook. 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we got jam-packed lines, so apparently this resonated with people, so that's cool. I can get you the other thing later. But, David, just quickly through the text, what percentage of people is the Masters? Is that the one?
No, I haven't seen one Masters come through. It's all different. UFC main event card, someone says.
That one I get because those have turned into quite the spectacle. They're usually in really cool locations. That one I get. I wouldn't know how to even begin going. I'm not against UFC. It's just not anything I move my calendar for. But that I do understand. It's kind of the new wave heavyweight boxing fight from the 90s.
Someone says the Ryder Cup over the Masters for him. Someone else, Kevin in the car, says Army-Navy game.
Oh, hold on here. Kim Jong-un over here is going to have a problem with that.
Have you ever gone?
No. It's not. I enjoy watching it. I don't need to be there. I've gone to Army games. So I guess that I got my fill of that. Like I would tell anybody, like if you love college football the way it's supposed to be, go to an Army game at West Point. Fall foliage, beautiful weather. Yes, Army will play someone that's, they'll play a Memphis, a Tulane. They're in a conference where it's not totally ass. Right. You'll get that's a different vibe than, hey, go to LSU. But
MAC level.
Yeah, that's a whole different ball game.
Oh, okay.
No, like MAC. Who wants to watch that? Like,
no. I'm just saying, like the opponents. Like,
no,
not like SEC.
No, but like if you go to a American Conference game, they're generally high scoring and pretty fun. Okay. The MAC. Oh, I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. I've gotten to a point I can't even watch those games. Like the Tuesday night crap that we used to watch. I can't do it.
I think it's just the teams here locally.
Okay.
Western actually does something.
I tell you, he's the guy from
Central
Bama.
and Eastern?
What the hell's his name? He was an Alabama coach. Is it Taylor? Is it Nate Taylor? Western's coach, David.
Yeah, it's Taylor. I can't think of his first name.
He's done
Taylor.
a really nice job out there. They just pound the rock. They don't even
Correct.
Go ahead.
A World Cup final, someone says.
That's a big one. And I was reading something. There was an expansive piece on this. How ridiculously expensive the World Cup final tickets at MetLife, because it's in the U.S. this year, are. That it's basically pricing out the hardcore fans from across the globe. I mean, you're talking $10,000 to go to the World Cup final.
And there's also a cultural situation here because apparently fans like to walk to the game. But
hey, good luck at MetLife.
That's the problem.
It's a highway and a swamp.
Right. That's the problem.
They walk to the game?
It's a tradition.
Well,
they like to do
they
it
sing the
culturally,
songs.
sing songs and head to the,
I got you.
Yeah, good luck there. Do that in East Rutherford. Good luck. All right, to the people, we'll go to Jason, 97.1. Jason, how you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Mr. Beard, Mr. Valeni. Happy Friday.
Same to you, buddy. What's up?
Same to you. I was with Rico at Super Bowl, but, that's not for the fans. That's just for sponsors and commercialized. My event I want to go to is Indianapolis 500. The specs. It just looks magical. You can get close to the drivers. I've had friends that go and said, you got to go there. And it just looks like a fun event. I know racing's not big on y'all's radar.
No, but I understand it. Like, Jason, what I've been told is nobody realizes how big the Brickyard is, like how big that place is until you arrive there and you go, there's 200,000 people here.
Well, they got a golf course inside there, too.
That's
and
crazy.
It's crazy. Real quick, I know you got my other callers.
You're
Mike,
fine.
I've always been your guy on rules and laws for old people. Every time when your traffic girl comes on, I screamed in my head because she says, "Get to right for my cruise." Is she the foreman? Is she giving their assignments, signing her paycheck?
She's the boss lady. Hey, my crews are out here.
But anyway, I hope you guys have a great weekend. Thanks for taking my call.
You too, Jason. Appreciate you. Get to the right for my crew. I go, who the hell are you? They aren't your crews. What is this? Kenny's just hitting buttons. What are you playing the bongos back there, Kenny?
Oh, my board malfunctioned a little bit back here.
Like Red Wings.
Remix. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's good, bud?
How you doing, Mike? I wanted to talk to you about Breeders' Cup. I've been to 4 of them.
Nice.
They're great to go to. and I was at the only other one at the Belmont racetrack. And I want to let you know, tickets go on sale for Keeneland, this Belmont, next week.
Oh, my
Not
God.
June.
Good God.
Next week. I have gone, so I get an alert when the tickets become available. And I sat probably 25 yards from the finish line when I went in Keeneland, it'd 4 years ago.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of fun. I got it right up there with the Super Bowl. The Derby I've been to, it's great. But as you know, you're either going to the Derby or you're attending it. Attending it means you're sitting in the middle of nowhere.
Correct.
Going to the Derby means, you're spending 10 grand. And
No, it's
doing it
crazy.
the right way.
I mean, and Joe, the other thing people don't realize with the Kentucky Derby, like Karsh was asking me, because that's like on his list of things he wants to do. And I said, Doug, you just have to be prepared, because leaving that venue is an odyssey. You're going to be walking past Louisville's football stadium. They don't even have any pickup zones. Like if you're Aaron Rodgers, that's different. For the rest, hit the bricks. Walk 2 miles that way and pick up your Uber. You got to be prepared for that.
You do. I've gone 2 times. Our bus going back to the hotel broke down. We had to walk the rest of the way.
Oh, dear God.
That's
the other thing.
But
Joe,
boy,
people
is it a lot of fun.
I've said this on the air before, and it'll resonate with Rico. He was a big Walking Dead fan. You leaving Churchill Downs on Derby Day, you are Rick Grimes walking through the prison. These people are so tuned up on booze and who knows what else. It is insanity. There's drool running down people's faces. People with one shoe on. It's insane.
You just turn into Michonne walking down the streets.
Oh, listen. I wish I had a couple of samurai swords to get out of there. It's insanity. But the Breeders' Cup thing, look, Keeneland's a tough one too. It's a small track. It's gorgeous, but it's not big. Belmont will be an easier pull. The problem is they've been closed for 2 years. So they're going to reopen this fall, 2027, when they get the Breeders' Cup. Forget it. The whole world's going to want to go there.
So when they open this fall, is it going to be jam-packed because people had to wait for 2 years?
I don't think so. No, because remember, day-by-day racing, people are like Kenny. Kenny's over there on the couch betting the races. That's the other thing. Belmont Park, you better go the right time or you're going to be stuck in traffic for an hour and a half.
David, could you imagine Mike takes Kenny to the Derby?
I couldn't actually.
No.
That would be
I could not imagine that.
No, because
I know you're not into the whole I need you to live stream.
Well, no.
10 minutes.
He doesn't have shirts with buttons.
Again, just offensive left and right. It doesn't matter.
No, listen. I think Kenny would enjoy the infield. That's not for me. I could drop him off.
Is that where they do the porta potty
No, that's
runs?
the Preakness, and they banned that. I love it how the only thing Rico remembers from horse racing is the running of the porta potties.
Wait, they banned that?
Yeah.
Why'd they ban it? I mean, obviously, that's why. You shouldn't be running on top of porta potties, of course.
Yeah, while people hurl full bottles of water and God knows what else at your skull.
I saw somebody just get beamed in the face with a beer can.
Thank you.
During those videos.
I'm glad you thought about that, Kenny. Why'd they? Oh, you know what? I get
Red wings.
Oh, that's probably why.
Red wings. Okay.
Yeah. Up next, cranial injuries. We'll get more of your phone calls. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Why? Because Andrew Pavlik and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and hit the road with the great deals of their massive inventory. Selection is best right now, and it's ready for immediate delivery, including the April Rico deal. A new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, $299 a month for 36 months. Walk into Hamilton with $1,000 down, and you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
All right, we'll get straight to the people with the Masters going on. Just the idea of, obviously, the Masters is so many people's dream event, and it's largely unattainable because you got to hit the lottery to go. Not financially, but a literal lottery. So we've asked the question is kind of what is the other events that are your version of the Masters? I'm not saying I wouldn't go. Golf is not my thing. But I totally get why that is kind of the pinnacle for people. You've said a Super Bowl. Look, for me, it's and I'm gonna do it this fall because I've had enough. I'm just gonna do radio. I think my point is I'm gonna go to the Breeders' Cup this fall. It's always been work. It's dead middle of football season.
I've been telling you for years.
I know it's not you, it's me. You're just like I can't. Okay, I can't. I know. It's me. Also, let me show you my surprise face. Diana Rossini has been benched by the New York Times. Almost like canoodling with your subject matter might be a problem. Nope.
No,
Kenny, stop. Good God.
I guess they're going to do an investigation.
Yeah, here's the investigation. You can't be holding hands and hot tubbing with an NFL head coach. Period. It's man or woman. You can't fraternize or shtup your subject matter. Right. It makes your coverage garbage.
Doesn't help that you were at an adults only resort.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. No.
Kenny.
Worst day is Diana Rossini or Ichiro as his statue got unveiled and the bat broke in half.
Well, gee, I don't know. One guy retired with grace. The other person's career is in tatters now. Oh, by the way, who's been writing more about A.J. Brown's going to the Patriots all winter then? Diana Rossini. Who's the coach of the Patriots? Guy she was hugging. Goodbye. Your career, toilet. See you later. It's an embarrassment. What the hell was she thinking?
I mean, it's not like we didn't see the Coldplay thing happen last year, and you would think that you would have learned. But.
Look, this is the other thing, though. I don't even care about those two. Okay, you do whatever you do. All right, you're in an unhappy marriage, your business. When you are a journalist, you cannot do what certain people do.
And it probably doesn't help when you sit there and kind of slander your husband and say he's average and he's this and he's that. And
okay, I'm turning
it off. No.
Kenny, go bet the finale at Keeneland. You're out of here. Go.
But yes, a lot of things she said probably ain't going to help her.
But again, this is the problem. It's the problem I have with the Adam Schefters of the world. It's the problem I have with the Shams of the world. All this access journalism, you turn into nothing more than a useful idiot for agents and teams. Like if you don't think Shams is this whole Giannis thing with Shams, stop. It's the same crap for Adam Schefter. It's all these people. Obviously, what Diana may have been doing is a little bit different. Looks like she was going the extra mile for a story. Looks like, seems like, sounds like. The point is, all of it's bad because the fan loses. You're being fed nothing more than garbage. Integrity for access. It's narrative at that point. That's not journalism. It's narrative.
Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen with Vrabel because I don't think he has any press conferences scheduled for a while, so they just kind of put him into the back room.
The only place he can get himself in trouble is if it's been proven he was trading, not state secrets, but if you're trading intel for God knows what, you can get yourself, and again, it's not about male, female. This could be a male reporter covering females. The same rules apply, period. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, the fact that she thought she was going to come back out and nobody was going to mention anything. Like, she just tweeted something out. It was like, Diana, no, just delete this and take a vacation.
All right, sorry. Didn't mean to stray from the topic. We go to Brian. He's in Detroit, 97.1. Brian, what's good, buddy?
Brian, it sounds like the customer service people that doesn't know that this is Big Vern in Detroit.
Okay, well, first of all, it's listed as Brian, so blame the idiot and the shacket. Vern, it's great to talk to you.
Yes, fellas. Good afternoon.
What's happening, Vern?
I am a novice horse racing fan. I've been fascinated with the sport, at least the Triple Crown. So I actually want to go to a Derby or the Belmont. I wanted to do the Preakness, but who wants to go to Maryland?
No.
So, yeah, either one of those. I have to be on the infield. I have to have the fashion. I want to be on the infield sipping a non-alcoholic mint julep with my wife.
You do not want to be on the infield and fashion. Vern, you will be covered in mud. It's chaos.
I just want to take the picture, then I'll leave. But, yes, I am
here's what you could do
with the sport.
Let me tell you something. If you want to do the Belmont, here's the way you can do this, and you can do it your way. Belmont Stakes is at Saratoga this summer for the last time because it's going back to Belmont. If you buy a general admission ticket to Saratoga, fully walkable, you dress however you want, have your beverages, do your whole thing, you will get the best experience possible without getting raked over to Kohl's cost-wise. I'm telling you.
And all of this I also wanted to call in a tribute to you have furthered I've fallen out of love with college sports, even though I can die a happy man that the greatest university in the land has won a basketball championship. You have, furthered that opinion. It feels, I know you will get the reference. It feels like college sports has turned into create a team on the NBA 2K. All these sports, it's like, where is the attachment anymore? I don't know. Think that being at the big house, being at the Big Ten tournament was all the rage. That's all I ever wanted to do because I love college sports. But now the purity of the game, like you guys have really shed a light, like just really brought it to the forefront. Like it's just not the same.
Because Vern, it's going to be hard because you want to follow the players. I saw a stat in basketball of the 354 teams in college basketball. Only 7 have had no one leave to hit the portal. 7.
So let me ask y'all a quick question. Do you, and I hate to pull it here, but I had to call in. Do you guys ever think what's the time frame do you think this transfer portal will get reeled in, and will they put a gate on this? Will it ever change? And do you guys think the change is coming to eliminate what's happening right now? The college sports just feels dirty now.
Vern, I think it's really close. Vern, I think it's really close. I mean, the president is putting in an order that he's going to sign that says you could only transfer once, and then after that, you got to sit out like old school. Plus, NCAA has finally decided to get smart and doing a 5-for-5, meaning you just got 5 years to play 5 years. There is no red shirt. And you got an age limit as well, so your clock starts, and you won't have 24-year-old freshmen anymore.
Here's why, and I'm not doing this to be devil's advocate. I just have a different view. For Vern to get what he wants, you're right from this congressional and presidential angle. The problem in all of this is you need antitrust exemption to have contracts and a union. In order to do that, you have to have all these conferences give up their power and have a commissioner and have a collectively bargained agreement and earn that exemption. And it's like, none of them are going to do it.
No.
And that's where Rico and I have always joked, Vern, about the Big Ten and the SEC are going to look at each other like Spider-Man and go, let's get the hell up out of here. Now, then maybe, because then the NCAA doesn't run it. But every time I've asked that question of why can't we just have what Mike Gundy said a few years ago, a binding two-way now. Hey, you agreed to a 2-year deal? So did we. Meaning, you can stink. I'm stuck with you. Mm-hmm. You can't have it without what I said. And I feel bad when Vern calls and says that.
No, it is. I mean, it's because you don't get to watch the growth of your team and your players. It's like, oh, okay, I remember this guy. And Mike, you've said it often. The Rose Bowl team and that playoff team at MSU would have never existed. Yeah. They would have all
Jeremy
left.
Langford gone after freshman year.
Lippett would have gone. So yeah, they would all.
He's a founder, isn't he?
No, he's a Q.
He's a rival.
Yes.
You don't get along with the
I like Qs.
Okay.
Heck, all my neighbors are Qs.
Well, I know how you talk about them when they're not around. Here's Rico about his neighbors.
Don't do that. Don't do that. But no, Connor Cook would have never stayed at MSU.
Well, who went to his birthday party?
Oh, that's true, too.
Did you see what he did to Archie Griffin?
Oh, yeah.
Scumbag. David, where are we on time, buddy? He's telling me I'm
wrapping us up.
number one. All right, America's favorite place to watch sports. Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of that big screen. Right at Circa, right in the heart of Vegas on Fremont. At Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.